Guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't, but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it up one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI. Go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor. And all right, guys, let's get right into it, man. And this is SET with SET Media, and welcome to the show. All right, guys. All right, guys, we're just going to go ahead and get right into it. We're going to go ahead and review Trump taking multiple questions at the White House. And then we're going to go ahead and break down everybody's reaction to the, well, at this point, infamous Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz interview.
Most of you agree. So do you have any questions, please?
Do you know the latest on the evacuations out of Israel, Mr. President? Have you been updated on that?
No, we're having a meeting in an hour. We have a meeting downstairs in 1 hour. Yeah.
Mr. President, on Iran, if regime change does happen there, if the regime falls, do you have a plan for what you think would happen?
I have a plan for everything, but we'll see what happens. Got a ways to go. They should have made the deal.
I mean, we already have a crown prince up and ready to go to take charge just in case the regime topple does happen.
Great deal for them. They should have made that deal. 60 days we talked about it, and in the end they decided not to do it, and now they wish they did it. And they want to meet, but it's a little late to meet, but they want to meet, and they want to come to the White House. They'll even come to the White House. So we'll see. I may do that, but it's a shame it could have been done the easy way.
Do you think the regime there could fall?
Sure, anything could happen, right? Of that, sure, that could happen. Yeah,
Mr.
please.
President, the Senate Judiciary Committee is holding a hearing on who exactly was running the White House under Joe Biden. Who do you think that was?
I think the auto pen ran the White House. We have an auto pen president before me. I think it's one of the greatest scandals in the history of this country, one of the biggest scandals. He wasn't making a decision. He was never for open borders where people came in from all over the world, from prisons and gangs and drug dealers and all of that, the mentally insane. He was never for that. He was never for open borders, and he was never for, if you think, he was never for transgender for everybody, or men playing in women's sports. He was never for that. Have you ever had women? Could a woman make your team, fellas? Tell me. You think? No? You're being nice. What do you think? Think a woman could make the team? One of those. See, they're very diplomatic.
making your decision on Iran? Obviously, there's been a change from when you were pursuing a diplomatic negotiation.
Yeah.
Now, you seem very open to the idea of potentially taking U.S. action. Obviously, you're not going to tell us that. Can you walk us through what contributed to that change, how you got to where you are in making your decision now?
Well, I think it started the first night. I mean, that first night was devastating. And it really knocked the one side off, as you know. It was a devastating evening, day. And it's pretty much proceeded that way. I have a meeting in the war room in a little while. Situation room, as some people call it. So we're going to meet, we're going to see. We're in the midst of it's a terrible thing. I hate to see it. I hate to see all that death, so much death and destruction.
Yeah, on both sides, and both sides are effing each other up. So if you're believing the media that says, well, Israel just whooping Iran's ass, well, no. And if you're believing, everybody on X saying that Iran is whooping Israel's ass, no, that's not what's happening. Both sides are delivering major blows to each other. And we'll get right into the footage later on, within the stream.
But death primarily is what I hate to see.
Does that mean you haven't made a decision yet on what to do?
I have ideas as to what to do, but I haven't made a final. I like to make the final decision 1 second before it's due, because things change. I mean, especially with war, things change with war. It can go from one extreme to the other. War is very bad. There was no reason for this to be a war. There was no reason for Russia, Ukraine. A lot of wars there was no reason for. You look right up there, I don't know, see the Declaration of Independence, and I say...
My biggest fear about this war is that the misinformation goes in the wrong way, because everybody's planning for pretty much Iran to lose and have their regime toppled. But what if, and like I said, what if, and this is only because I've been hearing both sides, right? I've been hearing the pro-Iran side and the pro-Israel side. And the way these guys are talking as if one side is just going to dominate the other. And I'm just saying, well, what if the pro-Iran side might be right? And then we walk into this with just like, oh, crap, Israel's been destroyed. These people are damn near being slaughtered. It's like, I do not want that to be true. So I kind of wish that mainstream media would give that, fair assessment of both sides. But don't worry, though. That's what I'm here for.
I wonder if the Civil War always seemed to me maybe that could have been solved without losing 600,000 plus people. So a lot of, it's very sad to see. It's very sad to see what's happening. But with that being said, I would say right now, Israel, from the standpoint of winning a war, is doing pretty well. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, in your meeting today with the Chief of Staff of the Pakistani Army, did you talk about Iran? Did that come up? Is there anything you can share from that meeting?
Yeah, well, they know Iran very well, better than most. And they're not happy about anything. It's not that...
I mean, they know Iran so well, they was able to take out all of their top military leaders, within the first couple of days of the conflict. Trust me, they know Iran real well. Shout out to Mossad.
They're bad with Israel. They know them both, actually, but they probably, maybe they know Iran better. But they see what's going on, and he agreed with me. The reason I had him here, I wanted to thank him for not going into the war, just, ending the war. And I want to thank, as you know, Prime Minister Modi just left, just a little while ago, just left. And we're working a trade deal with India. We're working a trade deal with Pakistan. And they were both here. But I was with Modi a few weeks ago. He was here, actually. But now we speak to him. And I'm so happy. There was a deal that two smart people, plus, they have people on their staff too, but two very smart people decided not to keep going with that war. That could have been a nuclear war. Those are two nuclear powers, big ones, big nuclear powers, and they decided that. So I was honored to meet him today.
And if I can, Mr. Keefer, sir, and for anyone who may want to answer, how has the travel bans from certain countries affected fans maybe coming in for the games, or is that not a consideration?
Johnny, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's not a concern for us. For the games now in the Club World Cup, everything has been done in a very smooth way. We have an excellent collaboration, of course, with the president, but with the task force in particular. For next year, the World Cup, we have one more year to work, and the learnings that we have this year with the Club World Cup was
Sold out, so I don't know. I don't think he's too worried about the travel ban. He doesn't know what the travel ban is, I don't think. Johnny, tell me what the travel ban is. Right? He doesn't know what it is. He's largely sold out. Like tonight, he's totally. I've had friends, they heard about this meeting. They said,
I mean, the travel ban is a smart idea now. I mean, considering that there's war going on, that we might accidentally let in terrorists in here. I mean, we're already letting a whole bunch of spies for China. So, yeah, we do need some travel bans, like ASAP. And shout out Trump for, well, I doubt he foreseen it, but maybe this was a bit coincidental. And shout out to our man James Foley said we should deport corrupt politicians to Iran. Yeah, I know, right? And let them count every person in there so they know the population.
can you give me tickets? I don't know if I can
92
get
million,
tickets.
guys.
You won't give them to
Well,
me.
we could speak
Maybe
about it.
John will give them to me. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, two questions, if I could. One about Iran and then one domestically. With Iran, what's your message to Americans, both here and abroad, who are not only concerned about the U.S. potentially getting involved in another conflict in the Middle East, but worry about the potential for retaliation here at home?
Yeah, well, I don't want to get involved either, but I've been saying for 20 years, maybe longer, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I've been saying it for a long time. And I think they were a few weeks away from having one. And they had to sign a document. I think they wish they signed it now. It was a fair deal. And now it's a harder thing to sign, you know. It's a lot of...
Well, the way Iran media and propaganda, well, the way they've been talking, Iran is actually happy. They're saying that instead they rather go to war with Israel than give up their nuclear, well, power, what they claim just nuclear power, which we see as them potentially getting to a bomb.
Water over the dam. But, you know, it's very, I say it very simply, Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. Too much devastation. And they'd use it. You know, I believe they'd use it.
I mean, here's the thing, though. If Iran makes a bomb, I know we had a conversation about Iran making like a dirty bomb that they would have to literally drop off some guy personally into Israel on. But for them to make a full-blown bomb, a full-blown nuke, they don't even have the bombers to carry it. So when there are reporters who are pretty much saying that, yo, Iran doesn't have no intention of making a bomb because honestly, they don't even have the planes to make it. And let's be real, they start making the planes, then people are really going to start trying to come down on them. And well, the 60% uranium enrichment was supposed to be a deterrent from attacking Iran, but it actually turned into the main reason for attacking Iran. So, you know, I mean, the egg's kind of on Iran's face on that one.
Others won't use it, but I believe they'd use it. So that's it. It's very simple as far as I'm concerned. They can't have a nuclear weapon.
And then domestically, Missouri Senator Josh Hawley came out this week as the lead sponsor of a bill to raise the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. It stands out because he's a Republican. There's still 20 states that have it at $7.25. Do you support the legislation or the idea?
Well, I haven't seen it. I'd have to speak to Josh. He's a very good friend of mine. That's interesting that Josh did that. I'm going to have to think about that one. Some people agree with it, some people don't. You know, some people say it really turns away business. Restaurants close, and a lot of things happen. Other people agree. I'd have to speak to Josh. He's a good guy.
Mr. President, for the Iran, the possibility of an Iran deal, is the destruction or the dismantling of the Fordow nuclear enrichment center, is that a prerequisite for a deal? Is that a red line for you?
No, it's just something that people talk about having. We're the only ones that have the capability to do it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to do it at all. Yeah, we have the best military equipment in the world. You see that with this fight. We have planes that are undetectable.
It is wild how it went from Iran having a bomb to Iran having a nuclear facility. And it's just like, all right, well, there's thing within, well, like I said, we can neither confirm nor deny that Iran has a bomb. And even people who says, oh, you don't think Iran has a bomb, who say it also condescendingly, well, my friend, can you prove it? No. Can I prove that they don't? No. So we are, like I said, we are trying to go at Iran off of trust me, bro, with no information confirming if they have it or not. All we have confirmation on is that they are at 60% enrichment of uranium. And it, like I said, it was supposed to be a deterrent, but it turns out to be the whole reason why everybody's at their neck right now.
Flying around like, you know, nobody's able to see him stealth. You guys want to be stealthy tonight. You know, you can be stealth, you'll never lose, right? But these are incredible planes and weapons. We have the best weapons in the world, by far. Nobody close. And I mean, certain countries take advantage of that. Israel has incredible weaponry. So we'll see what happens. I've been asked about it by everybody. but I haven't made a decision.
Mr. President, you talked earlier today about having daily conversations with Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Yeah.
How have those conversations weighed on you in terms of getting more involved? You've been lobbying for the U.S. to get more involved. Has that had an impact in kind of your evolution, sir?
Look, we talk, and I'd like to see everything done. I would have preferred having just an agreement, a strong agreement, you know, verifiable agreement. But it was such a shame. They were so close. You know, Iran was very close to signing what would have been a very good agreement for them. And maybe that could still happen, I guess. You know, they do want to come and see us. They want to see me in the White House. That's a big statement.
Yeah, it is.
But it's very late.
Yeah, Iran has reached out. They would like to meet President Trump face to face in the White House because they kind of don't want to have any. I'm pretty sure they want to do this so they don't want to have any Israeli filters on the message there. Because I think that's what they want to do the most. And I'm telling you, that would be the most viewed meeting in the world at that point if they come to the White House. To have the Ayatollah Supreme Leader sit right there in front of Trump and them having that conversation, trust me, everybody's looking at that.
Is it enough of a statement to hold off getting?
We're going to see what happens. Look, we're going to see what happens. Ending it as soon as.
And shout out to my man Monty. He says, I have an idea that I'd like to discuss with you. Open the lines. It's purely hypothetical, but I think it would be a win-win. All right, why not?
As you can would be good.
Have you closed the door on meeting with them?
No.
Okay, so it's still open to them coming here.
Oh, shoot. You could just DM me on Discord.
Yeah, I mean, they asked if they could come. We'll see if that happens. It's not that easy for them to come. They can't get out. You know, they're in Iran. And in one case, I want to come so badly, but he can't get out because there's bombs dropping all over the place.
Have you seen the Tucker Carlson and Senator Ted Cruz interview? It seems like this issue on whether or not the United States should strike is kind of dividing a lot of your supporters.
No, my supporters are for me. My supporters are America first. They make America great again. My supporters don't want to see Iran have a nuclear weapon.
Whoa, G. I mean, you're right. You're right. But we also don't want to go to war with Iran. I mean, let's be real. And I do get what people are saying. Well, you can't have it both ways. I mean, let's be real here. Are we sure they're even making a bomb, guys, before you hit me with the I can't have it both ways? Are we even sure that they have a bomb? Are we sure that they're enriching it to get it to a bomb? So let's be real here. We can't even sit here. He can't even sit here and tell us, well, they just don't want Iran to have a bomb. I ain't gonna lie. Iran doesn't want themselves to have a bomb at this point. And it doesn't really seem like we're attacking them for what? Having a bomb. No, it kind of seems like we're attacking them because Israel is kind of, well, to one, save Israel, and because they said so.
Tucker's a nice guy. He called and apologized the other day because he thought he said things that were a little bit too strong. And I appreciated that. And Ted Cruz is a nice guy. I mean, he's been with me for a long time. I'd say once the race was over, he's been with me ever since, right?
And that was the best part about that interview. It was two people that Trump have really good relation with. Yeah, he has a really good relationship with Tucker and Cruz. So that's why that debate, in my opinion, was needed, because it was two people who extremely agree with Trump having that debate on Iran. And even though Tucker definitely did make Ted look a little stupid on some things, I mean, it would definitely need to be opened up. And, you know, Ted Cruz' wild assessment of what Christians should do for Jews. Or the state of Israel, I'm sorry.
Very simple. If they think that it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon, then they should oppose me. But nobody thinks it's okay. People that I don't want to fight either. I'm not looking to fight. But if it's a choice between fighting and them having a nuclear weapon, you have to do what you have to do. Maybe we won't have to fight. Don't forget, we haven't been fighting. We add a certain amount of genius to everything, but we haven't been fighting at all. Israel's done a very good job of that. But we'll see what happens. The bottom line is they can't have nuclear. And if I can't imagine that Ted Cruz said it's okay for Iran to have nuclear, including Tucker. I don't think Tucker says it's okay. The problem is then they get themselves into a thing. They don't want them to have nuclear, but then they say, well, we don't want to fight. Well, you're going to have to make a choice, because
I would ask Trump, is like, well, hold on. Is this about them having any type of nuclear capability, or just about them not having a nuclear bomb? Because, like I said, the Iran laid out a pretty reasonable deal in the first place. They said, all right, look, if you want us to lower our enrichment, we will do that. You guys come over here, you inspect it and all that good stuff, and we'll go from there. Then, I mean, then here comes the fear mongering of, well, there's a 60% enrichment to try to create a bomb. And I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You mean the same guys that agreed to inspectors and all that? Like, are you sure we want to jump off this cliff with this narrative?
It's possible that you're going to have to fight for them not to have nuclear. And it's interesting because I did ask Tucker, I said, well, are you okay with nuclear weapons being in the hands of Iran? And he sort of didn't like that. He didn't want to really, but he sort of didn't like that. And I said, well, if it's okay with you, then you and I do have a difference. But it's really not okay with him. Therefore, you may have to fight, and maybe it'll end, very quickly.
I mean,
but there's no.
That's the thing, though. Remember the whole weapons of mass destruction that they claimed that what Saddam had and he didn't have them? So why are we going off the same claim of weapons of mass destruction that Iran has, and we have no proof that they have it? All we have is this 60% enrichment, and that's all we're going off of. That's it. Remember, we have no confirmation of a nuclear bomb. All we got is the craziest trust me bro in the world right now. It's just a 60% enrichment, and that's it. And that doesn't mean they have a nuclear bomb.
Way that you can allow, whether you have to fight or not, you can allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon because the entire world will blow up. I'm not going to let that happen.
Mr. President, you had a bit of a row with President Emmanuel Macron of France the other day at the G7.
No,
Yeah, nobody wants Iran to have a bomb. Trust me, nobody wants Iran to have this bomb. But at a certain point, I'm not even thinking that we're going to fight Iran over this bomb. I think we're about to go fight Iran damn near to save Israel at a certain point, because the way this back and forth is going is not looking too good. So let's go ahead and look into some footage, well, of this hospital that was bombed in Israel. I mean, absolutely terrible. You know, this is the red line that Iran crossed was attacking this hospital in Israel, right? I mean, as you know, when the IDF took out almost every hospital in Gaza. But yes, this is the strike. This is the missile that hit the apartment complex. I think the one next about to hit the hospital. Same block. So pretty much the apartment complex was honestly just collateral because it was honestly trying to hit the hospital. And what Iran intelligence alleges is that Israel hides weapons and tanks and all that good stuff under hospitals, which can neither be confirmed nor denied.
Good afternoon, everyone. President Trump's powerful efforts to secure our homeland are working.
And shout out to my man Castro. He says, compromise, let us handle the nuclear plans for them. I mean, hey, that too. That's what I'm saying. Gotta be some type of compromise. Like, look, how about we make sure you guys stay at that 2% for nuclear power so nobody can have no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And if anybody say something crazy, we can speak up for you guys. But, and that's the thing, we kind of have something like that. And then Israel's like, nope, they're going to create a bomb. We can't trust them. And how can you trust this crazy regime and all this wild stuff? So here we are, guys. And like I said, it's kind of funny how Trump came to the Middle East and said, we're no longer going to judge you for your lifestyle and the way you live your life as Muslims. But here we are, judging their lifestyle and the way they live as Muslims. I mean, well, I thought we learned our lesson, guys. I thought we learned our lesson. And all right, man, shout out to my man James Foley. He said we can win this conflict easily. Soap and water. Dog. All right. Shout out James Foley for bringing in the comedy. And shout out to the supporters, man. Appreciate you guys.
According to newly released numbers, last month, Border Patrol saw a 93% decrease of illegal aliens crossing the southwest border between ports of entry from May 2024 under Joe Biden, when they encountered more than 117,000 illegal aliens. And this particular statistic is absolutely astounding. In the month of May, under the Trump administration, 0 illegal aliens were released into our country by Border Patrol. Let me say that again. Not a single illegal alien was released into the interior of the United States of America last month under this administration. Let's contrast that to Joe Biden's failed leadership, where immigration officers were wasting their finite time and resources processing dangerous illegal aliens for release into the United States. President Trump immediately terminated that reckless Biden-era practice that undermined the rule of law, jeopardized public safety and our national security, and diverted critical resources away from stopping deadly drugs and violent criminals from entering our country. That's the reason why not a single illegal alien was released into the interior of the United States in the month of May. And as a result, we now have a border that is reaching unprecedented levels of operational success. The efforts by President Trump to stop the illegal
And shout out to my man Montgomery. He says my idea is similar to Castro's without enriching any uranium. Oh yeah, I do hear your idea right here, though. He's like, I say if Iran can cease their nuclear program, maybe we should consider letting them into the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor is a large-scale international experiment at demonstrating the scientific and technological feasible of fusion. Well, the scientific and technologically feasibility of fusion energy. It is a tomark and a type of fusion reactor designed to produce a little star on Earth. I mean, it does sound good. It's a global collaboration involving 35 countries and is located in France. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that city. I mean, that does sound like a pretty good idea.
Legal immigrant invasion and secure the border in this short amount of time represent one of the greatest achievements by a presidential administration in the history of our great country. With illegal entries being overwhelmingly halted, the Trump administration is dramatically ramping up efforts to arrest and deport all of the millions of criminal illegal aliens that Joe Biden let into our country over the past 4 years. President Trump has directed all of our ICE officers to do everything in their power to carry out the single largest mass deportation operation in history. Illegal criminals who are hiding in America's largest so-called sanctuary cities will be increasingly targeted for removal. Radical Democrats will no longer be allowed to shelter illegals who threaten public safety as part of their cynical efforts to expand political power, drain the American taxpayer, and artificially lower wages and steal American jobs. ICE officers are courageous heroes, upholding.
I mean, ain't it funny how, like, letting in all these immigrants kind of does help the same corporate elites that the Dems claim to go against? Like, you're kind of helping the same minimum wage that you guys want to rise stay lower by letting these illegals that these guys can hire under the table and pay them less than minimum wage, but yet you guys want minimum wage to be raised. Well, how that's going to happen if you're letting all these illegals in where these companies can take advantage of that? Like, make it make sense, Dems.
The rule of law and keeping our citizens safe. And they have the full and unwavering support of this president. In economic news, President Trump's pro-growth agenda is delivering for the American worker. Through the first 5 months of the Trump administration, real blue-collar wages are up nearly 2%. It's the strongest growth in nearly 60 years and a stark contrast from the negative wage growth seen during the first 5 months of the Biden administration. America is quickly returning to the successful formula of the first Trump administration: low inflation and rising wages. Once the big, beautiful bill is passed, this positive trend will only accelerate. Senate Republicans are continuing to push this critical legislation forward. The One Big Beautiful Bill will drive growth and supercharge the American economy. The Council of Economic Advisors found that the One Big Beautiful Bill will raise take-home pay by nearly $14,000 for a year for the average family of 4. The CEA also found that
when you consider, well, of course, no tax on tips, which everybody do not work for tips. No tax on overtime. Everybody don't get overtime, but you know what? Everybody can get that tax decrease of 15% less taxes being paid on those who make between $30,000 and $80,000. I mean, yes, you guys are going to see a tax decrease. It's actually funny. People say there's actually a tax increase for the rich. No, there's not. The only tax increase for the rich is, well, pretty much the 2017 tax cuts for the rich that Trump gave them in the first place. Like, that's it. Actually, we are actually raising their the taxes on their income. Yeah, whatever their income or what they claim as their income now has a higher tax on it.
That the One Big Beautiful Bill will increase wages as much as $11,000 for the average worker in America. The One Big Beautiful Bill expands the child tax credit and makes it permanent for more than 40 million families with children. And the bill will deliver no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and substantial tax cuts for our incredible seniors. Simply put, the One Big Beautiful Bill is a massive win for middle-class Americans. When nearly 80 million Americans sent President Trump back to this White House, they were doing so expecting these popular policies to be enacted.
And shout out to my man James Foley. He says a good majority are making way more than minimum wage with a higher pay base and no taxes. All the gov assistance they get, they have lots of money. I'm weak. He said, you know what? They may be getting paid under the table, but I mean, hey, they still get that government assistance. I mean, hey, they don't got to pay taxes. Well, you think about it, maybe, hey, maybe not paying taxes do work out for them. Maybe it does make up for that not getting paid minimum wage. It might just make up for it.
Republicans in Congress have a mandate to deliver. And President Trump demands they send this historic bill to his desk for signature by Independence Day, July 4th. The American people are fully behind President Trump. According to brand new polling from Insider Advantage, a clear 54% majority of Americans approve of the job President Trump is doing. That's because this president is keeping his promises and taking action every day to improve their lives. And passing this bill will help fulfill a number of President Trump's core campaign promises. Now, regarding the ongoing situation in Iran, I know there has been a lot of speculation amongst all of you in the media regarding the president's decision-making and whether or not the United States will be directly involved. In light of that news, I have a message directly from the president, and I quote, "Based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks." That's a quote directly from the president for all of you today. So we'll kick it off for questions here in our new.
Crap. 2 weeks, huh? When the 19th? Crap. Shit. Well, at least it ain't gonna mess up our 4th of July. But after that, things are gonna get a little serious, guys. I'm not even gonna lie to you. It's gonna get serious. And by serious, well, we're gonna see if we're gonna be intervening in this mess right here. We're gonna see if we're gonna want to intervene in this, guys. You let me know if you guys are feeling it. Like, do you guys want to get involved in this BS right here? Does this look like something we want to do? Because we're gonna have to get on the ground on both sides. Like, let's be real. We're gonna have to protect Israel and fight Iran at the same damn time. Like, I want y'all to get that through your head. It's not just gonna be full on attacking Iran. We gotta protect Israel and attack Iran at the same time. And this is the hospital that was taken out. Crazy. But yeah, it's kind of crazy how this is the red line. This was the red line that I ran across. I was like, really now, Israel? Really? You sure you want to say that?
Immediacy. We have Eli Lake from the Free Press. Eli, go ahead.
Thanks so much for having us.
Thank you.
The Free Press. The decision to
Hey, and shout out to my man Monty. Says or less. He did say within. Yeah, you ain't lying. He did say within.
extend the
Well, yeah, that is depending on how serious things get within those 2 weeks.
I guess delay in enforcing the TikTok ban.
Sure.
Can you talk about how the White House understands its constitutional authority in light of the Supreme Court's decision in January that said that the president had to enforce the ban?
Sure. Well, as all of you know, because the president put it out on his Truth Social today, he did sign an executive order to extend the TikTok ban for 90 days. So in the effort to make a deal, and the White House counsel and the Department of Justice have reviewed this executive order, and I can get it for you. I think it's on our website by now. If it's not, my team will now put it up immediately. And you can read the language in that executive order. And the White House counsel's office and the Department of Justice strongly believe in the legal rationale for this executive order. They wouldn't have the president's pen hit it if they didn't. And the political reasoning for this, of course, is because the president made a promise to keep TikTok on. There are 100 million Americans who use this app. It's widely popular. He also wants to protect Americans' data.
I mean, that and yeah, a lot of people make money off TikTok as well. It's like a livelihood of a lot of people. So if you just cut that off, I mean, a lot of people are going to be broke. I mean, bruh. Yeah, I know for the guys who don't like the TikTokers and all that, well, I guess we're going to have to go get a real job. Yeah, but that is going to take a lot of buying power out of the economy. Like, we're gonna have a whole lot of kids who are making, like, I don't know, 5 figures and up. That's honestly gonna just get their funds completely diminished because they won't be able to access it in America unless these guys want to go ahead and take their ventures out somewhere else. Like, what, every TikTok creator is gonna move out of America and go, I don't know where, what, Mexico, South America, Europe?
And privacy concerns on this app, and he believes we can do both things at the same time. So he's making an extension so we can get this deal done.
Can I get a follow-up?
Sure.
A few weeks ago, Tucker Carlson reported on a meeting between the president, Mark Levin, and others of the White House. Is there a leak investigation, and can you say who else was in that meeting?
I'm not aware of a leak investigation at this time. I, for one, do not reveal details about the president's private meetings without his permission to do so. But certainly the president does not like when people leak. He takes that very seriously. This entire administration takes that seriously. And that's why you've seen at agencies, some of the cabinet secretaries have been given the authority by the president to let go of staff who are engaged in such leaks, especially those that risk American national security. Sure. Go ahead.
Caroline, thank you. So Rhino warmonger Lindsey Graham, he recently called on the U.S. to go all in.
That's quite the lead to a question.
Wow.
What,
So have a warmonger Lindsey Graham is like, well, damn, okay.
what's your message to everyday Trump supporters? Not the Tucker Carlsons or other big names, but everyday Trump supporters, grassroots who voted for President Trump to stop the wars, rejected this in the primary, going into another war with voting against Nikki Haley, and they want to see non-U.S. involvement in this war. What's your message?
Trust in President Trump. President Trump has incredible instincts, and President Trump kept America and the world safe in his first term as president in implementing a peace through strength foreign policy agenda. And with respect to Iran, nobody should be surprised by the president's position that Iran absolutely cannot obtain a nuclear weapon. He's been unequivocally clear about this for decades, not just as president, not just as a presidential candidate, but also as a private citizen. In fact, I have some quotes for you. In 2011, President Trump said, America's primary goal with Iran must be to destroy its nuclear ambitions. We cannot allow this radical regime to acquire a nuclear weapon that they will either use or hand off to terrorists. In 2015, the president said the problem...
But here's the thing, though. If Iran wanted to make a bomb and hand it off to terrorists, they could have been did that. I mean, they could have been did that a while ago, but yet no terrorist has any nukes or that we know of. Iran doesn't even have a nuke that we know of. We just know that they're enriching uranium. And what they say for nuclear power, now when you get to 60%, the claim is that it was supposed to be used as a deterrent. So, you were thinking that, oh, well, they got 60%, let's not attack them so they'll make nukes. No, instead, we're attacking them because they got 60%. So, like I said, Iran is kind of sitting there looking stupid at a certain point. We're like, I know it was supposed to be a deterrent, but now we're going in there because of that very reason.
Is that Iran poses an existential threat to Israel, our Middle Eastern allies, and the United States. And of course, the president has repeated that in his first term as president and his second term as president as well. That's why he was adamantly opposed to the disastrous Iranian nuclear agreement that was implemented by President Obama. And it's why.
And shout out to my man Monty, says, not true, said. Please explain.
Why he has given great latitude and given a lot of effort to achieving a diplomatic solution. But he's been very clear. Iran went for 60 days when he gave them that 60-day warning without coming to the table. On day 61, Israel took action against Iran. And as I just told you from the president directly, he will make a decision within 2 weeks.
A follow-up?
Sure. Go ahead, Natalie.
Thanks, Caroline. Can you confirm whether Steve Witkoff has been in touch with the Iranian foreign minister?
Oh, no. Hopefully he makes an educated decision, one based on facts and not just fear-mongering.
Does Witkoff plan to go to Geneva tomorrow for talks?
I am not tracking that on Mr. Witkoff's travel schedule, but I can certainly check in with him to be sure. As for
I don't know, man.
Correspondence.
This just seems oh so familiar. It just seems oh so familiar. I don't know why we're kind of falling for it again. Like, remember, it was the same Islamophobia that was running around during 9/11, be weary of all Muslims and all this good stuff. We go attack these guys, find out that it was all on bullshit. Here's the same playbook being ran, same playbook. There's a high number of these Islamophobe coming out. Islam is evil. Muslims are evil. All of a sudden, now we're trying to use this same Islamophobe that they ran in 9/11 to get us into war with Iran. But nobody sees the playbook. Like, They did it before. They played on your emotions like this before, but you're letting them do it again. I just can't. I'm sorry, guys.
Between the United States and the Iranians, I can confirm that correspondence has continued. As you know, we were engaged with 6 rounds of negotiations with them in both indirect and direct ways.
Thanks, Kelly. Just to clarify the president's statement just now, when he says that he'll make a decision in the next 2 weeks, is he saying that if Iran does not come back to the negotiating table within the next 2 weeks, that the president will strike?
The president is saying that he will make a decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks. It's very clear and direct.
And is he seeing any signs of progress? He obviously is holding out hope for negotiations, but is he seeing any inklings of progress that give him that hope that talks are still possible?
Well, that's why he said in the statement that I just read for all of you, based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, he will make that decision within the next 2 weeks.
What makes him think there's still a substantial chance, is my question.
I'm not going to get into the reasoning and the rationale the president believes that, but that's his position, and he will make a decision within the next 2 weeks.
Caroline.
Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. President Trump has said previously in regard to Russia, he's used this phrase about 2 weeks several times in terms of like, we expect like a 2-week deadline and then you give another 2-week deadline. How can we be sure that he's going to stick to this one on making a decision on Iran?
Well, in those deadlines, as you've seen in respect to Russia, Ukraine, might I add, these are 2 very different, complicated global conflicts, as you know, that the president inherited from our previous incompetent president in the weakness of the previous administration. And the president has spent a tremendous amount of time and effort.
And shout out to my man Monty. He says they wouldn't be able to make a bomb. They would need a minimum of 90%, which is why they can't give anyone a bomb, not because they haven't chosen not to. But okay, off that logic, you got to remember this. Off that logic, then why are we upset about 60% uranium? Like on that logic alone, what are we being upset about 60% if we know they need 90% to have that bomb? Like I said, that's why I said it was a deterrent, and that's what I've been hearing from a lot of guys on the pro-Iranian side, is that it's a deterrent. Now, do I believe this of them it being a deterrent? Well, I'm gonna be honest with you, it doesn't make a good amount of sense. But if you're telling me that they cannot make a bomb, which honestly I agree with you that you're right, they can't make a bomb just with 60%, then why is everybody tripping on this 60%? Like if they had 90, 85, 95%, which means they basically got a bomb, okay, let's all trip. But we're tripping over 60% enrichment, my man Monty. It's like, that's the problem. That's why I said it is kind of like a deterrent, because and remember what they said, how long would it take to get from 60 to 90? They said, what, 2 weeks? And I'm no nuclear expert, but that's what I've been hearing. Oh, it's only going to take 2 weeks for them to get to 90. They can just go ahead and start popping them out. That's the fear mongering that they're running on. And then once they get that, they'll go ahead and give it off to the next terrorist country. They might give one to Hamas, or they give one to Iraq and Afghanistan. Who knows? This is what they're running on.
Effort cleaning up these crises that were caused by the last administration's just complete dereliction of duty on the world stage and American weakness. Now we have American strength again. With respect to Russia and Ukraine, because of that American strength.
And shout out to my man Monty, says that's why they say they're close, because it's linear. Exactly though. But then isn't that a reason to say it's also a deterrent? Because they know, well, you're kind of close to 90. And that means, and let's go off my arguments to deterrent. So if anybody attacks them, and if this was supposed to be their deterrent, there you go. It goes straight linear in 2 to 3 weeks, and go ahead and have they bomb, and they can start doing all the stuff that these guys fear-mongered on. Yes, so I get it, but I'm almost sure that Iran low-key did have 60% as a deterrent to getting attacked, and not to be like threatening and be like, oh guys, look what we can do. But I get both sides, to be quite honest with you. I get it.
Strength. And
I'm not saying that I'm completely right. I'm not saying that I'm period point blank right. I'm just saying I can see where they do that. I can see why that would be the plan.
President's leadership, we have seen these 2 sides engage in direct negotiations. And the last time the president said 2 weeks, you saw Russia and Ukraine have direct negotiations for the first time in years. And so the president is always interested in a diplomatic solution to the problems and the global conflicts in this world. Again, he is a peacemaker in chief. He is the peace through strength president. And so if there's a chance for diplomacy, the president's always going to grab it. But he's not afraid to use strength as well, I will add. Francesca.
Thanks, Caroline. What exactly would a deal with Iran need to entail?
no enrichment of a uranium, and it would absolutely not. Iran is not absolutely not able to achieve a nuclear weapon.
That's wild though. But they're in a nuclear proliferation, so you're pretty much telling me that we can just impede on their freedom to have nuclear energy. We're not even willing to hit a baseline with them on, oh, well, like you guys have nuclear energy, but you can't like have this percentage of enrichment uranium in your uranium. So yeah, like I said, we went from like low key saying, yeah, y'all can have a little bit to hard lining and saying you guys can't have anything. And this is exactly why Iran is not favorable towards our deal, and this is why they're lashing out. Which, well, honestly, another reason why they're lashing out as well is because Israel done struck them twice.
President has been very clear about that. And by the way, the deal that Special Envoy Witkoff proposed to the Iranians was both realistic and acceptable within its terms. And that's why the president is sent that deal to them.
To follow up on what you told Natalie, are the talks that the United States is currently having with Iran direct, or are those through intermediaries? And if so, which countries are acting as the intermediary right now?
Out of respect for the ongoing discussions and negotiations, I am not going to get into the details of them. We've provided you confirmation for now. Go ahead. Sure, and then behind you too.
Oh, okay. So thanks. Sorry. On the topic of negotiations and talks, does the president have any hopes or specific expectations for the talks tomorrow between European foreign secretaries and their Iranian counterpart?
Well, certainly the entire world is on the president's side when it comes to the fact that Iran cannot obtain a nuclear weapon. This is something that pretty much all of humanity, except for the Iranian terrorist regime themselves, agree upon. And so the president expects that Europe will deliver that message directly to the Iranians.
Why does President Trump believe that this 90-day extension on TikTok will provide more runway perhaps than the previous extensions that haven't led to a divestment deal?
Because it's more time to make a good deal. Simple question. Dasha?
Thank you so much. I know things are going day by day right now. The president wants maximum optionality. Is the possibility of the U.S. getting involved in regime change in Iran at all on the table at this point? And then I have one on
Sure. The president's top priority right now is ensuring that Iran cannot obtain a nuclear weapon and providing peace and stability in the Middle East.
And on Medicaid, Caroline,
Sure.
the Senate put forward Medicaid provisions, particularly a lower cap on state provider taxes that hospitals have said would lead to mass closures, particularly in rural communities. Is the president willing to sign a bill that includes those provisions that Republicans...
Think about it. On that 60% logic alone and it going linear, wouldn't that be a reason not to attack Iran? Like, let's say we can't get to them in time and they find a way to detonate that bomb. I mean, wouldn't that be like, aren't we kind of risking it, taking a huge risk, to be quite honest? Unless we're 100% sure we can just get the job done.
senators like Josh Hawley say will lead to hospital closures.
Out of respect for the ongoing discussions that the White House is very much actively involved in with our friends in the United States Senate, I won't comment on that specific provision. Look, the bill hasn't been sent to the president's desk yet. There's more room for change. The president, for one, I will reiterate, has been very clear on his priorities with respect to Medicaid. He wants to see waste, fraud, and abuse ridden from the system to protect it for tax-paying citizens who deserve those much-needed benefits. He wants to prioritize the sick, the needy, the poor in this country who deserve those benefits, not the 1.4 million illegal aliens who are receiving them. And he wants to make sure this one big, beautiful...
Now, guys, I know I'm about to like blow a lot of y'all minds with this, but like, I don't see Iran as the most honestly sane country in the world. But I also don't see them as the villains that our media tries to paint the whole like country as. Like, are we painting all Iranians as these radical extremists? Or, because like I said, I mean, you can't call them all radical extremists, then call for regime change, and then call for the Iranian people to overthrow their government. I mean, what are we saying here, guys? What are we saying? This is why it's very hard for me to believe that this Iranian government is just the evil piece of shit that they label them for. And trust me, I've seen all the propaganda, but I mean, we've done the same propaganda to other leaders, and let's be real, their people had great things to say about that. I mean, Gaddafi. So let's be honest, the man was doing good stuff for his country, but we fear-mongered on that man and got him killed. Didn't help Libya at all. So, like I said, I see the propaganda, I hear it, but I'm just not going to go right off in the cliff of just hating all Muslims and then thinking that we should just bomb the shit out of Iran. and just thinking that these guys are being led by Satan or whatever. I'm like, I don't know about that one, guys.
Bill kicks those illegal aliens off of this program to preserve it and protect it and strengthen it for the American people. And the president has been very clear in that message to his friends in the Senate. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure.
Logistically, if the Iranians are getting to Geneva, does that mean they found a...
See, sis, I would love to agree with you, but I mean, Pakistan trusts Iran, China trusts Iran, Russia trusts Iran, and these are all of our enemies. So all of our enemies trust Iran. So we can't sit there and say that nobody trusts them. Like I said, I try to say this, guys, try not to walk into this with the same mindset that they led you in through 9/11 with this Islamophobic Muslim hate that you guys are going to carry into this. Don't do that. Don't let them run on your fear. Don't let them make you have a hatred for Muslims. This is the same shit they ran in 9/11, and we're doing it again. Like, come on now. Let's pull back this hate for Muslims and let's try to see with some clear eyes here.
way to get to the White House?
I am not going to get into hypotheticals, but as you heard from the president yesterday, they have...
And no, I'm not a Muslim. Trust me, I align more Christianity than anything, but I have Muslim people. I have Muslim friends, Muslim family members, and trust me, these are not the evil people you try to make them out to be, or the media tries to frame them to be all of a sudden. I don't understand where this comes from. Actually, no, I do. Every time there's a spite in Muslim hate or there's a spite in Islamophobia, we're always getting led into a war. It's kind of funny how that works out, huh? But shout out to my man Monty. It's a rock and a hard place dilemma. I misspoke. It's exponential, and it's not an Iranian people. The extremists in the government and people who live under dictators say their dictator are great. North Korea? Yeah, bro. North Korea, that guy spends hella on his propaganda to make him seem like the best man in the world. Some fat, spoiled kid as their leader. Sorry, Kim Jong, but let's be real. You're like, that's their leader, but this man, through propaganda, his people worship him. Now, who's to say that's not the same in Iran? And then who's to say that just because we disagree with the leader, we're just trying to pretty much paint the picture as, oh, well, people don't agree with him either, so just topple him. Who's to say? But nah, shout out to my man Montgomery. And that is a baller alert. Hold on, man. Appreciate the support. All right, I like how we got a lot of thoughts going in here, man. Shout out.
Expressed interest in doing so.
There's a lot of pressure on the president to come to the aid of Israel. There's a lot of pressure on him to finish the job with force. How is he balancing the concern that if he doesn't choose to do that, that it would send a message to Xi Jinping about the U.S. commitment to Taiwan?
Well, the president enjoys a very respectful and cordial relationship with China's president. He has long maintained that.
Oh, and shout out Brittany K. Appreciate the support, sis. Go ahead and hit me up in the email and get you into the Discord, the members only Discord. Appreciate the support.
Even in his first term. And China and the United States share many strategic interests, both in terms of economics and also, of course, global affairs and foreign policy as well. However, when it comes to balancing these different viewpoints, the president is balancing a lot of viewpoints, and he is listening not just to other world leaders, but to his advisors and to people here in the country and the American people too. And I think that's what makes this president such a great leader. Is his...
I ain't gonna lie, I have to catch it right there and say, well, is Tulsi Gabbard not an advisor, or we're just gonna know our director of national intelligence? Like, so what? Like, what do you? Can I ask you that?
Ability to listen and make a good decision on behalf of the American public based on his instincts and his experience. Don't forget, this is a president who was here before, and the world was a much more peaceful and stable place when he left office than when he came back in after the past 4 years of complete incompetence by the previous president. Philip, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Two quick questions. When the president says Iran is very close to a nuclear weapon, is he relying on U.S. intelligence or intelligence sharing from an ally to make that assessment?
Exactly, because it can be U.S. intelligence. She got to watch how she answers this, and I hope she does. Because if you say U.S. intelligence, she's going to sound stupid because, well, Tulsi Gabbard pretty much just made a statement saying that they don't have it. And unless she comes out and make a statement saying that they do, then you guys are kind of going against your own intelligence agency. So what is it?
It is a fact, and the United States government maintains this fact, that Iran has never been closer to obtaining a nuclear weapon.
And then if the U.S. were to take some type of military action.
No, sis. By who? Who told you this? Was it the people that you hired to do it? Because right now you're ignoring Tulsi. Or was it the Mossad? Like, who's giving you this information?
Would the president go to Congress to seek war authority?
I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals. I gave you the statement from the president. He'll make a decision within 2 weeks. Sure. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline.
Mary and then Elizabeth.
2 questions, one on Iran and then the second on something Jasmine Crockett said this morning. So given that we know the Iranian government did order an operative to assassinate the president,
I mean, you can't argue with that. No, you really can't. We were safer last time, so I do give Trump a little latitude. No, me too. Like I said, I'm giving Trump the grace of, he's betraying MAGA. And I'm like, whoa, guys, let's wait till he gets us into the war before we just say that. Okay? It's like, I hope he doesn't. I don't believe he wants to. But before we say he betrayed MAGA, let's wait until he actually betrayed MAGA. Because that means him betraying MAGA would be him getting us into a war, which he has not yet. Or he has not, at all. He may not at all. So, like I said, before we jump off the cliff, let's give my man some grace and let's be like, well, he didn't do it last time. He might find a way around it this time. Let's go. Let's see what happened, guys. Like I said, right within 2 weeks. We'll see.
is there concern that Iran might respond with non-traditional military ways to some kind of strike on Iran, such as another assassination attempt? And has the Department of Justice looked into this last attempt on the president's life?
I believe Secret Service and the FBI have looked into the 2 assassination attempts that took place against the president, both of which were sad days in our nation's history. So I would defer you to the Department of Justice on where those investigations stand. But as for your question regarding Iranian retaliation, I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals again, but I can assure the American public and the world that this administration is prepared and ready to defend American interests and assets, not just in the region, but here on our homeland as well.
Thank you. And then really quick on Jasmine Crockett, she said, I believe, that Trump supporters are mentally ill before calling for bipartisan support against the president. Can you respond to that, especially considering she's a rising star in the Democrat Party right now?
She is a rising star. It's quite something to behold, actually. I hope that she continues to be a rising star for the... All
right, quick footage coming in from Israel real quick. Let's go ahead and take a good look at it because, it does seem to be getting real out there in Israel. Crazy enough. But, yeah, this is what we're dealing with right now. Let me go and turn that sound on. Yeah, missile struck. Pretty much inflamed 2 cars. And I'm just getting, I'm just getting it in as they come in. It's like the ones from Iran coming in, the one from Israel comes in, I will be showing both sides.
Republican Party, at least. I think it's incredibly derogatory to accuse nearly 80 million Americans of mental illness. The last time I checked, Jasmine Crockett couldn't dream of winning such a majority of the public as President Trump did. And
that's the problem, though, with the left. It's the condescending left. It's like they just think they're smarter than everybody. And they think they're smarter than all 77 million Trump voters. And it's like, yeah, you see why nobody wants you guys in like power? Because you think you're better than everybody. And those who usually think like that tend to take all the power for themselves. Those tend to be the real dictators.
The America First movement, which President Trump has built, is filled of hardworking patriots, the forgotten men and women, business owners, law enforcement officers, nurses and teachers, and middle America, as we all know, from where you all grew up, outside of this beltway. That's who makes up this president's movement. And Jasmine Crockett should go to a Trump rally sometime and she can see it for herself. Jennifer.
One on North Korea and one on China. On North Korea, they launched some rockets into the ocean today. What does the White House make of that? Do you read any meaning into that timing of that launch? And then on China, do you have any reaction to Xi Jinping's offer of intervening in Iran diplomatically? And are you seeing any signs that China would get involved militarily to support Iran?
I don't believe we're seeing any signs of that at this moment in time. As for Xi Jinping's offer, I will leave it to the president to respond to that himself. As for your question about North Korea, we are monitoring the situation. The Trump administration is in close contact with our new South Korean counterparts as we work together to deter our adversaries and preserve a free and open Indo-Pacific. And no matter where, our adversaries and our allies alike know that President Trump will not tolerate threats against our interests on his watch, even as he works to resolve the wars that he inherited.
Question.
Alex, go ahead, and then I'll come to you.
Thank you. Is the president concerned about the economy if farms and hotels, et cetera, struggle to find workers?
The president's always concerned about the economy. That's on his mind every day. He wakes up, he checks the markets, he checks wage growth. As I pointed out, it's a record high today for middle class and American workers. So the president's always wanting to ensure that we have a strong and robust economy for the American people and worker, and we do. As for the specific concerns regarding jobs, look, the president has made it very clear we need to remove public safety threats from the interior of our country, and that remains the focus and the priority of this administration when it comes to deportations, no matter where somebody works. If they're an illegal alien rapist or murderer that was allowed into this country in the past 4 years by this administration, the American people want those types of criminals to be deported from our country, and that's what the president is backing ICE to do.
Thanks. There was an apparent skirmish between the Chinese and the Philippines in the South China Sea. Just curious if you had any reaction to that, and if the steps you're taking towards the Middle East right now are reducing your capacity to deal with that situation.
I believe that happened as I was preparing and coming out here, so we'll get you a response to that. Certainly we have one, and our teams are always monitoring situations all around the globe.
I mean, well, due to China's economic collapse right now, the only way out of it is to take over Taiwan. I mean, that does seem to be the only way out of this whole economic collapse they're going through. They got a whole bunch of riots going down, and it's honestly because of their shady trading tactics and the way they handle their, well, budgeting or their debt. But yeah, I can see why China wants to get into a war right now with the Philippines, get into it with the islands in the Philippines, and mainly with Taiwan. That's really what they're going for. It's all about going for Taiwan, seeing that Taiwan's economy might be the thing that saves their ass.
Okay, and then one more just on Iran. Just over the past 24 hours, we've seen some Israeli strikes on Natanz, Isfahan, and Kondab nuclear facilities. Is there any assessment just of how effective or what the result of those strikes will be?
What I can share is that the IDF and Israel, I think, have exceeded a lot of people's expectations in their ability to really hinder Iran's nuclear facilities.
I mean, I don't know. Here's the thing. Yeah, they've definitely took out Iran's nuclear capacity in my eyes. I mean, you went after nuclear scientists, you hit most of their nuclear bases. The only one you ain't hit is the one damn near buried in the mountain. And that's the one that they're going for. But the problem is that you can't stop Iran's ballistic missiles. Well, you can stop the ballistic missiles, but not the hypersonic ones that seem to be landing in Israel almost every day. Then it's almost just like how Iran can't stop Israel's ballistic missiles because, well, they don't really have an air defense force or an air defense mechanism like Israel does, like the Iron Dome. So we're pretty much hitting Iran off the lack of defense, and Iran is hitting us just off the technological advancement of their missiles.
But also they've taken out key people in the Iranian regime's leadership as well. So this is something, of course, we are monitoring and watching every day. And the president was just in an intelligence briefing. He continues to be briefed by his National Security Council, and he will throughout the duration of this war and conflict. And he also remains in constant communication with our Israeli counterparts, most notably Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Kristen.
Thank you, John. We have heard from a number of U.S. officials who say that Iran doesn't want to make a deal, that they are just stringing the United States along.
Hey guys, let me just show you some footages that I've personally been seeing from all over. So yeah, and this is in Israel. This is the problem, like I said, because I'm seeing all the missile strikes that are happening in Iran, but the ones in Israel, is being hidden by the media. So trust me, Fox ain't gonna show you. They're not gonna pretty much show you what I'm about to show you here about pretty much these missile strikes happening in the street. I mean, it's a tragedy. It really is. Like, they hit the Microsoft building. They literally hit the Microsoft building. In Israel, hit the Microsoft building. Most likely because, I ain't gonna lie, that's probably where they do keep a good amount of their intelligence gathering or their intelligence information. I could absolutely see that. And then we got over here in a city in Israel where it's Beersheba. Yeah, I think a high-rise apartment was hit.
תראי, זה עדיין מתפוצץ, מטל. תראי, זה עדיין מתפוצץ, מטל.
Yeah.
תראי, זה עדיין מתפוצץ, מטל.
It's like, for some reason, they don't want to show that, though. They do not want you to let you in on this. And I have no idea why. I think they should be fair that both sides are actually taking damage. instead of lying to the American people, this thinking that, oh, only one side is taking damage. Israel's doing such a oh so impressive job. All right, then why the hell are they waiting for us to get involved?
Say that they are not going to continue to do so if we continue to give them extensions, now 2 weeks before 60 days.
Look, Iran is in a very weak and vulnerable position because of the strikes and the attacks from Israel. And with respect to the president's statement, I shared that with all of you. And he has been very direct and clear. Iran can and should make a deal. We sent a deal to them that was practical, that was realistic, or they will face grave consequences.
Why is Steve Witkoff not participating in the talks this week?
I can ask Mr. Witkoff why he is not.
Thanks, Caroline. Does the president object if Israel attempts its own operation against Fordo in the next 2 weeks?
I won't decide that for the president, nor will I share that here. I'll let him speak to that.
And then just another one. Iran is apparently warning Europeans that if struck by the U.S., it may withdraw from the nuclear proliferation treaty. That would result in throwing out inspectors and taking the program dark. What does the president think of the value of having Iran as a full signatory of that treaty?
Well, that's reckless rhetoric, but I understand the Europeans are meeting with the Iranians tomorrow, so we'll see how that meeting goes.
Just one more on Juneteenth. Does the
Nikki.
president plan to commemorate the holiday today or make any comment on it?
I'm not tracking his signature on a proclamation today. I know this is a federal holiday. I want to thank all of you for showing up to work. We are certainly here. We're working 24/7 right now. Nikki, go ahead.
Actually, that was my question. Will he plan to mark Juneteenth in any way, either today or with an event later on, maybe next week?
Sure. I just answered that question for you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Caroline. The fact that this president is giving some time and space for diplomacy, another 2 weeks, does it mean that the president is trying his best to avoid a direct conflict with Iran?
I think the president has made it clear he always wants to pursue diplomacy, but believe me, the president is unafraid to use strength if necessary. And Iran and the entire world should know that the United States military is the strongest and most lethal fighting force in the world, and we have capabilities that no other country on this planet possesses.
Lady, Trump, neocons. Nobody's saying that we're gonna lose. Okay, we know we can beat their ass. We know we can win against Iran. Okay, nobody's saying that we're gonna lose. We're just saying that we're not gonna beat them without you losing American lives. We're not gonna beat them without losing fathers and brothers and cousins and family members. Okay, that's the problem there. And then, like I said, we're once again going in on the trust me, bro. We can either confirm or deny that they have a bomb. Or even if they're going towards a bomb, like we can't even confirm nor deny that. We're just going off the 60% enrichment.
Possesses. Owen.
Caroline, good afternoon. The Supreme Court, as you know, has upheld Tennessee's ban on transgender medical procedures for minors, puberty blockers, hormone therapy, etc. The White House reaction to that, please.
That's a huge victory for America's children, and it's obviously something this administration believes strongly in, that young minor children should not be allowed to be subjected to chemical castration and mutilation. The president himself has taken very strong orders, or has signed very strong executive orders on this, and we are grateful for Tennessee's efforts to protect our children, and we are grateful the Supreme Court ruled on the side of the law, but also on the side of protecting America's innocent children. Elizabeth, go ahead. Sorry, I skipped you earlier.
Thank you so much. Secretary of State Marco Rubio announced new vetting procedures on student visas. Will this serve as a model for vetting other foreign visas?
For all foreign visas, yes. As you know, the president signed an executive order, I think it was one of the first he signed in the first week, to strengthen our vetting requirements and our vetting system here in the United States for all visas. He directed the Secretary of State to do that. There was a pause in some of that vetting, as you all know, recently, especially with respect to students from some certain countries. But the vetting has continued, and it's stronger than ever before. As for specifics on how the vetting process has changed, I would defer you to the Department of State. As you know, they're in charge of things like that.
And shout out to my man Montgomery. You bring me to the wild clip of the show. I know, right? The wild clip of the show always tends to be something pretty wild and thought-provoking. It makes you think, damn, is that really going on out here in these streets? Well, yeah, actually, yes. Yes, that's people who actually think like this. So, and shout out to my man Montgomery. He says, protect the kids. Yes, protect the kids. Unlike this guy, he don't believe in protecting kids.
Are you in the IDF?
Yes.
Do you plan on killing kids in the future, Palestinian kids?
I want to bomb Gaza. I don't care about the kids. I don't care about the civilians. I don't care about them.
So you'll bomb them? You'll bomb the civilians? And
Yes, I will bomb. I will bomb Gaza. I
Oh,
will
wow.
destroy Gaza.
Wow. There are 1 million kids in Gaza. You want them to die?
I want all Gaza die.
You want half of Gaza are children. You want them to die?
I want to bomb Gaza. I want to make it a mall.
Are you joking, or is this how you actually feel?
No, I'm dead serious.
You are very serious? You want all of Gaza to be gone?
Yes.
You want the 1 million kids in Gaza, the children, the babies, you want them to die?
All the children there will die. I don't care.
You're evil.
Kill
You're
or be
disgusting.
killed.
And you think this is normal. The way you're talking to me right now is that you were expecting me to
Yes.
agree with you because you have been taught since a young age that this is normal. The indoctrination is insane. There is a problem with you and your society. You need help. Free Palestine.
Well, well. I mean, conversations that you get over the internet, huh?
Thank you. To what extent is this 2-week delay with Iran the result of interventions by the likes of Tucker Carlson?
Yeah, literally. He said, bro said, F them kids. Like, Jesus. I know. I was like, whoa. Like, okay. See, that's that rhetoric that some of these pro-Israel guys kind of be carrying. It's like, I know it's not like that, but you guys are coming kind of close. I'm not even going to lie. You're a little bit close to having that genocidal rhetoric I was talking about. Genocidal language.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, or the entreaties of European leaders who want a de-escalation?
Look, the president hears all voices across the country, and he makes decisions based on his instincts. And he has always said diplomacy is his first option.
And is he still planning to attend the NATO summit next week?
He is, yes. We will be departing from Washington on Monday morning, and hopefully we'll see some of you there. Kayla.
Thanks, Caroline. Oil prices have been spiking over the last week. Is the president watching the oil market, and is that factoring into his decision making in the Middle East?
Again, as I said to, I think, Alex's question previously, the president is always watching, and this administration is doing more than any in history to bring oil prices and gas prices here at home down for the American public. They have been plummeting since President Trump's inauguration because of the executive action and the federal action this administration has taken on the home front. But yes, of course, he's paying attention and monitoring that. But as for whether it's weighing in...
Yeah, it's going to go up because you're threatening war with Iran. I mean, this was going to happen. I mean, we all foreseen that. Yeah, this pipeline and the fact that they control this certain trade route that 30% of the global oil goes to, and they said that they're going to shut it down if America intervenes. Yeah, that was going to raise oil prices. So, like I said, this could also mess up almost every aspect of Trump's plan of fixing the economy, bringing down prices to help producers and all that good stuff, especially when it comes to oil and bringing down that energy price. There's another reason why he might just want to, kind of take his foot off the accelerator, honestly. Like, come on, man, pump the brakes a little bit.
Into his decision. There's a number of factors that, of course, are, and as I said, he will make that decision in the next 2 weeks. Can't reiterate that enough. Ouija.
Caroline, thank you.
Now, also, this is also considering that either Trump taps into the oil reserve or he drill as soon as possible to start bringing down those prices.
With regard to a potential deal, Iran has said it will not negotiate under duress. Does the president believe there should be a ceasefire in these next 2 weeks as the U.S. tries to broker a deal?
That's not what he said in the statement he dictated to me, so I won't get ahead of the president or add anything additional to the statement that he gave me the liberty to share with all of you.
And then just to follow up on how close Iran is to a nuclear weapon, can you clarify when the president said a few weeks away, did he mean obtaining enough enriched uranium to start building a weapon, or did he mean Iran is a few weeks away from completing the production of a weapon?
I'm glad you asked that, Ouija. It's an important question, and it's one, frankly, the media has been getting wrong. Let's be very clear. Iran has all that it needs to achieve a nuclear weapon.
True.
All they need is a decision from the supreme leader to do that. And
and that's true. I mean, yeah, but there has been no decision heard by us, by the supreme leader. The supreme leader has pretty much been, I guess, sticking to what? Generating energy. No bomb that we can prove that has been made. No nuclear weapons at all. So, like I said, it is hard to sit here and kind of throw down the gavel on them about nuclear energy when, like I said, we can either confirm nor deny. When Tulsi Gabbard came out pretty much saying that, well, she can't confirm nor deny. Well, really, they said they can confirm that Iran doesn't have a bomb. But like I said, 3 weeks later from her hearing, and now we're going like, oh, they have a bomb. They're oh so close. They're just on the precipice of it. They're right on the tip of it. Set. We gotta go in there and bomb them. I'm like, I don't know about that, guys. I just don't know. And shout out to my man Montgomery. He says, remember, we do not get any oil from Iran. I mean, that is true, but we want to talk about the global Iran's effect on the global supply of oil and how, if that shrinks up, how prices skyrocket on the global supply. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Iran's oil does have effect on the global supply price of oil. That's why they say, if things go down in Iran, oil barrels can go to 300 a barrel because it's going to be the scarcity in the market. Because Iran does add to it, even though we don't buy from them. But they do help bring oil prices down by adding that surplus or that supply to the market.
Take a couple of weeks.
Regardless if we get oil from them or not.
To complete the production of that weapon, which would of course pose an existential threat, not just to Israel, but to the United States and to the entire world. And that is something that the entire world, including countries like Russia, is in agreement with, that Iran should not and cannot obtain a nuclear weapon. And that's why the president believes that, and he's believed that, again, not just his political career, but frankly, his entire life.
So it
Michael.
sounds like it's the former, just to be clear.
Correct.
They have the components. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Michael.
Caroline, as we look forward to the NATO summit next week, Spain right now is threatening not to oblige the president's request for all NATO countries to spend at least 5% of their GDP. Does the president take issue with this, with Spain right now?
I didn't see Spain's comments. I'll make sure the president sees them, and I can assure you he wants to see all European countries pay their fair share and meet that 5% threshold. It's only fair considering the American taxpayers have given a significant chunk of money to the tune of billions of dollars to support our mutual interests and our assured defense. So I will let him speak to that, but he's made his priorities for our European allies quite clear, including Spain.
Thank you, Caroline. One last question. When it comes to the president's position on foreign policy in general, is there a phrase that the White House has coined? Is there a Trump doctrine? Does the president like to talk about this? Anyone here in the White House talking about this? And if so, if there is something akin to a Trump doctrine, how would you define it?
America first, always. And with that, I think I'll leave you. I know there's a lot of news in the world right now. As you know, our team is always here to answer your questions. And the president, I am sure, will take more questions from you guys at some point this week, as he always does in the effort of transparency.
All right, now let's get over to this. Let's go over to the strike on the hospital. Because like I said, now this is what they are talking about on, social media right now. Is that the Iranian regime targets hospitals. I know, right? Like, how could they? How could they attack hospitals? That's a war crime. And we would actually hear them out if they weren't doing the same thing in Gaza. I mean, yes, if Israel didn't do the same thing in Gaza, trust me, we would hear y'all out completely. But this was going down. They literally bombed the hospital while claiming that there is military assets under the hospital, which is, wild, because it's kind of the same reason that they gave for attacking Gaza's hospitals. They're saying, well, there's Hamas. There's an Hamas cell under the hospital. We had to blow it up. Well, karma's a bitch, ain't it? Look, this is Iran right now. There's military assets under their hospital. We have to blow it up right now. You see how it sounds crazy, guys? It ain't right. It just ain't right, man, on both sides. No matter who it is. I don't care who it is. It just ain't right, and it should be stopped, and it should be condemned. But it's really hard to sit here and condemn this oh-so-evil regime of, let's be real. It's hard to condemn this oh-so-evil regime of Iran when we just sat here and watched Israel do it with nothing to say. I said something, but a lot of people were sitting there with their mouth closed, trying to rationalize it in every way, shape, and form. But now that it's happening to Israel, I hope that you guys are able to rationalize the same way you were against the Palestinians. When it's happening to them, please have that same energy, have that same thought, the same rationale. Keep that.
Number one story in the world right now, Israel releasing footage of an airstrike on an Iranian heavy water reactor in Arak, A-R-A-K. The latest attack on Iran's nuclear program, sending massive plumes of smoke into the air.
And smoke seen over southern Israel after Iran carried out a direct strike on a hospital. A series of strikes by Tehran.
And shout out to my man Frank Un. Shout out. Nuclear energy facilities are not built 200 feet down inside a mountain. Fordo has been a known enrichment facility since Obama shut it down. I mean, yeah, but here's the thing, my friend. Do you want to go to war over that? Do you want to put American lives on the line over that? Do you want to waste American taxpayer dollars, trillions of dollars over that? I mean, if Israel can't do it themselves, then it is what it is. And here's the thing. We go down there, we shut it down. I mean, if Israel can't do it themselves and we do, we risk American lives. We find out that there were no bombs in there, nothing being made, no nukes. Then what? Then what, brother? Because then we went in there for the same BS with the weapons of mass destruction. Then what? I always say I want to go in there off the facts. I don't want to go in there off the trust me, bro. Yeah, I trust me. They got it. We're for sure. Like, no, you're not. Nobody knows what these guys got in Iran but missiles. All we know is they got an Islamic terrorist regime and missiles. That's all we know. Let's be real here. But I do appreciate the support, my man Frank. Appreciate it.
Injuring at least 89 people in and around Tel Aviv.
And trust me, I agree. But on what though? What are you trying to do, my friend? Like, how far are you willing to go to get them to shut it down? Do we really need to go in there and bomb it? I mean, is that going to save Israel? Is that going to save us? Like I said, and here we go. I'm going to keep hinging on this. Are you sure they're producing bombs in there? Because if they're not, and we just did this on a trust me, bro, then let's be real. We're going to only make the situation worse in Iran. Because I mean, the entire Iranian people are going to look at us as villains because we're like, well, we told you we didn't have it. You bombed us thinking that we had it. You came in, didn't find nothing. Now what, America? Oh, and then you want to go to replace us with, then you want to go replace our leader with somebody different. A leader that already submitted to the Israeli regime. You want to put that guy in as the new head of Iran? I mean, bro, can we please think this out all the way through?
So let's go right to Mike Tobin. He is live in Israel at the scene of one of those Iranian strikes. Mike?
I mean, you're not, he's like, and I get it. I get it. Let's see. War is an ugly game. They would do the same to Israel. Israel got a bomb. That's the thing. We all know Israel got a nuke. So, no, they didn't. Everybody in that region knew Israel had a nuke. That's what I'm saying. That logic fails on its own, my friend. You can't say that, oh, well, if Israel was making a bomb, they would have bombed them. Israel got a bomb. They have a nuclear facility that nobody knows about. So how dare us sit there and criticize Iran for having some type of secret nuclear program when Israel got one? Half of us, the world knows about it, but we don't call them out. Like, come on, guys. Let's be honest here, bro. Let's be honest. We're just doing this because we're being fear-mongered into it. Because when we have all these arguments, they don't stand up to truth. They don't stand up to logic. Like, I get you what you're saying, dog. Trust me. They would do the same to Israel. I know. Actually, no, we can't say that. Sorry. Because Israel's been doing it the whole time and nobody's attacked them. Nobody's went in there and said we must destroy Israel's nuclear facility. Not Iran, Afghanistan, not even the Palestinians. And they all have very good reason to do so. But they didn't. I mean, even our own president tried to take care of their nuclear facility. And look what happened to him. So you can't sit there and say that, oh, the same thing would happen to Israel. Because it didn't. And I kind of wish it did. I'm gonna be real with you. I kind of wish it did. I kind of wish we did go in there as America. I mean, back when JFK asked him to stop, I wish he went in there then and stopped it. Because then we'd be able to have this argument about Iran and be like, yeah, well, look at them. Look at the bad guys. But we can't because we're helping support one of the bad guys as well. If they have a secret nuclear program that we don't know about, well, so does Israel. Like, can we call them out too then? Since we're over here pointing fingers? I'm just saying. But I was talking about the hospital pimping. Oh, you talking about the hospital and shit. I ain't gonna lie. You're right, big dog. And shout out to my man Frank coming in again. If it saves millions of lives, then yes, they won't let the investigators inside to do their inspections as part of the agreement. This is Bush and Iraq. This isn't Bush and Iraq. I mean, whoa, you talking about Iran? Because I know Iran ain't let them in. I mean, Iran ain't letting them in. And so neither is Israel. And I think they're kind of like I said, how can we judge one? And we're literally on the side of the guys who are giving us the same exact spiel. They won't let no inspectors in on theirs. Neither were Israel. I mean, how can we judge?
Exactly, Ainsley. This is
I'm
Ramat
just saying,
Gan,
it
where the
feels a little
cleanup
harsh
is
here, guys.
underway right now. Ramat Gan is on the east side of Tel Aviv. And as I step out of the shot, I can give you an idea of just how powerful the warhead was on.
And I'm be real with you, dog. Like about the hospital, we can't judge about the hospital when we just sat there and watched Israel take out every hospital in Gaza and said nothing about it. We said nothing, and they took out every hospital. But now everybody would have everyone's outraged over a hospital that's hitting Israel, which you should be, But let's not sit here and go, and say that, these guys are such villains and all this good stuff. I mean, we just watched these same guys, Israel, bomb the hell out of Gazan hospitals. You guys are okay with it. So I'm not saying you should be okay with Iran bombing Israel, but I think you guys should kind of understand where karma comes into this.
On that missile as it came through. The damage here stretches over several blocks. You've got a lot of apartment buildings, businesses, retail that are in here. The balconies are destroyed, windows.
And that's what I'm saying. It's like, shout out to my man Hellbat, but is that what I'm saying? It's like we have all this judgment for Iran when Israel be doing the same shit. Like, what? Come on, guys. Let's be fair. Let's be fair here. Like, I'm all for criticizing the Iranian regime, but let's show that same criticism towards Israel, and let's not act so blind or so critical of just one side only.
Those are broken out for blocks around the.
Oh, my bad, though. But shout out to my man Hellbat. He says Israel doesn't allow any inspectors either. Besides, we are aligning with the agitators. With more agitator makes it. I mean, low key though. Yeah, you're right. We are agitating my bad. We are agitating the agitators with the more agitator. Make it make sense. Good point. I mean, let's be real. Iran didn't attack Israel. Israel attacked Iran twice. So we want to sit here and claim that these guys are just crazy. You can't trust them, but they were sitting there chilling in peace talks. Israel's the one who jumped off the chain there. So we want to try to assassinate their character and all this good stuff, but if we just look at the current situation of these peace deals and the negotiation, I mean, Israel's been acting in bad faith this whole time, and nobody's saying nothing about it.
Impact zone, and what?
Things you might. If we're being fair, Israel did not say death to America, and you skipped my chat. Did I? Hold on here. Where it is, my man? Here it is. He says, we aren't going in because there are bombs. We're going in because they are close to a bomb. But how long have they been saying we're close to a bomb, Montgomery? For 15 years? And we're just going to go on the same. Trust me, bro. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I get that argument. But when you're using the same argument that you're using for 15 years, it kind of falls on deaf ears at a certain point, and it falls under heavy speculation. How long have they been close to a bomb, my man? For 15 years. So we're going to go off that same argument that we've been lied to and that we went into conflicts on that same lie. I'm just saying, dog, it just doesn't really seem like something we should just go on. But all right. And shout out, he says, if we're being fair, Israel does not say death to America. And I get that. But here's the thing. I like to understand why people say death to America. Because, and like I said, I don't agree with it, but I like to understand people. I just don't like to think that they just sit here and just hate us for no reason. I mean, that's what they said with Osama. They said Osama hated American freedom, when really he hated the fact that we supported Israel in taking over Palestine, but in pretty much assaulting Palestine. Like, let's be real. They keep painting us one vision of these leaders, and then they come around. We find out that he has some speech saying that, nah, that wasn't the reason. It was this. It was completely different. So as much as I want to agree with you and say, yeah, they saying death to America, F them, why are they saying that? Like, why? I just don't like to just leave things period point blank. If somebody's saying F you, and let's say it's your friend or your family member, you just don't leave it at period point blank. You just be like, oh, why do you feel that way? Even when you think about somebody, I don't know, in government, when somebody has some criticism like, oh, fuck Ted Cruz. Oh, damn, why you feel that way about Ted Cruz? Death to Ted Cruz. Damn, hold on. Why you feel that way? Why not ask them, or not at least look into it on why do they feel this way about America? And I'll tell you why. Because we've been trying to go against their very way of life for years. And they'd have watched us topple down all of their allies one by one and watched us do it. I mean, if we sat there and watched the country take down Mexico, Canada, Europe, all before our eyes, we would be chanting death to them too, I'm pretty sure.
See a lot of the trash is being pushed out of the high rise right now, so you might see some debris coming down. Also, Holon on the south side of Tel Aviv. That's an older residential area that took a direct hit, and a hospital called Soroka in the southern part of Israel was hit. When you talk about the dozens of people who were injured, most of those injuries are light. And spoke with a paramedic out here this morning that says the reason you don't have more serious injuries is simply because the Israeli people are listening to those sirens.
The population is highly committed to the security and safety here, and we can see that even from rockets like this one, very little or few casualties because people are turning to the shelters and staying
Thank
safe
God.
when the alarm sounds.
And thank God for the underground bunkers that these guys have, because that's what led to very few Israeli casualties. Why? Because I'm gonna be real with you. Shout out to Israel, because they knew what was coming. They said, yeah, we know they're about to overly strike us, but they got underground bunkers or people can hide under, and I'm actually, they'll be all right. There are still deaths going around and all that because, like I said, Iran is striking at all times of the day, and you can't catch it all the time. And when you think they stop, they're right back at it. And here's the thing: Israel's striking the hell out of Tehran. I mean, they've been an onslaught on Tehran as the days go on. So, like I said, both sides are taking damage. Both sides are seeing death. But I'll tell you this right now. I mean, Iran is seeing way more death than Israel. I'll tell you that right now. And shout out to our man Funk Un. He says, he said, bro, look at early 70s Iran and post-revolution. I get it. I get that they went through a whole regime change and all that good stuff. But yeah, that still doesn't discount what I just said, how they just watched all their enemies get taken out before them. And every time we had a regime change, had it ended in the best option for us? No, not at all. Not at all. Well, go ahead and highlight your chat right there. But shout out to our man Monty. He says they knew because Iran told them. Iran told them. Bro, Iran just said death to America, Monty. They said death to America. They didn't sit there and say it's death to America because you guys did this, that, and the third. No. I mean, think about it. That was the same thing they said with Saddam Hussein. Remember that. They said, oh, because he hates your American freedom. The man came out and literally said, no, we love your American freedom. We love everything about America. We just hate your bullshit government that supports Israel. That was literally the argument of one of the, honestly, the most radical Islamic leaders of our time. That we said who hated American freedom, but we were wrong. We said who has weapons of mass destruction, we were wrong. But look at us going into somewhat seems like the same lie again. I'm not saying that it is. I'm just saying it seems like it.
Following the ballistic missile attack, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu took to X and posted, we, meaning Israel, will exact a price from the tyrants in Iran. What did he mean by that? Israeli fighter jets were active over Iran today. They hit a nuclear weapons development facility in the town of Natanz, but also hit an inactive heavy water reactor in the town of Iraq.
Actually, I hear from Iranian people. Yeah, I mean, shoot, Iranian people's all on Twitter. They have their Twitter spaces and all that nice stuff. I mean, they got Iranian reporters and all that good stuff. So, yeah, that's where I get the info. Let's be real. I mean, who'd you rather listen to? The propaganda that our country places on people or the people themselves? Like, who do you think you're going to get a more honest opinion for? And I'm not going to flat out believe the Iranians because they've been wrong on some things. But I'm going to be real with you when it comes to how they feel and how they're talking about how they feel towards Israel, how they feel towards America. I'm going to listen to them come be like, yeah, why do y'all guys chant this? Why do you have a hatred of America? And I'll be real with you, it is all because of our support of Israel. I mean, period, point blank. That's really what they hit us with. I mean, that's what Saddam Hussein hit us with, and we didn't want to listen. Oh, my bad. Or Osama bin Laden. That's what bin Laden hit us with, and we didn't want to listen. They're hitting us with the same damn thing, and we still ain't listening. But that's just the way that our propaganda plays us.
So it's still very active scene over Iran, and the Israelis say they.
And shout out, man. We got to go ahead and open up that call-in line for you guys. I appreciate the support, guys. All right, guys. A shout out to my man Hellbases. Personally, I'd rather focus more on China. I mean, yeah, to be quite honest.
Have air superiority, so the Israeli fighter jets can pretty much pick off targets at will. Guys, back to you.
You know, Mike, we're just talking, what if people have a job, like if Brian were doing radio, would you be able to do that in one of the bunkers? Because you're interrupted in the middle of your day, and right now it's constant.
Well, you often see guys who will pick up and move to the bunkers in the middle of a live broadcast, and you see that with the local television as well. As far
Yeah, but now, all right, now let's get over to the well. Now, after this video, we're going to go ahead and recap that Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz debate, and we're going to get into some of the reactions of it. But right now, let's get into this exile crown prince. And I always just say, is like, if we really think that Iran wants this guy, then I honestly think that we may be living in a pipe dream. But it would be nice. It would be nice. But first, though, let's listen to some Israeli propaganda. I mean, why not? You might as well hear both sides. Now, let's get right to it. Remember, I mean, this is what they say every time, huh?
For over 4 decades, the Iranian people have lived under fear, control, and repression. This is not just a story about a military force. This is a story about a people yearning for freedom, caught in the middle of a regime that fears the freedom of its own citizens more than any foreign threat. Founded after the 1979 revolution, the IRGC has evolved into a powerful terrorist institution that silences the struggling Iranian people, crushes any opposition, and exports terror beyond Iran's borders, all while claiming to defend Islamic values. In 2009, they shot protesters demanding fair elections. In 2019, they killed over 1,500 civilians in a matter of days during anti-government unrest. And in 2022, the world watched as 22-year-old Mahsa Amini died in the custody of Iran's so-called morality police, sparking a nationwide uprising. Students, women, journalists, Kurds, and Balochis have been and still are persecuted. Through surveillance, torture, executions, and exile, the IRGC has turned the country into a prison for its own people.
And guess what? They're not wrong. I mean, they definitely did all that. They're not wrong. Now, do we need to go ahead and throw American lives into the wind over it? Of course not. What is that what they would like? Well,
for over 4 decades,
seems like
the Iranian
it. I'll be quite honest with you. It seems like it.
In 1979, a massive revolution in Iran brought about the Ayatollah Khomeini to power. The then Shah of Iran and his wife, Her Imperial Majesty Farah Pahlavi, were forced out of their homeland. This is them leaving at the airport. But under the Ayatollahs, the freedom that they promised never materialized. In fact, they cracked down, beating and imprisoning women who refused to wear the hijab, gay Iranians, anyone who dissents. Now the son of the late Shah.
If you went against Islam in any way, shape, or form, that was your ass. I mean, and everybody, that was an atrocity. It's like, damn, okay, like Islam to the strictest law. But then here's the thing, though, and this is what I like to say. I'm just like, well, guys, who are we to try to tell other people how they should live? And then I get it, but remember, we're kind of painting a picture of a regime that we just don't agree with their very way of life. And we live with regimes like this all the time. Like, trust me, they're not the only guys who's doing this that we do business with. It's just that they're just special character that we want to pick out. And like I said, it's not me defending what they do. This is just me honestly saying that, well, why should we care? And this is their country. If their people want to overthrow this rule, they will. They'll find a way. They'll figure it out. So why do we got to get involved? Why do we got to put money into it? American lives and all this good stuff. Don't we have our own problems we got to take care of? Like, I mean, instead of fighting for women's rights and gay rights all over the world, like you remember what they were saying? Remember, they were fear mongering. Remember, it was about protesters, gay rights, and what was it? Protesters, gay rights, and feminism. I mean, let's be real. You guys kind of a rock with these guys on 2 of them. You don't like gays. Some of y'all really don't like gays. Not me, but some of y'all really don't like gays. Some of y'all really don't like feminism. And then the protesting thing, I know that's a bit wild. I mean, we all love protesting, especially when it's to get our freedom of speech out. So that's a bit wild. So like I said, why should we get so involved in their way of life? Why should we try to tell them how they should live and run their regime? And here's the thing, we was able to do business with them regardless of how they ran their country. That's the shocker thing. It's like we're able to work with these guys regardless of how they run their country. For some reason, we just choose to get so involved. Man, I don't know. Imagine somebody try to do that to us. I mean, for real, somebody try to come in and change our way of life, the way Americans live. Yeah, I'll be chanting death to them too. I'll be like, how dare you try to change my American Christian way of life, you bastards.
His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, who has been in exile, is advocating for a new future for Iran. He says he believes that the moment is now. He posted this on social media, quote, "The Islamic Republic has reached its end. It is in..."
I got you, phone. He said, let me in this call in and speak some game. All right, big dog. All right.
In the process of collapsing. Khamenei, like a frightened rat, has gone into hiding underground and has lost control of the situation. What has begun is irreversible. I spoke with him moments ago, the exiled Crown Prince of Iran. Here's our talk. Crown Prince, thank you very much for joining us at this historic moment in time. It's good to have you with us.
Good afternoon, Martha. Good to be with you as well.
Tell me, first of all, Crown Prince, what is your understanding of what is actually the situation on the ground right now in Iran?
The latest report that we have had, Martha, is that the control apparatus of the regime is almost collapsing. And we see more and more of that sort of reports that are coming to us from personnel within the military or intelligence that says so, that it's really falling apart much faster than it was, let's say, last week. The problem, however, is that the regime has cut off the nation from any communication. Internet and even landlines are down. Families that are trying to figure out what's happening to their loved ones cannot communicate. And I hope that we can overcome this problem very soon, so the nation is not detached or unable to communicate, which, as you know, is crucial for anything that needs to be done. The regime is so desperate that it's now taking this initiative to impede on the process. But all
right, guys, we got the call-in link in the post tab, guys. The call-in link has been placed in the post tab.
I know we will overcome this. It's a big challenge, and my competitors are extremely resilient. Many of them have stood, in Tehran, besides those who have left the capital city. And their resolve is amazing. Their courage is really amazing. It's a shout out to them that despite all the hardship, they believe that this time victory is near, and we need that courage and that moral support.
You know, so crazy. I'm just going to say this out loud, bro. I'm just going to say it out loud, okay? Now, throughout history, the USA and other governments have funded so-called protests to take out regimes that they just do not agree with and spread propaganda against those regimes to get the, honestly, the global public opinion against them. So, to be honest, like I said, honestly, when I see these propagandas come out against certain regimes that we're trying to topple, I believe it. Trust me, I believe the history they're telling me. But what I don't believe is that, oh, we need to go in there and fix all this ourselves, or we need to go in there, this needs to be us. I'm like, no, it don't. No, can't convince me on that one, G.
But that the world needs to also give us that this time they're going to be on our side rather than continue thinking that this regime will ever provide a solution. Historic opportunity to put an end to all the problems, not just the nuclear threat, but every other thing that has been associated with this regime ever since it took over. And I think my compatriots have proven that despite the threats, despite the repression, despite being executed, besides being tortured, besides being shot in the eye, they're still in the streets, standing firm. And hopefully at some point, the world will say, now it's time for us to step in and allow for this process to take its natural course, help the Iranian people overcome this regime, because everybody as a result will benefit, not just.
And the thing is, though, I mean, guys, I've been looking for this Iranian uprising. You know, I've been looking for the protesters, and I've been looking, and all I've been seeing is that there are protesters in other country that are, well, Muslim countries that are supporting Iran. I know, right? Muslim, of course, their usual, like Pakistan, Libya, and all those other places are having protests supporting Iran. So I'm trying to find those protesters from inside of Iran that shows that these guys, that the Ayatollah, is trying to be overthrown, which I agree with. I'm pretty sure they are. Like, there's a lot of factions in there. I'm pretty sure that want to gain power. But will that be the best for Iran? I doubt it.
My compatriots, of course, but I think many people around the world will understand how different in Iran, a different Iran could be for all of us.
We know that President Trump is currently considering the use of a bunker buster bomb on the Fordo facility in Iran, which is believed to have a nuclear facility buried deep into the ground. What would you say to President Trump as he considers that option?
One of the concerns that often is associated with hitting nuclear facilities is the risk of radiation. That could be something very important to contemplate. I hope it doesn't get to this point. I think there's enough damage done to the regime without having to take it to the next level. But if the objective finally is for this regime to completely collapse, the better element, much stronger than a bomb and much more effective, are the people themselves. I'll tell you something, Martha. In the past 48 hours, and of course even before that, but especially as a result of this latest campaign, many elements within the military have reached out to me. They're communicating the fact that they're ready to defect, they're ready to peel away from the regime, they're willing to join with the people and demonstrate that to the people. Some elements within the intelligence sector, as well as the bureaucratic setup. We are seeing more and more defections beginning to take place, which is something that I anticipated and I have called for, because they realize that it's pointless to stay there and try to defend a regime that doesn't care about the nation, that doesn't care about our country. And there are, at the end of the day, some proud nationalists. They believe in Iran's territorial integrity. They believe that their job is to protect the nation, not to kill people under the regime's orders. So this element is one of the factors that is beginning to happen. I hope that in any consideration that we have, including President Trump, he realizes that this is something that is beginning to become more and more tangible. So I think a strategic pause might be required at some point to allow that process to demonstrate itself and allow the regime to start falling on its own weight, so to speak. And we are living these moments as I speak to you right now. So I hope it doesn't get to a point that we have to go even further. But again, I'm not a military strategist, nor am I an advisor to the president. I'm just telling you that Iranians would hope that instead of our country being targeted militarily, and as painful as it is as a patriot to see that my country has been attacked, and I've always thought that we should try to avoid at the most possible such confrontation, just because diplomacy has failed. And instead,
all right, man. For what I've been doing and looking at the protests for in Iran is that there are two protests going on, and I mean the peaceful protests, thank God, it hasn't. But there's two oppositions. There's one that are going against the Ayatollah, where they got a bunch of women out there cutting their hair off and all that good stuff. Yeah, I know, right? And pretty much taking off the hijabs, which is dangerous in Iran. I'll tell you that one. I mean, kudos to y'all, man. I mean, shout out. And then there's a side who's all for the dictatorship. And, you know, like I said, there's always that side who's okay with it. And then there's the side who's not. And no, let's get my man Monty in here, man. How you doing, my man?
Good. How's it going tonight?
Man, it's all good. It's all good, brother. What you think about what you think about everything that's going on so far?
So I'm just going to touch right on what you just brought up, the protests in Iran, which I think are pretty telling if they have any protests that are going against the regime, considering we have to remember that their understanding of the world around them is not the same as ours. Like, they have complete state-run media. Like, they're told what to think the whole time. I kind of draw similarities to North Korea, where you take a North Korean and there's several of them that have defected and left the country, and they get out and they're like, this is not what my supreme leader told me, you know?
Yeah,
so
that's what I'm mostly seeing. Like, well, bro, this video here, it literally like came out on Iranian TV. Yes. And there's a whole lot of protesting going on there.
Yeah. So just, I mean,
I'll go ahead.
I was going to say, even like just the smallest little protest over there is akin to us taking up arms in the street and like trying to attempt a coup. Like that's how much they're risking.
Yeah, exactly. And then the worst part about right now is staying peaceful is what I've been hearing. And it's only because there's opposition on the other side. So when there's opposition on the other side, you're like, yeah, we can't get violent because
they'll get murked. Yeah.
And then these guys opposition got the military on their side. So it's like,
exactly.
Not even fair.
allow for the process of change at the hand of the people themselves to take place. So I hope that they consider that as a critical factor, as opposed to our only option after failed diplomacy is further military strikes.
Understood. So you would not want to see the United States use this bunker buster at Fordo. Is that correct? You would discourage that.
Well, I hope that as the regime is crumbling, is that enough of a factor to have neutralized it?
Now, isn't this the enrichment program that they said it's like pretty much in a mountain that they need the bunker busters for? If I'm like,
yes, it is.
Okay, I was just making
it's
sure.
The one,
yeah.
So it's between 200 and 300 feet below like limestone shale and basically natural concrete. So the only real way that you're going to get a meaningful effect on target is one, a bunker buster that, mind you, we've only tested. We haven't actually, it hasn't been war proven. Or you have to get the Israelis in there, because if we're talking about not putting boots on the ground, our boots on the ground, you'd have to have the Israelis infiltrate that, get into it, and sabotage it.
I feel like we're about to meet the Israelis on the airway at one of our naval bases and be like, here, man, just take the keys.
Yeah.
I'm an American. I can't drive it, but you can.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's it. Like what everybody's calling for. I want to make it abundantly clear that when you hear talks of, quote, military action, those are your options. Put boots on the ground via Israel and support them, or have a couple B-2s drop a bunker buster. Those are your only options as far as that goes, as far as our kinetic targets have. Because Israel has their version of a bunker buster, but it can only penetrate like 50 to 100 feet, I think.
See, and hey, I'm okay with the visitor use our bunker buster to go ahead and knock that out. Fantastic. Yeah. As long as we have nothing to do with it, I'm okay. Like any type of fear mongering to get us into this, to get us put boots on the ground, I'm against. But if we want to give these guys a missile and an extra plane, why not?
Well, that is almost a hard line for the United States. We're not going to give up. The ability to drop that is required. You have to have the B-2 bomber to drop it. So we're not going to give our B-2 bombers and say, hey, we know you spy on us all the time and we're quote unquote friends. Yeah, they're not going to do that.
But you want a rental bomber though? Like,
right. Do you want the insurance on it? Like it's a Hertz counter?
Just get your crasher. You got insurance.
Yeah.
But all right, though, let's get into Redacted, and then we're going to get into the video that you missed last night. We're going to get into that Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson.
Well, let's talk about some disgustingness, which is the war right now between Iran.
Oh, and shout out to my man Hellby. He said, how about a little Hell to the Gnaw by Bishop Bullwinkley? Oh, yeah, music interlude time. All right, why not?
On Israel and the U.S. by proxy, of course, and now maybe China by proxy as well. The White House says that President Trump is trying to decide right now about a war with Iran, but he just needs a few weeks to decide. Watch.
Regarding the ongoing situation in Iran, I know there has been a lot of speculation amongst all of you in the media regarding the president's decision-making and whether or not the United States will be directly involved. In light of that news, I have a message directly from the president, and I quote, based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks. That's a quote directly from the president for all of you today. So we'll kick it off for questions here in our new media seat. We have Eli Lake from...
Okay,
that means he doesn't
so that's a
go.
TBD, right? That's a to be determined. We're really not sure whether or not we're going to go to war. The president needs some time to cool his jets, maybe meditate, maybe pray. Are you exhausted reading the tea leaves and then anything we're promised doesn't happen? We don't know what's happening. Well, Seymour Hersh reports just the opposite. He says today in his reporting that a war and an attack on Iran is happening within the next 48 hours over the weekend. His report is chilling and absolutely credible. Given his track record, he's a Pulitzer Prize winning journalist known for exposing the My Lai massacre, CIA abuses, the secret U.S. operations, the U.S. blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline. We trust him pretty much. Here's what he says, that what I've been told is that a war is coming. He says, this is a report on what is most likely to happen in Iran as early as this weekend, according to Israeli insiders and American officials I've relied upon for decades. It will entail heavy American bombing. I have vetted this report with a longtime U.S. official in Washington who told me that all will be under control if Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, departs. Just how that might happen, short of his assassination, is not known. There's a great deal of talk about American firepower.
He can leave and go into exile. There you go.
And targets inside Iran, but little practical thinking, as far as I can tell, about how to remove a revered religious leader.
You're going to treat him like Hamas. It's like, you can leave. You just can't run Iran.
With an enormous following. What the F does that mean, you guys? We really don't know. He's saying that an attack is imminent. They are full on planning for regime change, but they're calling it depart. What does that mean? Depart the planet? Depart the soul? Departs the body? Clayton, any?
Departs, yeah, I mean, gets on a shuttle and heads out somewhere. I mean, I don't exactly know. Iran, though, is ignoring Donald Trump's demand for unconditional surrender. The country's supreme leader shot down Trump's message on saying that there's no way the Islamic Republic will surrender. And the Iranian leader says the U.S. will face irreparable consequences if the military enters the fray. The Ayatollah also said 6 days into this war that the battle begins now. The battle is just beginning. Is this just talk? Is it just bluster? Or are we in for hell on earth as the night unfolds? So what we've seen so far hasn't really been a battle at all. Just like an opening salvo. I spoke to some Israeli friends today in Tel Aviv, former IDF, who said it's about to get very dangerous. Every night they're sleeping in a bunker. Yep. Children going to sleep. They said, my children don't even know that there's a war because around 8:30 every night, that's when the war starts. And that's when we put them to bed inside the bunker.
Can you imagine?
I mean, this is where things are right now. You have civilians, of course, who are going to be caught collaterally in all of this. That's what's happening.
And this was done to them by Netanyahu, by the Netanyahu government that they...
I'm telling you, to be honest, though, I think it's sick when people think that, the Israeli people deserve this and all this good stuff. No, they don't. I mean,
just like the Iranian people don't deserve it.
Yeah, it's like they don't deserve this. They're just victims under the regime that they're under. Nobody deserves all this atrocity, all this war and atrocity. No, we just need regime change on both sides, ironically. On both sides.
Shit. Those kids just want to play Minecraft.
I'm telling you, man, all they want to do is go outside and play and not have to worry about landmines or being blown up by, I'm going to be real with you, honestly, missiles at this point. I can't believe it to say it, but yeah, kids are getting hit by missiles. They're getting hit by explosives, and they're just trying to be kids. And then there's kids just straight up starving.
Do not support that attacked Iran and then declared a state of emergency in their own borders and locked down the airspace so that nobody can leave, using their own people as fodder.
So what we've seen so far hasn't really been a battle at all, I guess. What does he actually mean by that the battle is just beginning? Does he mean that China is coming, that Russia is coming? A few hours ago, China did send their ships, 2 electronic surveillance ships, the A-55, the A-15A, to the Persian Gulf. China has very deep ties to Iran and is very worried, of course, that their proxy would be eliminated. They have massive deals, the Belt and Road Initiative, massive oil deals. Is China going to sit idly by while one of their main partners is eliminated? Overnight, Iran launched multiple missile strikes into the heart of Tel Aviv, striking military targets. They also hit Tel Aviv's largest hospital, which sits right next to military facilities. Of course, that's the dirty truth in all of this, right? That most of Israel's most important intelligence and military targets sit next to civilian infrastructure. Their version of the Pentagon that was hit last week sits next to civilian high-rise buildings. Civilians, of course, are good human shields. Israel doesn't want you to know the extent of its damage or any of the damage that it's inflicting. The government has issued an unprecedented order
You know what? I'm actually kind of happy that they're not, because if they were reporting all this damage, bro, the warmongers and the Zionists, bro, they would be really trying to push to go into war then. They'd be like, do you see what's happening to Israel? Poor Israel is dying. We must go kill Iran. We must take it out now.
Yeah.
I'm actually happy that they're not showing it, but at the beginning of this, I was disappointed. I'm not even gonna lie, because I'm like, you know what? They should show both sides and be fair.
They're not showing it. Hey,
Yeah.
Seth, they're not showing it because that gives them a strategic disadvantage. It's almost like breaking OPSEC to show your buildings, capabilities and whatnot. So
Okay.
when one gets hit, like if a U.S. Navy ship gets bombed or gets hit, even if the Navy can't repair it, obviously they sink it or whatever, or they'll cover it up so you can't see inside and see exactly how it's been damaged. It's the same thing for
Okay.
your hardened targets and stuff, because now you can see into it and see how much damage you did.
All right. Oh, honestly, that sounds way better than mine, because I saying way better than what I was saying. Because be honest, it just sounded like we were trying to protect the feelings of every Zionist in America.
Israeli media from publishing details about the war, like the videos that you're seeing right here on your screen, being banned by the IDF, not allowing you to see a lot of this unfolding in and around Tel Aviv specifically. The Tel Aviv, the Israeli Stock Exchange was hit. Interceptor missiles fall. Here's the Israeli Stock Exchange that was hit.
That's the one I didn't catch.
Interceptor missiles that are falling into civilian areas. So these are Israel's own Iron Dome interceptor missiles, which are going right through the roofs of civilians in their own neighborhoods. They don't want you to see.
Wow, I didn't even
Yeah.
think that
So
was. Yeah.
do you know how that happens?
Yeah. So pretty much it's like
It
pretty much
chases
the missile has
chases
an
the bad.
interception over a house, and the debris falls onto the house and probably ends up
No,
blowing up.
even worse.
right.
I know this was an issue at one point. I don't know if they fixed it or not, because I'm not privy to air defense in Israel. But the issue that the Iron Dome was facing, and similar systems to it, is the hard deck, i.e., the ground. The interceptor would say, okay, this is the perfect place to hit the missile to intercept it, but it would essentially be 20 feet underground is where it calculates that it's supposed to intercept. So basically you have the bogey missile hit, and then the interceptor chases it into the ground to try to meet it under the XY axis.
Double impact, pretty much.
yeah, you get hit with your interceptor and the missile.
Yo,
I don't know if I'm pretty sure they figured it out, but I mean, nothing's to say it can't fluke.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. That's probably not the best thing you want to say, because we kind of want an Iron Dome ourselves, and if that was to happen to us, like what? Like, hey, that's wild. Hey, man, I like how you explain that.
See that? They don't want you to see civilian deaths. The IDF military censor applies to Israeli media and any foreign media operating inside of Israel. So like if you're a Fox News reporter, if you're an MSNBC reporter, anything, like you're being told basically what you're allowed to show and not allowed to show at this point. The censorship rule extends beyond Gaza, banning Israeli press from publishing stories that could damage national morale or aid the enemy. In other words, don't show what's really going on here, the fog of war. But this just popped up in Tel Aviv, calling on President Trump to finish the job. This was a big banner.
But we thought you got it, though. That's the problem, man. We thought you guys had it. You don't need us, Israel. You got the weaponry, I hope. I'm praying that you do. I ain't gonna lie. That's kind of concerning.
They have the weaponry. If this was just a all-out ground and air fight, Israel does win 10 times out of 10, because Iran's air force is nothing to speak of. Israel has a bunch of F-35s, which are basically fire and forget, over the horizon attackers. Which is why, if you notice, the barrage of missiles have been getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller.
I would say this. I would think that if they was to actually go to war, I mean, like ground to ground war, I don't think they're taking it seriously. Because if I was Iran, I'd just start buying the jets from China.
Yeah, China. Yeah, that you would hope that Iran, like as Israel, you would hope that they buy it from China. China cannot reverse engineer our jets. It's
Oh
a
no,
joke.
Chinese jets are terrible compared to ours. Like, I'm not saying that it would be
Yeah.
better. It'd be like 2-3 steps down from our jets, but they would still have like a fighting chance in the air instead of just getting completely decimated like they are now. Actually, they have no air defense for it. They have a bunch of 50-year-old planes that they bought for the low.
Yeah, no. And we saw how they're doing in Russia right now, and those are the same planes.
Exactly. I'm like, that's why we want to spend like money on 50-year-old planes that America just wants to get off. But I mean, hey, it's funny how much people trust American made, even when it's 50 years old.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Our aircraft carriers are all 50 years old. They were started in the 70s. Like and they still whoop ass. I mean, we just created the next generation. The Gerald Ford in like 2017, I think, was the first unveiling of that ship. But we're untouchable as far as our equipment.
Yeah, especially when it comes to air superiority.
Out right across Tel Aviv today, which shows finish the job. All right. Well, if you guys know anything about me, you know I love a great story. Heck, that's why I became a journalist, because I love listening to other people's.
Let's get into it, though, man, because I know you missed it last time, brother, so we're going to go ahead and do this one for you. All right,
I appreciate you.
Tucker Carlson.
Senator, thank you very much for spending the time to have this conversation.
It's good to be with you.
So you've come out for regime change in Iran, as distinct just from taking out the nuclear sites. What does regime change look like in Iran?
Somebody else in charge.
How do you get there?
Look, that ultimately has to be a popular uprising from the people. And it's not a complicated question. Is America better off with a country that has a leader who hates us and wants to kill us, or to have a country with a leader who likes us and wants to be friends with us? And
definitely the latter is better.
Of course.
Yeah.
And so that's not a complicated statement. Look, I believe you look across the world when you have countries that have dictators that are viciously anti-America. Venezuela, Maduro hates us. Would we be better off with Maduro out of power? Absolutely. I want our enemies out of power, and I want our friends in power.
But you know that example they never bring up, like Haiti. You remember when we took out the Haitian leader, we replaced it with a new one, and then the Haitian people end up revolting against that, inserted leader. It kind of goes, I don't know, just when it comes to just inserting leaders that the people didn't choose, it don't ever work out right.
Yeah, maybe we should keep our nose out of we can't even figure out politics in America. Let's leave it to the Iranians to figure out what's best for the Iranians.
Yeah, like, okay, we could top with our government, just tell them, like, look, man, that they were too wild to keep them in power, guys, but you go ahead and vote for another one. Just, pick a little, please be a little smarter when picking y'all leaders, please.
Or we'll take those out
do
too.
it again.
I could not agree more. The question is, how do you get there?
Of course.
And we've been trying to kill Maduro for quite some time. We have troops there.
I don't know that we've been trying to kill Maduro.
We have. And I think you know that. And
I don't know that.
Okay, well, as a statement of fact, we have. So
we do have massive sanctions. We tried to pressure him out of office.
Yeah,
I'm
there's all kinds
not
of
aware
stuff.
of.
I'm just saying there's a lot of pressure coming from various parts of the U.S. government on that government, and it's still there.
Yeah.
Same, the country of our ancestors, Cuba, 1959, we've been working on that. Hasn't worked. So it's I think we both agree it's hard to do.
It absolutely is hard. And look, I think you're reasonable to ask, how do we produce that? And I think there's a distinction between what your objective is and the means to get it. There are all sorts of things I would say we would be better off. We'd be better off in China without Xi there. Should we invade China and topple Xi? Of course not.
Better off with no national debt.
There are lots of things.
Totally.
But it's good to say, all right, what are our objectives?
Right.
And so with the Ayatollah in Iran, saying you're for regime change, I don't view as complicated. I mean, the guy literally leads mobs chanting death to America.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not good.
Definitely not good. But the reason I think it's important to get a little more detailed about how that might happen is because there's military action in progress, which we're supporting. And the president has said clearly, including last night, that he is focused on eliminating the capacity of the Iranian government to produce nuclear weapons. You are saying we need to use military force to effect regime change.
I have not said that.
Oh, I must have.
No, I have not said that once.
Okay.
I don't think we need to use military force to do regime change. I said I support it. I would like to see it happen. You asked me how should it happen? A popular uprising. What I've advocated for. All right, let's step back a second. You and I, we've known each other a long time. I would say we agree on about 80% of the things on Earth.
For sure.
And there are a lot of things, and we can get into the nitty-gritty of foreign policy as much as you want. There are a lot of things on which you and I agree, not just a little bit, but violently.
I totally agree. I was rooting for you in your last campaign, for sure.
Well, thank you. Look, you have been heroic on the border. You've been one of the clearest and best voices in the whole country on securing the border and on the absolute crisis we're facing. And in Texas, I see it and live it every day. In COVID, in fact, you may recall in the middle of the COVID lockdown, I was out walking my dog when the whole world was shut down and we were living in lunatic times. And I called you and said, Tucker, your nightly monologues are the single best thing on television. Like I watch them like an injection of crack. Okay, I'm mixing my metaphor because you don't inject crack, but you get what I'm saying.
Try.
No, I mean, it was, you were standing up and speaking like, what the hell are we doing?
Oh, wait, you said something, Monty?
Oh, I was just making fun of Ted Cruz. How do you know you don't inject crack?
I'm like, nah, for real.
In a way that we desperately, desperately needed. And so whether it's securing the border, whether it's the insanity of COVID lockdowns and the vaccine mandates, whether it is the Second Amendment or the First Amendment, you and I agree on a ton of stuff. The 20% where we disagree, I do think is meaningful. And it's mostly in the foreign policy space. And what I would say, if you'll allow me to get a little theoretical, and then I'm happy to get specific.
Yes.
For a long time, people had perceived two different poles of Republican foreign policy. There have been interventionists, and those have been people like John McCain and Lindsey Graham, George W. Bush. And there have been isolationists. And the most prominent of those have been Ron Paul and Rand Paul, and there are others. And people perceive those are the two choices. You got to be one or the other. I've always thought both were wrong. I don't agree with either one. The way I view my own foreign policy.
I'm with you, by the way, for whatever it's worth.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Okay, good.
I don't know who set up that binary, but there are lots of choices, actually.
I mean, people sort of naturally fall into, I think they want to classify people, and they're like, okay, you're one or the other, and you got to be all or nothing. And the interventionists, it seems, have never seen a country they didn't want to invade, and that doesn't make any sense to me. And the isolationists, I think, don't take the threats to America seriously. And I think that's naive and it doesn't work.
So, and that's the problem, though. Is like they believe that, well, I guess they would call me an isolationist, that we don't take the chance of death to America seriously. It's not that we don't take it seriously, it's that we kind of understand where it's coming from. So we end that and we understand the capability of those countries as well. So, I mean, what if Somalia start chanting death to America, as small as the threat of Somalia is, what, are we going to start taking them serious? No, we're not. So, like, I hear it. I hear the argument of saying, well, you guys just ain't hearing them. You're not taking them serious. I'm like, no, I understand exactly what they're saying and I know what they mean. But the problem is, let's understand why they're here. They're not just saying this because we did nothing to them. Like, did they have
I would ask you, what if a country were yelling death to America, how big of a country or how influential or how powerful would they have to be before you put that in your head?
Honestly, as much as they chanting, I would treat them like protesters. I'd be like, bro, we got a bunch of guys outside trying to act at the topple of Trump. That's basically an insurrection.
Yeah.
I mean, so I would treat them with the same seriousness as until I start seeing actions. I'm just seeing a whole bunch of disgruntled people mad about the policies that America is enacting, in which they are. That's really what it is. They're just mad about the policies are our military alliance with Israel. And that's pretty much it. And this has caused them a lot of deaths. It's caused them a lot of, I guess, turmoil in their country. And this is what their leader feeds them as well. This is the propaganda that's also fed to them. So a lot of these guys damn near hate us for no reason. They don't even understand why they hate us. So that's one reason why I kind of pass them off as protesters. That's how protesters act too. I'm pretty sure if you press some of these Iranians, why do you hate America? Look, you go and put to the side. Look, I don't even know, but I just know that the Supreme Leader said we hate him, so we hate him.
Patriotically hate him.
Yeah. So when I hear the chants, I don't take it as serious as everybody else do for some reason, because I'm just like, seeing that I know the history of of dictatorships and how people kind of just go along, when you're in Rome, do what the Romans do. I can't sit there and say that everybody in that room or everybody in that protest believes in death to America. And let's be real, how serious are they about it?
Now, if they're chanting death to America and actively pursuing ways to bring death to America, i.e., funding terrorism, and it's debated on whether or not they have a bomb, but they are trying to enrich a bomb. Like
I will say this. What have they funded that went against now what I would say this, like, we talking about the funding for Hamas, Hezbollah, all the guys that are
all of them. They're all Iranian actors. Like they all, like, if you follow the money, because the CIA does this all day long, it all comes from Iran and the Iranian government, because the Iranian government does not want to, just like China doesn't want to directly attack us.
True. It's all through proxy.
Yeah.
Well, I'm be honest with you, then that's fair, because Russia does it with us. We do it with Russia. We do it with other countries, as long as we don't attack each other aggressively. I mean, hold on. Who the hell are we to judge when we was over here funding? Wait, weren't we funding Osama bin Laden against Russia? Like, we fund terrorists.
Yeah. No, was it bin Laden or was it Saddam?
Hussein. I think it might have been Saddam Hussein, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So we've actually done this before. We've done the same thing Iran has done, but
the
now
Kurds
they're just
the Sunnis and the Shiites. Yeah.
Yeah. And let's be real, who's to say that we haven't done the same thing inside of Iran as well? I'm pretty sure we've paid for little regimes to go try to take over, topple them. I'm pretty sure these guys have found protests that popped off on them and linked to our CIA. I'm pretty sure we're playing the same game with them. So, like I said, I would love to sit there and paint these guys as the overall villain, but everything we try to blame them to do or we villainize them for, I kind of look back at our past and I'm like, we kind of did that ourselves.
Hell, even most recently in Ukraine, we did that. We spent like $100 million supporting protests in Ukraine, and because no one wants to talk about that, because that kind of gets rid of the whole unprovoked line that Russia has, or that Ukraine has. But we absolutely didn't. Remember, it's like, oh, they're organic protests and those people want this, and no, not really. They're not organic if you're pumping money into it.
And it's so crazy. I've actually heard one of these. All right, look, the way I hear these people, like pro-Iranian or the pro-Ayatollah guys speak, they just believe that this man, and like I said, we agree, we disagree with everything this man is doing, but we got to remember, though, there's people over there that are actually defending this man at the same time. So we can't act like everybody in Iran's okay with this. And this is why I ain't gonna lie, Tucker Carlson asking him, well, do you even know the amount of people, what the political ideology is, how much people, the makeup of them? Because this is important if you want this regime change to work out.
Because who's to stop, supporters of him from just rising to power and being supported by the military that also supports that.
Yeah, exactly. So here's the thing, though. I'm not gonna lie, it does seem like Iran kind of got this tit for tat going on with us. Like, well, we'll stop it when, like, they're kind of telling us, like, well, we'll stop it when you stop it. We're saying no, we'll never stop. You just better stop. And that's the way it is.
We are America. There is a certain $800 billion a year in defense funding says we can do that.
Exactly. I mean, I ain't saying that is we can't. And I'm not saying that it's all the way wrong.
We shouldn't. But
we shouldn't. But I can't sit there and point the finger and paint these guys as the most evil people in the world when I damn near have to say that about my own people, about my own government.
Yeah. I mean, the thing though is, like, culturally across the world, we've painted ourselves as the dad. And your dad's not going to let you just do something, for whatever reason. But I think we should get away from that. We should get away from being the world's freaking parents, but we are in that position.
Let these guys handle it themselves. Because if we get involved, there's no turning back.
And from what you've said publicly, I think on Iran in particular, you and I disagree. And all right, let me contrast it when Obama was president. When Obama was president, you remember he talked about wanting to have military action against Syria.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, I tried to keep an open mind to it. I said, okay, let me
bro, you know what I would die for right now? I would die to get an interview right now with an Iranian, two Iranians, one pro the regime, one anti the regime. I just want to have a conversation with those two right there, so I can get a pure a good perspective on what these people think and who they are. Because if we can't get that, then I don't even think we need to be doing anything in there.
Are you telling me you want Israel to bomb your house?
Low key, I mean, like, I'll risk it. I'll have to be in the basement, I guess, but like, I'm gonna have to pull the bunker strategy. They're gonna say he was doing it in a bunker. We had to bomb the house.
Listen to the commander-in-chief describe to me how this is in America's interest and what your plan is. And Bashar Assad was a bad guy. He was killing his own citizens, and he had chemical weapons that were very dangerous. I could conceive of a commander-in-chief laying out a plan for, okay, we're going to go in and say, grab the chemical weapons and leave. Like, I could see that if there was a real threat to America and there was a plan to prevent that, I could see supporting that. So I wanted to hear what he had to say. And I listened both in classified briefings and public questioning. And number one, their public defense of it was incoherent. So John Kerry said, we're going to engage in an unbelievably small strike. I think that's a quote. I'm like, okay, and to do what? At the time, there were 9 major rebel Islamic groups in Syria. I'm like, okay, I agree, Bashar Assad's a bad guy. You topple him. And one of the 9 other groups takes over. 7 of them were affiliated with radical Islamic terrorism. You had Al-Qaeda and Al-Nusra. I'm like, wait, how is it better to have lunatics who hate us in charge? Assad's a bad guy, but I don't want worse guys in charge. Obama administration couldn't give an answer to that. And ultimately, when you press them, John Kerry in particular, I pressed, and he would say, well, we need to defend international norms. Like, what the hell's an international norm? I don't know what it is, but I'm not interested in putting U.S. servicemen and women in harm's way to defend one.
Amen.
So I opposed the Syria attack and opposed it vocally. And it was interesting. Rand and I agreed. Rand's a friend of mine, but we agreed with that position for different reasons. What I was asking is I think the question we should ask, how does this make America safer? The Obama administration couldn't give me an answer, so I opposed it. I think Iran is very different.
Let me ask what you think of how Syria wound up, because Bashar al-Assad now lives in Moscow.
Yeah.
He was taken out by our allies, and he's been replaced by a radical Islamist who was affiliated with ISIS. So is that a win or no?
Unclear. Look, Syria's a mess, so I've consistently opposed.
But we had a secular leader in a religious and ethnically diverse country. Now we have a religious extremist, Islamic religious extremist, who's overseeing the purge of Christians and Alawites. Is that better? That doesn't seem like a win.
One of the things you said is he was taken out by our allies. I don't think that's right. Israel didn't take Assad out. What happened, and I'll tell you.
What about Turkey?
Turkey didn't take him out. So it was interesting. I had a long...
How did Assad get kicked out?
Yeah. When Netanyahu was in D.C. a couple of months ago, he and I sat down for a couple of hours. He's a good friend of mine. And we talked actually about Syria. He made an interesting point that I've not heard anywhere else, in that he said he believes what toppled Assad was when Israel took out Nasrallah. Nasrallah was the head of Hezbollah, and they took him out. And he made an interesting point. He said it's fascinating how a charismatic leader, and Bibi said, look, Nasrallah was a very effective terrorist leader. And when they took him out, that power base was supporting Assad. And that ultimately, in Bibi's analysis, removed the support from Assad and toppled him. But they weren't trying to take out Assad. My view now, I don't know.
So you don't think that, and I don't, it is very confusing, and I don't know that anyone really knows all the details, but you don't think that Israel or Turkey or NATO ally Turkey played any role in toppling Assad?
I don't know. I don't know that they did. Look, my understanding of that, they clearly took out Nasrallah and Hezbollah. They've decimated Hezbollah, but Hezbollah was waging war on them. So decimating Hezbollah was very good for Israel and very good for America too. I mean, Hezbollah
actually, it worked all into Israel's greater plan. Like, let's be real, the Hezbollah only got in there because Israel was doing the Palestinians, and then Hezbollah fucked around and found out that they can get it too. And they got it with them pagers and other strikes inside Hezbollah. They took out key leadership, and Hezbollah just backed down after that. Like, they were never the same.
I hated
the farther,
us.
I was gonna say, the farther you go back, the more it strengthens the argument that we need to get Israel out of the Middle East and just put them in California.
I mean, bro, shout out. No, for real though. We need to. No, I'm about to put that as a poll question.
I would put Assad in the category of an unintended consequence, and whether it's good or bad, I don't know. I think time will tell.
For the United States.
Yeah, for the United States. I think time will tell the new leadership there. You're right to be concerned. Let me step back and let's talk regime change generally. I mentioned Syria. I also oppose the Iraq War. I think the Iraq War was a serious mistake. And we have a pattern, and going back to this binary of the interventionist and the isolationist. The interventionists advocate over and over again, there's a bad guy, there's a dictator who's doing bad things to his people, and they say, let's go topple him. And you have dictators in the Middle East who are killing radical Islamic terrorists. We come in and topple them. The radical Islamic terrorists take over, and they start killing Americans. In my view, how the heck does that help us? Like, Saddam Hussein was a horrible human being. He murdered and tortured people. Unequivocally bad guy. But it got much worse after we toppled him. And you ended up having
But that's the problem, though. That's the pattern. Every time we think we got rid of the worst supervillain in the world, we're like, somehow, some way, an even worse villain appears. Like, we think we're taking out Hitler, but then somehow Super Hitler, Mega Hitler rises from the ashes. So it's just like, come on, guys. You're literally telling us how this has went before us, like how this has happened to us in the past, and these guys are kind of moving as if it can be different. Like, that's the main problem. And
Definition of insanity right there.
Exactly. And I like to take us back to our man, General Wesley Clark, because this guy, he warned us. He warned us about this, and we didn't listen. So we're gonna take a break from this one, and we're going right back to it. Quick little clip.
Right after 9/11, about 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who used to work for me. And one of the generals called me in. He said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, "No." He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, "We're going to war with Iraq. Why?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "I guess they don't know what else to do." So I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda?" He said, No. He says, "There's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq." He said, "I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we got a good military and we can take down governments." And he said, "I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail." So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, "Are we still going to war with Iraq?" And he said, "Oh, it's worse than that." He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper, and he said, I just got this down from upstairs," meaning the Secretary of Defense's office today, and he said, "This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran." I said, "Is it classified?" He said, "Yes, sir." I said,
"It's written by Israel."
Bro, why
I
are
said,
you telling
"Well,
me?
don't show it."
Oh God, I'll be like, bro, why are you telling me this? I'm not even supposed to know this.
That was written by Israel. That
Exactly.
7 wars in 5 years, or 5 wars in 7 years, whatever.
Yeah. The
That
clean
was
break.
that's what I've been talking about. Yeah.
Yep, and this was the video confirming that, coming from an ex-general, General Wesley Clark.
Wesley.
It's like,
Yep.
the bro was literally like, yeah, we're kind of aiming to take out all these countries in 7 years, and then here we are in 2025. We're at the last country, and these guys still think we're doing this for the U.S. You still think we're doing this for U.S. safety? When we just literally went down a list of countries that Israel pretty much kindly asked for us to topple.
Asks permission. Yeah. Like if we're gonna allow Israel, as much as I support Israel, if we're gonna allow them to steer the might and force of the United States at their will, then like this is like, come on. Like we're playing into their hand. And I don't play, I mean, we don't need to play into anybody's hand.
Exactly.
ISIS rise up. I mean, that was the cause of ISIS, was toppling Saddam Hussein. Same thing in Libya. You had Gaddafi, another horrible guy, that under Obama, we toppled him. And you ended up having radical Islamic warlords taking over. And so, and it's the question I asked in Syria. Okay, well, what's the plan? And how is this good or bad for the United States? And so I don't think, with Iran, I view Iran as very different from Iraq.
But up to that point, you say we disagree. I don't hear really anything. I'm not quite sure what happened in Syria, but I don't know. So, right. But other than that, I don't hear anything I disagree with at all.
Yeah.
Sounds like we're in a complete agreement. I wonder, though, is there a successful regime change that the United States supported that you're aware of in the last 100 years?
Sure. Defeating the Soviet Union and the Soviet Union collapsing, winning the Cold War.
He shouldn't have said that. He should have said, when has collapsing a regime ever worked in the Middle East? Like, he should have stuck with that. And here's the thing. Did that work out so well? No, yeah, you never mind.
Also, mind you, we weren't fighting a religion. We were fighting an ideology based off of communism.
Good point.
And this isn't communism. This is theocracy. And
this is a regime at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not a political ideology. You're right.
Like, you do not engage in war over religion. Like, that's what topples empires.
And I thought we learned from the ancestors, but apparently not.
That was the most consequential step for U.S. national security interests of our lifetimes.
Okay.
And
so you would classify that as a regime change that we affected?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Look, you and I are in my office. We're sitting next to a painting of Reagan in front of the Brandenburg Gate. And up top are the words, "Tear down this wall," in German, in the style of the graffiti.
Right.
And I think those are the most important words any leader has said in modern times. And if you look at how Reagan waged the Cold War, and Reagan is very much my model for how to, I actually think how Reagan took on the Soviet Union is exactly how we should take on China. Now, starting from the point, look, Reagan was not an interventionist. In 8 years, the biggest country Reagan ever invaded was Grenada. He was very reluctant to use U.S. military force.
He didn't respond after the 83 barracks bombings.
You're right. Yeah, he made the judgment that the risk exceeded the benefits. And that's a very rational decision to make. And it's reflected. Trump has made those same decisions where he is willing to use military force, but he very much asks, okay, is this good or bad for America? Does this endanger U.S. servicemen and women or not? And one of the points about the Cold War, look, nobody in their right mind wanted a shooting war between America and the Soviet Union. The two biggest nuclear powers on Earth firing bullets at each other is really unhealthy for human beings. Same thing is true with China. Nobody with any sense says, hey, let's go to war with China. That's really...
I don't know, except for these pro-Ukrainian lunatics who want to say, we must protect Ukraine, we must protect their sovereignty, we must push back the evil that is Russia. I'm like, whoa, with what now, guys?
Right.
Because throwing equipment and taxpayer dollars sure ain't working. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh no, that is working. But the argument is, should we be trying to affect that? Like the same liberals that are in the chat right now talking about how we need to stay out of it and this and that had absolutely no problem to go throw a whole bunch of money behind Ukraine, change their Facebook profile pictures to the Ukrainian flag, like they know anything about Ukraine. It's just because the media told them that's the talking point that we're going to take, because remember, Trump's a Russian asset, so Russia's invading Ukraine, so Russia's bad because Trump's bad.
I mean, yeah, that is true, and you're right. It is. Well, honestly, I think it's just now starting to bear fruit, because ever since that Trojan horse done in inside Russia, yeah, you could pretty much say that it's been working. Well, you know, us throwing a whole lot of military weapons at them.
Well, when you fight a war against a occupying force, i.e., Ukraine, they occupy their lands, and you do it with Soviet era technology. I don't know what you expect.
Good point. Good point.
Really dumb, and a whole lot of people could die. But the Cold War showed we've got lots of tools short of sending the Marines to fight against a regime. And one of the most important tools is the bully pulpit. And so when I say I support regime change, I actually think just simply laying out what the Ayatollah does. And so I spend a lot of time, I speak to Iranian dissident groups. I speak out against human rights abuses. I think shining a light on the depravity of leaders is a really powerful tool that America has.
Should we limit our activity to that?
It depends. Again,
because the U.S. government pays opposition groups, militarized opposition groups in Iran to overthrow the government. We've done it in a lot of different places, as you know. I'm not saying it's bad, but that's very different from what you're describing. You're saying we're making a moral case, as we did for 7 years with the Soviets. Our system works, yours doesn't.
Yep.
And I think we made a credible case for that, and we beat them over 70 years economically.
And that was a huge part of it.
Right. I think everyone would agree that was the main part of it. We didn't beat them in Vietnam. North Korea.
I mean, that's the best way to fight a superpower is economically, not physically. Like, that's kind of what we're doing with China. Fighting them on the economics.
Or to try to turn your enemy into your ally. Like when this is over, I definitely want to hit on that the ITER project that's going on right now, because if you're gonna be all stick, you're gonna radicalize people. If you give carrot and stick,
like kind of like let them have a chance to bring themselves back into the world, like we did with Syria. Like I said, we took sanctions off Syria, and I know I kind of feel like we pump faked Iran low key. Like we gave Iran false hope. Like they thought they was gonna be able to get a deal. We weren't gonna be overly shilling for Israel, but no, that just came for Syria, not you guys.
Well, if you remember in the 90s, I think it was, Russia and Putin tried to become a part of NATO. They tried to become our ally.
That is true, but like we needed a big bad villain, and it had to be Putin.
Yeah, and it was the easiest one. They're the biggest one. It's the former Soviet Union, communism bad. Like and if you're going to, if the whole world can be united, that's not a bad thing. It's like we live off of controversy and war.
Exactly. All right, now let's get into Candace's full reaction into this. So shout out Candace Owens because she has some words for my man Ted Cruz.
Debate that is taking place on the internet right now. First and foremost, before we even saw the full debate, which Tucker Carlson really just dropped, it was just a clip that was making the rounds. Which made you recognize they were about to go at it about Iran and war. And we have this divide that is happening within the MAGA movement, if you will. Now, I want to say this at the top. I like Ted Cruz. I have met him. So me attacking his ideas is not me attacking the man. He's very kind.
I mean, you know what sucks about being in MAGA? It feels like we can't criticize each other without them saying, oh, they're falling apart. They're turning against each other. It's like, I mean, damn.
We're not. We have brains, and we don't just parrot everything MSNBC says and Joey Reid says.
Yeah, like we're actually free thinkers. Like we actually have our own opinions, and we can disagree with each other.
Like it's not just an entire unified wall of stupidity.
Exactly. It's like, come on now, guys. Come on. Don't do us like that.
And Tucker Carlson and him have obviously landed on opposite sides of this thing. Both of them have been kind to me in the past. So Tucker essentially is pressing Ted Cruz in this initial clip about what he even knows about Iran, given the fact that he believes that American troops could, and maybe already are going to war or getting involved in Middle Eastern conflict again at the behest of Israel. I'll let you listen to that clip yourself.
How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
Right.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah.
How could you not know that?
I don't.
Hey, you remember the counter? Like, come on, man. That's like asking Luke Skywalker how many people are on the Death Star. It's like, wait, bro, what? It was just a wild argument, but let's be real. Like,
I mean, I feel like as a politician that's making foreign policy decisions, like he does have a vote in Congress to go to war.
Yeah, you would. You would hope that you just be like, I feel like you should know this, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's not Tucker Carlson's not the only person who feels like you should have some type of, I don't know, better insight than all of us on it. We
Monty
should no way
Krause from
know
the middle
more
of
about
nowhere.
Iran. Yeah.
Yeah, Monty Krause from the middle of nowhere, Washington, knows how many people in Iran. So he's making a lot more money to make these decisions than I am.
Man. And shout out Vladstein. And he says, can you watch the short video in Discord and see there is another opinion to help broker peace? The Dems will hate getting from Russia, though. Oh, really? All right, let me see it.
Around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's,
because
it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that
because if
relevant?
you don't know anything about the country,
I didn't say I don't know anything about.
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
Ooh.
They are Persians and
What percent?
predominantly Shia. Okay,
It's not even. You don't know anything about Iran. So
okay,
actually,
I am not the Tucker Carlson
expert
on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
don't know
claims
anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
who can't figure out
I'm
if it was a
saying
good
you
idea to
don't
kill
believe-
General Soleimani, and you said it was
don't
bad.
believe they're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really
we're
believe that,
carrying out military strikes today.
you said Israel was
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not
at all.
bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are
He's
supporting
twisting
them.
words,
Thanks. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay, so a lot happening there. I want to first respond to the earlier portion where he's just asking him some basic facts about Iran. Now, typically, if you're going to talk about a debate that you're involved in.
Now, before we get too past the Ukraine topic and all that good stuff, I do want to play this from my man Vladstein. Now, apparently, this is from AP News. Let's see here. Putin says Russia could help broker a deal between Iran and Israel. Really? Well, they are on Iran's side, so they could probably get something in there. The level of trust between our countries is rather high, and we have very good relations with Iran, and we could continue this work and ensure their interest in this area, and I will not go into details as there are many. All these details have been discussed with both the Israelis and American sides. This whole thing, huh? And we have sent certain signals to our Iranian friends. Overall, it is possible to ensure Iran's interest in the field of peaceful nuclear energy. At the same time, it is possible to address Israel's concern regarding its security. In my opinion, such options exist.
Наши специалисты работают в душе. 250 человек. И еще командированные. Общая численность может достигать 600.
Okay, so he's pretty much giving a good faith, like, we can pretty much both ensure that the Iranians can, they can pretty much be, I guess, the even grounders. Like, we can trust Russia to maybe keep some type of look over Iran's nuclear facility.
I'm sorry, Seth, but that sounds like the 5-year-old guarding the cookie jar.
Low key, I'm just hearing it out loud. I'm just like, you guys?
The fox
Russia
is going to guard the hen house.
Like, bro, can we work? How about this? You come to you make a peace deal with Ukraine, and maybe we can think about that. Let's trust you on that first. Before we talk about, you negotiating peace deals when you can't negotiate a peace deal between you and Ukraine. I mean, show us something first before we believe in you. But I mean, he would make a great representative for Iran, but for Israel,
we would make a great representative for Israel.
Yeah, we would. If we can get that, if we can get both those sides talking, maybe we can come down to something.
And I do see a timeline in which something like that could happen. I mean, I don't think Iran should just be the mediator and Russia should just be the mediator, but it could work.
And it does sound like Russia says, look, man, let us look over our guys. You guys look over your guys. We just ensure that both of them are in line. And I'm like, well, here's the thing, Russia. You guys can look into Iran. I'm pretty sure Iran will let you do that, but nobody is able to look into Israel. Nobody.
And some things could not matter. Like if I said, I don't think that Israel has a right to just keep murdering Palestinians, and someone said, well, how many Palestinians were alive in 1994? It would be irrelevant. Murder is wrong. Murder is always wrong. So it's a perfectly acceptable position to have. But this is not that, right? And the reason why this matters is because Ted Cruz has power. Ted Cruz can vote, and he is making it very clear via his tweets that he believes that America should get involved if this escalates to a world war. He believes that America needs to get involved in this conflict. So that's very serious. He has the power to represent himself in a vote that could determine that your sons, my sons, your brothers, our brothers, sons, cousins, whatever it is, could get drafted into this conflict, right? So when you hold that much power, it is incumbent upon you, if you are going to represent the American people that we need to get involved in this conflict, it is incumbent upon you to also run through the estimation of whether or not we can win this conflict. It's one thing to say, do we have a right to be involved? And he believes, yes, we should get involved in Israel's drama. And the reason that he believes that, by the way, is Tucker Carlson has been lobbied by AIPAC. I mean, sorry, not Tucker Carlson. Ted Cruz accepts money from the AIPAC lobby.
Yeah, for the tune of about $1.8 million. So, there's nothing too crazy. I mean, you know what? Actually, when you think about it, if somebody was paying you $1.8 million just to preach for another country, nah, I still wouldn't do it. But I'm just saying it would be enticing.
I mean, hell, Set, you read all of your super chats, so.
Good point.
I mean,
good point. So somebody could send in the right super chat with the right Iranian message, and I would have to read it out loud and then say disclaimers.
Like many of our politicians do.
If somebody super chat in death to America, I would be I would be a bit offended. I'm not even gonna lie.
And he accepts a lot of money. He has accepted almost $2 million from AIPAC, despite the fact that his salary as a senator is about $170,000 annually. He also, on top of that, accepts money from lobbyists. That's the reason why they don't want to leave DC, because they're making a lot of money via various lobbies. And so he has accepted almost $2 million from the American Israel PAC. And I believe that that's potentially what's guiding his decision. And I'm assuming that Tucker Carlson does as well, because it's clearly he's not being motivated by an idea that he thinks we can win. He doesn't say that. He would have to reasonably go, okay, and not only that, but the population is 90 million. Here's what we've got. He hasn't done any of those assessments. He just knows that we have to defend Israel. And yeah, you should absolutely have a ballpark estimation of the population size, right? If I say let's go to war with China, I know China's got like 1.7 billion people. And I'm going to run and go
1.4 billion. Sure, we're not even sure about that, man. We got some.
She just miscalculated by the whole population of America.
Man, oh God. Low key, like they had extra 300 mil on them. Like, whoa, it's 1.4, and people are not even sure about that one. It's kind of weird.
Maybe we shouldn't go to war with China because that's a lot of people. He doesn't know the answer to that. So that's problematic. And so when they're getting into this discussion, you have to wonder what is motivating it aside from.
I mean, sometimes if you know how the people think, you don't even really got to go to war with the country. I'm like, oh, if I know majority of your people don't like the way you're running, honestly, I don't got to go to war with you. I just got to send the guns to the right people, and that problem will take care of itself.
Berlin airlift.
Huh?
Berlin airlift much?
Yeah, that too. That's why it's kind of important to know the ideology of the people, the makeup, the history. It all leads into your military strategy against that regime, or if you want to take them out or not.
If he's going to represent, that it's something more than just his AIPAC dollars, which he's pretending that he just believes that we should be involved. And this is when he gets to explaining that he believes there is a theological basis for us to be married to Israel's foreign policy. Take a listen.
Growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
Of those who bless the government of Israel?
Those who bless Israel is what it says. It doesn't say the government of it, it says the nation of Israel. So that's in the Bible. As a Christian, I believe that.
Where is that?
Then hold on. If that's what's guiding your decision to go to war, then we need to completely discount anything he says.
Bro,
like I'm a Christian man. Don't get me wrong. I believe in the Bible and I believe in the Word of God. But you do not make political decisions on the lives of your countrymen based off of a script from a book 3,000 years ago.
Yeah, which is wild just to sit there and say it. Like, and he said, this is my personal belief. And he literally sat there and said, but it has nothing to do with how I make my, political decisions. I'm like, bro, are you sure?
Well, that sounds like your only motivation factor, because you don't even know where Iran is on a map. So
exactly. But trust me, all the Christians weren't outraged about this one. I completely understood it, because it was like, bro, like nowhere in the Bible these guys can find that it says serve the country of Israel.
I can find it to you. I don't have the scripture off the tip of my. You pull out the phone and use the.
It's in Genesis, but so you're quoting a Bible phrase. You don't have context for it. And you don't know where in the Bible it is.
We're not just going to gloss over that, are we?
He said it's in Genesis.
So he's making a claim based off of the Bible, doesn't know where the Bible is, and the guy he's debating knows exactly. It's in Genesis, by the way, which it is.
It is. I mean, shoot. And that was the funny thing about it too. I was like, how are you going to make this point to an overly Christian man? Like, Tucker Carlson is an extreme Christian. I mean, no, not extreme Christian, but let's be real. The man holds his faith. He's proud of his faith. He says, I'm a proud Christian all the time. So you can't sit there and talk about, well, biblical text of this man and not think he's not going to know where it come from. Like, Tucker Carlson looked like he did Bible study like literally every Saturday and Sunday, and sometimes Monday, just
Wednesday as well. Wednesday night.
Exactly. It's like, come on now. This man knows the Bible probably back in, like, front page to back page.
That's like your theology? I'm confused. What does that even mean?
Tucker,
I'm a Christian. I want to know what you're talking about.
Okay. Where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. But number two,
hold on.
I'm not holding on.
Hold on. You're a senator, and now you're throwing out theology, and I am a Christian, and I am allowed to weigh in on this. We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel. And what
does that mean, Israel?
We're told those who bless Israel will be blessed.
But what, hold on, define Israel. This is important. Are you kidding? This is a majority Christian country.
Define Israel? Do you not know what Israel is? That would be the country you've asked like 49 questions about.
So that's what Genesis, that's what God is talking about.
So you're latching on to the predominantly Christian faith of American people and saying that we should all do this because our book says that we should just bless the country of Israel with military weapons, money, and, bless them with that look to the side every time they break international law. Like that, okay.
Of Israel, yes.
So is that the current borders, the current leadership? He's talking about the political entity called Israel?
He's talking about the nation of Israel. Yeah, nations exist, and he's discussing a nation. A nation was the people of Israel.
Is the nation
They're the
God's
descendants of
referring
Abraham.
to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Yes.
It is.
And I'm really happy he
we
said that,
disagree.
because when you
Man, I think everybody heavily disagrees with that man on that. Like, bro, they was eviscerating this man in the chat. I mean, not in the chat last night and all over X and social media. They're like, bro, what are you talking about?
That right there is why Iran. That's one of the reasons Iran chants death to America, because people like that have no fucking clue about what's going on in the world. And like, I don't know what world I'm going to be ripping him apart like this in, but I guess it's today. He doesn't know what he's talking about, and that's the same argument we make about jihadist extremists, that they're just following a book, and their book is less moral than ours.
It's so funny. Maybe we should just show this for the one time. I just need to show this. Shout out to this message right here, because maybe y'all need to go ahead and be reminded that the biblical Israelites and the state of Israel, which the Rothschilds created in 1947, are not the same. Like, maybe we just need to put that out there for everybody who's a bit confused. At least you know now, right? Right. All right, let's get back to the main debate here. And let's go ahead and here. Why aren't U.S. politicians focused on fixing American problems? I mean, that's a good question.
Military, shoot missiles at it. It was shining truth and light that tore it down. It was also rebuilding the American military. It was what was then pejoratively called Star Wars, where the Soviet Union, their economy couldn't match our military buildup and it bankrupted them. That's an example of peace through strength.
I wonder, I mean, is there anybody who was alive in 1989 who wouldn't trade that America for the one we live in now? There's not one person, I don't think.
Oh, sure.
But I mean,
and shout out to my man Castro. He said I super chatted that last week. I mean, hey, bro, good call. I'm gonna tell you that one. Good call.
Just the basic metrics, debt, suicide rate, life expectancy. It was, I wonder why after that victory, America didn't thrive in the way that we thought that it would, that I thought that it would. My family was involved in that. I mean, we were very focused on it in my house. Like, we won. And I wonder two things. Why didn't...
Oh, yeah, and shout out to my man Castro, because my man's also a Christian as well. And he was like, ain't no way this man just said that. So shout out to my man Castro, because I know he was outraged by it as well.
The United States kind of declare victory and make some sort of arrangement with Russia that allowed like mutual prosperity rather than continuing a Cold War. And second, I wonder why the United States didn't get a lot better. Like, why don't we have better infrastructure? Why don't we have fewer homeless? Why do we have all these drugs? Like, if we won, why does our country look like this? I walked across from Union Station this morning, as you do, I'm sure, every day. And all these people lying in the street and sleeping outside. It's like, what is that?
We're sorry to say it, but this is not a very safe country. Walk through Oakland.
I mean, shit, he ain't wrong. Like some of our, I mean, what, the best cities, supposedly the richest cities in America be having high crime and they look dirty, and that'd be the worst of it. I mean, you ever seen Brooklyn, New York, or New York City in general? Complete trash. It's trashy. It's trash everywhere. It's almost shameful because all the money that pumps through there. You almost wonder how it even got that way. But like Democratic leadership, true, but I'm just like, break that down to me. How specifically did y'all drop the ball?
Really dangerous forces in our society. Some of it is politics and some of it is culture. And one of the...
Honestly, yeah.
I mean, just the city of Detroit. We get rid of our ability to make things. That's how that happens. You have booming industries, and then they die, and they leave their carcass there to rot.
That is true. Like New York did used to have high manufacturing. But now it got gutted out for Wall Street. So yeah, you're not lying.
The mistakes people make in politics is thinking everything is politics. So the political answer, which I happen to believe, is we went much further down the road of liberalism. You look at Bill Clinton, who inherited the peace dividend of the Cold War being over and moved us more to the left, and then Obama accelerated it a lot. And so there are lots of bad economic policies, but I also think they're cultural things. You know, the loss of faith,
I agree with
the loss
all
of
of
family.
That. I know what you're going to say, and I agree 100%. I bet there's not one word that I would disagree with. All I'm saying is, like, I think it's important to step back and ask.
But I actually think Russia has very little to do with it. So,
well, that's kind of the point that I'm trying to make, which is, like, we're all sort of focused on beating our adversaries abroad, but what is victory worth if our own country becomes what it is now? And maybe we're spending a little too much time focused abroad and not enough time focused on the people sleeping outside Union Station.
So, look, I absolutely think we need to focus at home emphatically, and we need to focus on prosperity. We need to focus on reducing the debt, reducing spending, empowering people, low taxes, small businesses. American free enterprise. It's the most powerful force for fighting poverty the world has ever seen. I'm 1,000% there. I also recognize it is a dangerous world, and part of the responsibility of leaders, part of President Trump's responsibility, is to keep America safe. Let's go back to where we started.
But can I ask, you've been in the district a long time in D.C., so have I, and the city's way more dangerous, and Congress runs this city.
No, it's a complete crap hole.
So I'm saying, like, no Iranian's ever going to kill me, but I could get carjacked here. And I just don't understand how the Congress could run this city and focus on the dangers of Iran when the city is like garbage. It's garbage.
But Congress doesn't run the city. We could.
Congress does run the city. It's in the Constitution.
It's in the Constitution, but they've given home rule, so it's a Democrat mayor.
Take it back. You control the Congress.
I'd vote for it, but it is a question of math.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, why? How can people ignore? It's like if my own kids are drug addicts, but I'm focused on my neighbor's kids. It's like I'm neglecting my own kids, and there's a sense in which the Congress is neglecting the country that elected them in favor of this relentless focus on other people's problems. That's the way it feels as an American.
Look, there are lots of problems in America.
And shout out to my man Vlad Steen. He says, look into the rabbis wanting to take over the Temple Mount and build the third temple. This is why Israel is attacking now to clear the way. Thing is, the true Messiah has already commended and conquered death. Oh, wow. I mean, damn, Vlad Steen. I mean, I didn't know you knew that much. Like, brother, man. Because I ain't gonna lie. He's speaking on some facts here. If you want to go off, their biblical texts, well, not biblical texts, but their religious texts. And shout out to my man Castro. He says Ted was right about a few things like the population. I mean, I'm weak. Shout out Castro.
America that we need to fix. Why is DC a pit? Because you have a mayor and a Democrat city council that won't let police officers arrest bad guys. And in every city you see across the country, whether it's New York, whether it's Chicago, whether it's LA, whether it's San Francisco, if you have...
I do believe it is true that the Jews do believe in a different Messiah is coming. Like, they don't believe that the Jesus that came is their Messiah. They believe he's a false Messiah and that the real Messiah is yet to come. I'm maybe like 50-50 on that. Let me know if I'm right on that one, Vlad.
Democrats, we see the LA riots where they won't let people be arrested. All right.
Then why not work in regime change here? Why not use the bully pulpit?
I do. What do you think I do every day? And
I never see a Republican senator stand up and say, I just walked to work this morning over people dying of drug ODs. We're going to shut this place down unless they fix it. They're mad about Putin. Like, what did Putin do to Washington? Nothing.
Look, in terms of regime change, let's talk this week. The riots in LA. I've made very clear that the cause of those riots are Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass. And when you elect communists who hate America, who stop law enforcement,
So solve it. If you know what the problem is and you're not solving it, you're worried about Iran, solve the problems we elected you to solve.
Yeah, in your city, in your state, for the country. It's about as simple as that. Instead of worrying about what Iran is, I mean, honestly, yeah, instead of worrying about what Iran is doing and what they have that we cannot prove.
Because when it's all said and done, if Iran truly tried to attack America, which I think it's a 60-40 chance that they would try. If Iran truly did, we could swat them like a fly swatter. And if we put a tenth of the effort into focusing on things like that, like ending homelessness, fixing, environmental problems, and doing things that benefit us and the world simultaneously, it's a no-brainer to me. I don't understand it.
I don't get it either. Like I said, it's just this, like, it's who lines his pockets at a certain point. Like, I would like to think that he's being genuine, but it's, at the same time, I'm thinking like maybe he is a true believer and he just doesn't see how. I'm like, dog, you don't see how you're kind of selling your country out in a way, like for having a warmongering mentality and an interventionist mentality.
arresting criminals, you get what you get on the street.
Amen, I agree.
My in-laws are Californians, and they're wonderful people. That Heidi grew up on the Central Coast of California, and I remember I was texting with my mother-in-law, and I think I sent her a video of criminals going to a store and just looting in California. And her response, she said something like, "Well, this is really terrible. I wish we could. It's a shame we can't do anything about this." I said, "Yes, you can. Go in and arrest them, throw their butts in jail, put them in handcuffs, 100%. And it stops."
Exactly.
And so we know how to fix these things. And DC is I think DC voted, if I remember right, 92% Democrat. Democrat policies don't work, and they destroy every community that they are in charge of.
Then why don't Republicans assert their constitutional authority over the city? Don't they control the Congress?
Yes, I'd be all for it.
Who's against it?
Susan Collins is really vocally against it. So on questions of home rule, so for example, let's take an issue you and I care a lot about, the COVID lockdowns. I had a couple of years ago in the middle of them.
And all right, let's do a nice little honest. Let's get a comedic spin on this interview from Steven Crowder. Hey, man, you want a comedic spin or a comedic commentary? Man, that man Steven Crowder is pretty damn funny. I'll give it to him.
Us giving them bunker busters. Here's what bothers me about us giving them bunker busters. That means that Israel went in to start a job that they knew they needed us to finish.
That's right.
And that's backing us into a corner, and I don't like that, and friends don't do that. So this was, I think, a highlight, and it's odd to me that it wasn't released as a snippet, considering how contentious it got.
Growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
Of those who bless the government of Israel?
Those who bless Israel is what it says. It doesn't say the government of it, says the nation of Israel. So
that was a fair
that's
question.
in the Bible.
That is
As
a fair
Christian,
question.
It really was.
I believe that.
Where is that?
I can find it to you. I don't have the scripture off the tip of my. You pull out the phone and use the.
It's in Genesis, but so you're quoting a Bible phrase. You don't have context for it. And you don't know where in the Bible it is, but that's like your theology. I'm confused. We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel.
We are commanded to support Israel, and we're
what does that mean? Israel.
We're told those who bless Israel will
That's
be
a
blessed.
fair question.
Hold on.
Yeah, like it is kind of wild though when you hear it out loud. Though when you hear it out loud, I get why people say we gotta keep religion and church and state separated, just for ideology like that right there.
I mean, I believe it was him in the same interview. He was talking about a secular. Oh no, that was Tucker Carlson. Never mind.
Yeah.
But like,
define.
We need to keep church and state out of it. Our state matters do not run coincided with our church matters.
Exactly, because apparently, like, due to the fact that due to our church, like Israel done found the way to kind of weave their way into it. It's like, I mean, look what the man is saying. He's pretty much saying that, yeah, I mean, we should go ahead and serve Israel. We need to serve Israel because that's what blesses America. So what? God bless America because we serve Israel? Like, what are you trying to say?
Define Israel. This is important. Are you kidding? This is a majority Christian country.
Define Israel. Do you not know what Israel is? That would be the country you've asked like 49 questions about.
So that's what Genesis. That's what God is talking about.
The nation of Israel, yes.
And so is that the current borders, the current leadership? He's talking about the political.
The answer to that is no.
Israel?
He's talking about the nation of Israel. Yeah, nations exist, and he's discussing a nation. A nation was the people of Israel.
Is the nation
They're the
God's
descendants of
referring
Abraham.
to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Yes.
I'm talking about the political entity of modern Israel.
Yes, and that is
You believe
Israel.
that's what God was talking about in Genesis?
I do, but
that country's existed since when?
For thousands of years. Now, there was a time when it didn't exist, and then it was recreated just over 70 years ago.
I'm saying, I think most people understand that line in Genesis to refer to the Jewish people, God's chosen people.
That's not what it says.
Okay, Israel, but you don't even know where in the Bible it is.
So, and guys, can you also send me that clip, the AIPAC clip, because that was a really bad answer from Senator Ted Cruz.
Yeah.
And maybe the thing is, maybe it's because we are around and we have people who work here who are actually observant Jews, and not every single one agrees. Like, screw AIPAC. Like, we all have a problem with AIPAC because they give to Hakeem Jeffries and Elizabeth Warren, or I don't know who.
I think Ted Cruz got over $1 million from them.
$1.9 million.
Was it 1.9?
Yeah, and here's the thing: everyone who has funding from a specific donor, a specific investor, or in some cases a foreign advocate or lobbying group, they're not going to be free to answer honestly. And this whole thing seemed like an exercise of tiptoeing around each other and avoiding the things that they're not supposed to say.
Yeah.
And there's a reason that Senator Ted Cruz was picked for this. He couldn't answer them accurately. And
it was frustrating to me because it felt like, and in the interview, I mean, I kind of summarized it that, Ted Cruz says some stuff that I don't agree with. Now, I'm not going to go so far as to go to the other side. I think the extremes are getting this wrong on both sides.
Well, let me ask you a laser question first.
Yeah.
The Bible referring to Israel is referring to?
It's referring to Jewish people. It's not referring to a nation because a nation didn't exist at the time. This was a promise made to Abraham by God. It was a covenant that God made with himself, by the way. He put Abraham into a sleep, and then he passed through the split halves of animals, basically saying, like, I'm signing a contract that says if I break this contract, whoever walks between them, may we become like the animals around us. Death, basically. If I break this, I die. God put Abraham into a sleep and walked through himself. He made a covenant with himself. Yeah. An unbreakable, one-sided deal.
The people of Israel.
Did not depend
Let's be clear.
on Tel Aviv having gay pride parades or the Jewish people.
I would go as far as to say the modern day Israel now, calling that Israel and referring to it as the same biblical sense is in and of itself propaganda. The Jewish people are the Israelites. The Jewish faith is that, and God always says when more than one is gathered in my sense, that is church, that is worship. The idea that it's almost like saying that the church is God, and it's not. The Christians make up Christianity. The Jewish people make up the Israelites. It's like the Asgardians. Asgard is wherever you say it is. It went wherever the Asgardians are. The Jewish people are wherever Israel is.
Yeah, they bring their faith with them.
Yes.
So pretty much, hey guys, hey, that California idea, it'd make a little bit more sense, would it not, if y'all was a state? But hey, let's get right back into it. Let's get right back into our man Tucker Carlson, and let's hear them go back and forth about his AIPAC money. Well, that and how much we fund Israel.
To our country, the dollars spent, the aid packages to Ukraine to pay the retirement of civil servants in a country that we have nothing to do with, the endless support for Israel, very expensive. When people are literally buying groceries on credit in the United States, can you feel like it's nothing against Ukraine or Israel or any other country?
All right, let's stop. You said the support for Israel very expensive. How much support do we give to Israel?
Well, you tell me. You vote for it.
Yeah, it's about $3 billion a year is the military assistance.
Is that the only assistance?
Yeah, we just have military assistance. Israel does not have additional assistance. There's an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, and it's $3 billion a year.
So what is it costing to support the bombing campaign to protect Israel right now from Iran?
So I don't know right now, but I'll tell you this. Let's go back to the touchstone on foreign policy, American interest. Our support, our military support for Israel is massively in America's national security interest,
what does it cost?
It benefits us enormously.
Well, before we can make independent judgments about whether or not that's true, and I'm certainly open to it, I think we need to know what it costs. So what's the annual cost of defending Israel? Do you know?
$3 billion a year.
No, that's the aid. But the cost of the weapons, for example, the cost of U.S. personnel there, the cost of moving ships to the region, which we're doing right now, the cost of moving tankers to the region, all of that. Do we know what the cost is?
So look, the last week, I don't know. And there's some lag when the administration, under the Constitution, the commander-in-chief has control of the armed forces. And so President Trump has made some decisions that we'll know the cost over time, but I don't know the last week. I don't have visibility on that. The annual cost is $3 billion. It's a 10-year memorandum of understanding, and that's the principle.
Okay, that is a bit dishonest. Now, he's saying that we only spend about 3 million, like 3 billion, right? He said 3 billion. Well, recent emergency aid packages, so the one given in October 2023 and through October 2024, the U.S. approved at least 17.9 billion in emergency military aid for Israel during that period. And then in April 2025, well, we approximately approved 4 billion in expended military aid was authorized. So to be honest, damn, actually, in April, Congress approved an additional 26 billion in wartime aid to Israel. What is he talking about? 3 billion? That's absolutely false. Just so within the past
you get the 3 billion on top like a cherry.
Yeah, low key. It's like when you stack everything up, then you have the 3 billion there, and there's your 3 billion. But right now, I'm calculating about almost $30 billion maybe more than $30 billion within the past 2 years. What do you mean 3 billion a year? I wish it was
not to mention, we have 3 aircraft carrier strike groups in the area right now. That's a lot. That costs us a lot of money to mobilize those people. There's something like 4,000 people on an aircraft carrier alone. We have 12,000 people just sitting out there right now with ancillary ships and a whole battle group. So this is costing us a lot of money already, and we're not even involved, quote unquote, yet.
The way I'm calculating this from 2023 to 2025, we've given Israel about $50 billion. Wow, 50 billion, and that's in military, mostly in military aid. I mean, and then he has the nerve to sit here in front of everybody and say $3 billion, and this is all verifiable. Let's see here. Yeah.
Driver of the cost. But let me make a point. We get massive benefits from Israel. Israel shares the Mossad is one of the best intelligence sources on the planet. The enemies of Israel, the people who hate Israel, they all hate us. It's almost a perfect overlap. And so if we tried to recreate, if we're just trying to defend America, we tried to recreate the national security benefits of our alliance with Israel, it would cost, I don't know, 30 billion, 300 billion.
So pretty much Israel has received over 310 billion in cumulative US aid, with more than 158 billion in foreign military aid alone in 2023. 158 billion in foreign aid alone in 2023.
So
can you elaborate?
Yo,
I would say by my calculations, we're at about $500 billion. I feel like we could stand up an intelligence agency that rivals the Mossad.
Exactly.
Like if that's his, like we can be ruthless fucking spies if we want to.
So it's almost egregious, this man just saying 3 billion, when if you actually break it down, because bro, a lot of people who are pro-Israelis or pro-Israel always hit me with it's such a small percentage, it don't really even matter, set is petty. But then when you break it down, it's like not really. No, it's not petty at all. It's just that you guys are not being honest.
Pennies make dimes and dimes make dollars. So
facts.
America first. Remember, we got rid of USAID because of what? A couple $1 billion?
Man, exactly. That was going to the wrong things that we don't support anyway. Yeah. I mean, hey, man, that's one reason why we supported Doge for stuff like that. And shout out to my man Wolfie, says Ted Cruz gets paid $2 million by the Jewish lobbyists, aka AIPAC.
And again, I'm going into this as someone who's always liked Israel and still does. But I also think at this point, given where we are, it's fair to ask rational questions about what the benefits are.
Good.
So does Mossad share all of its intelligence with us?
Oh, probably not, but they share a lot. We don't share all of our intelligence with them, but we share a lot. It's a close alliance.
Do they spy domestically in the United States?
Oh, they probably do, and we do as well. And friends and allies spy on each other. And I assume all of our allies spy on us.
And that's okay with you?
You know what? One of the things about being a conservative is that you're not naive and utopian. You don't think humans are all... Part of the reason socialism doesn't work is the mantra from each according to his abilities to each according to his needs doesn't work.
I mean, yeah, I'll give him that one. I don't trust. It is kind of crazy to try to trust humans to act outside of their own self-interest. And that's why capitalism works, because it works within human nature, with us to work in our own self-interest. It's hard for us to work in our own self-interest if all of us could be as lazy as the most ambitious man and get paid the same. I mean, that's not working within human interest, and there will be a slight dip in technological advancement. Not saying there couldn't be none under a socialist regime or a socialist economic structure, but it won't be as much as in a capitalist structured economy.
The only way in which socialism can work at the same time in a world is if there is no scarcity, and you still have it would almost be like Star Trek, where you have people just do jobs because they're bored and they want to, and that's how you get your advances and stuff. You cannot. Scarcity is what makes capitalism the best solution.
The facts. Ain't that the truth? And until we find a way to deal with that scarcity, we can't go ahead and just give all healthcare to everybody, as they say, as much as they would want it to be like that. But everybody in the world can't get free healthcare, apparently. Well, I wonder if that does go along with your argument. But shout out Wolfie, though. They said they're turning Palestine into a 15-minute city. Damn. A 15-minute city is crazy. Now, that is a scary reality right there. But, I mean, let's be real, though. Due to everything popping off with Iran, I mean, we haven't heard about things in Palestine for a minute now. There was recently a bombing that happened in Palestine which ended up killing people who are trying to get to the aid. So trust me, I would say the so-called genocide in Gaza is still going down. as we speak. But what's still crazy thing about Israel is how are they going to defend, work on both sides at once?
As a conservative, I assume people act in their rational self-interest.
So it's conservative to pay people to spy on you?
It's conservative to recognize that human beings act in their own self-interest, and every one of our friends spies on us. And I'm not...
Do you like it? That's my question. I'm not asking whether they have motive to do it. Of course they do. I understand that. And
by the way,
I'm not mad at them. But you're an American lawmaker, so I just want to know, hold on. I want to know your attitude. Yeah. You said that your guiding principle, in fact, the only principle, the only criterion.
I said guiding, the overwhelming. I wouldn't say only.
Is it in America's interest? Is it in America's interest for Israel to spy on us, including on the president?
It is in America's interest to be closely allied with Israel because we get huge benefits for it. And you want to see the clearest.
But I just want to stop on the spying for a second. That it takes place, as you know, and including on the president of the United States and several precedents. And I just want to know if that's okay and why is it okay? Wouldn't an American lawmaker say to a client state, you're not allowed to spy on us? I'm sorry. I know why you want to. I'm not mad at you, but you're not allowed to.
Sure.
And I don't care for it. I don't want to be spied on by you. It's kind of weird not to say that, but you don't seem able to say that.
Sure, I would say don't spy on us. They're going to anyway. And by the way, the Brits are, the Canadians are. Like, I don't think...
Well, I'm not for that at all. Okay. I think it's disgusting. But we don't actually pay their... we're not their most meaningful sponsor. We're not sort of paying for the operations of the British government.
So I got to say, and this is... it's weird.
Uh-oh.
We're talking about isolationists, the obsession with Israel. Why is Israel...
Oh, I don't think I'm obsessed with Israel.
Okay, but I think a lot of people are. And like the question, Israel spies on us. Well, so does every other country. Why are you mad at Israel?
I guess... No, I'm just...
Whoa. Because Israel actually got some results out of it. That's how they got their whole secret nuclear program is off spying on us. And it might be how they have possible blackmail on us. Israel spying on us through Mossad-led operations like, Operation Honeypot. I don't know. We can definitely look at Israel with that side eye. You can't just sit there and be like, oh, why are you looking at us for? Well, we'll look at everybody else. Yeah, we could. Or we can look at the people who actually have some results.
Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here.
It's like, look at everybody else. Like, come on, look at everybody else who's spying on you. And I'm like, I don't know, man. You guys inspired on us and got some results, got some things moving for y'all.
I'm hardly the one I've never taken money from the Israel lobby. Have you?
Yep.
Taken money from the Israel...
From AIPAC.
So AIPAC raises a lot of money for me, but it's actually a misnomer because the people who raise money are individuals. Right. So it's not the PAC itself, but they're individual members who believe in the American-Israeli friendship and relationship.
Is AIPAC a foreign lobby?
No, it's an American lobby. It's the AIPAC stands for the America-Israeli Political Action Committee.
What does it lobby for?
So, to be honest, not a whole lot effectively. Listen, I came into Congress
$2 million for nothing.
Yes. With the
really?
They just spend $2 million and say, we like Israel. Please like Israel, please. That's all they say to you? And you just take their money?
Bro.
Come on. We're not that stupid.
1.8 million though, and they basically pay you to be a politician. Like, your salary is 6 figures already, but these guys are literally paying you to be a politician, just sit there and preach their ideology. That's it. And you do it well, Ted Cruz. Well, not so well in this interview, but you do it well in other arenas. I'll tell him that. I'll give him that one at least. This just isn't Ted Cruz fighting sour, because I ain't gonna lie. Shout out Tucker Carlson. He's always been a tough interviewer, I'll tell you that.
The stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate.
Right.
And I've worked every day to do that. AIPAC, a lot of times, AIPAC, I wish were much more effective. Like, there are folks online who are in the fever swamp of terrified of AIPAC, and AIPAC...
I'm not terrified of AIPAC at all. I
don't know. I feel like AIPAC do their job. This is me throwing out a wild speculation, but what you mean? They gave you the money, and then somehow they get you caught up in some blackmail, and there you go. They ain't got to give you no money no more because they blackmailing you. It's like, I can see why AIPAC don't got to give that much money anymore. They entice you the first time, then they blackmail you the second, and now they don't ever have to pay you again. Now, like I said, it sets wild speculations.
You're the one who seems a little uncomfortable when I'm asking.
No, not uncomfortable at all.
I'm just asking what AIPAC does. My understanding, having known a lot of people who work at AIPAC, is that it lobbies on behalf of the Israeli government.
Wrong.
Oh, okay.
It's
America has that.
I mean, he just said it so quick. Like it threw me off too. I was like, oh, all right, then shoot, tell me different then. Tell us different. I want to know. But all right, let's get past the commercial, and here we go.
AIPAC took a position that deviated from Prime Minister Netanyahu.
All the time.
Name one.
Okay. Let me go back and give a little history. If you want to do a deep dive on AIPAC,
I don't. I want to do a shallow dive that gets.
No.
I want to get to the core question. AIPAC is lobbying for a foreign government, and I don't. It's not.
No.
It's lobbying for the United States.
It is lobbying for a strong.
Then maybe you should change its name then.
U.S.-Israeli relationship.
Did you hear that? A strong U.S.-Israeli relationship.
And who? All right. Let's break that down because he's trying to he's stonewalling the question. He's been in Congress too long. So, America and Israel. You have two people. Who is benefiting more from a strong Israeli-American relationship? Is it Israel or is it the U.S.?
Exactly. It is definitely Israel. And that was the craziest part about it. He like, you kind of just admitted that what Tucker Carlson saying was true, is that yes, you want a strong Israeli and US relationship, which benefits Israel because it has done nothing but benefit Israel. I mean, y'all got all the regime changes y'all want. Y'all get billions of dollars in US funding and military aid. I bet you guys would want a stronger relationship, and the stronger the relationship gets, the more we're willing to go to war for you guys. So I trust me, Tucker was spot on his analysis of AIPAC.
Okay, and it's not has nothing to do with the foreign government.
It wants America and Israel to be closely allied.
Okay, but it's lobbying on behalf of the interests of another country.
So that's not true at all. And if
it's not true.
No.
How much contact do you think AIPAC leaders have for the government of Israel?
No idea. I imagine some. I think the government of Israel is often frustrated with AIPAC because AIPAC's not nearly strong enough.
Do you think there's any coordination between the government of Israel and AIPAC?
Do they talk? Sure. If you're lobbying for more U.S.-Mexico trade, would you talk to people in the U.S. and Mexico and the government? Sure.
So I'm not mad about that. There are a million countries that lobby Washington. I like a lot of those countries, including Israel.
But AIPAC are Americans. They're not Israelis.
Hold on. There are tons of Americans who lobby on behalf of foreign governments. I know them. I'm related to some of them. I know how it works. I'm from here. So my question is not, is it outrageous that foreign governments lobby the United States? They all do, okay, including Israel. My only question is, why don't we admit that is what's happening? You're denying it, but it's true.
Yeah, and why aren't they? False.
Why aren't they registered as a foreign lobby?
Because
dog, I say Cruz, by what you just explained, Tucker's right. You pretty much just said they're there to strengthen the U.S. and Israeli relation that works in Israel's favor. Is the whole reason why they're able to drag us into all the conflicts. Yeah, no, that was accurately assessed.
They're not.
They're not a foreign lobby.
No, they're not. And this is that there's a fever swamp. Look,
it's not a fever swamp. These are very reasonable questions. And you've accused me of being obsessed with Israel, which I'm not.
I actually haven't. I've said
being feverish about it, which I'm not at all. I find it's a very tender spot when you ask it, and I don't know why.
So, Tucker, all right, let's go back. I was first elected to the Senate in 2012. I came in Obama's second term. And I actually saw AIPAC be badly wounded in a way they never came back from. And the second term is when Obama did the Iran nuclear deal. And the Iran nuclear deal, I think, was catastrophic. And AIPAC went all in lobbying against it.
Yeah.
And they failed. And I was the leading opponent of the Iran nuclear deal.
Oh, I know. They definitely failed, yes.
They failed. And what happened, the Obama White House told every Democrat, when I got here, there used to be real bipartisan support for Israel. That has largely disappeared. And it's the Obama nuclear deal that caused it, because the Obama White House told every Democrat, pick. You either stand with Israel or you're a Democrat and you stand with the Obama White House. And almost every single Democrat member of Congress said, I'm a Democrat.
I mean, that is kind of weird. Now, look, I'm no Obama fan, but here's the thing. Maybe it could have been like, yeah, you either stand with Israel or you stand over here with America. Like, could that have been phrased? Because he kind of made it sound like is either you stand with Israel and America or you stand against, America, Israel and America. It kind of sounds like because Obama wasn't going for the whole pro-Zionist route, he's like, well, nope, he's pretty much going against America. He's not standing up for nothing but him and the Democratic Party. And you know what? That may be the truth. That could be true. But just because he made it sound like they're just anti-American for going against Israel with this whole deal, I don't know if I could just buy that.
Israel is not America. We don't, there's no other country in the world that we're this tied up with. We're not this tied up with Britain. We don't care about what's going on in Britain. We don't care about what's going on in France, any of the EU, any of our other NATO allies. Like, I don't understand how this is so inflammatory and so ridiculous. Like, it's make it make sense, Set.
Man, he pretty much just said, look, there was no longer bipartisan support because the Dems were no longer willing to go full on Israel, which you just admitted, pretty much saying that there was too much support for Israel on both sides, and there was a bit of dysfunction when Obama came around. And it's
because we've been
like, was Obama somewhat of a good thing when it came to that agenda for you guys?
We've been going. I mean, I think Obama did it for different reasons. I think Obama, definitely cared a lot more about the Muslim ideology side of things. But that can't be said without saying we've been doing Israel's bidding for 40 fucking years. Like, enough becomes enough at some point.
Exactly. I agree with you on that.
First, to hell with Israel. And then I watched as AIPAC, every one of those Democrats got reelected, and AIPAC did nothing about it. And it dramatically reduced AIPAC's influence.
I agree. I watched it happen.
And by the way, I told AIPAC, I said, look, the analogy, if the NRA was supporting a bunch of politicians and cared about the Second Amendment, and you had politicians that vote to confiscate people's guns, and the NRA turned around and raised money for the people who voted to confiscate guns, you know what? No one would ever care what they said again.
So you're making the case that AIPAC is not as powerful as people say it is, and I completely agree with you. I've watched that, and I'm not making the case that AIPAC is all powerful and they're running everything and putting fluoride in the water. I'm not making that case at all, because that's not true. I'm only trying to get to the question of what AIPAC is, and I don't think you're being straightforward about it. AIPAC is lobbying on behalf of the interests of a foreign country, and they're not registered. And you're saying, no, that's not true. You're saying that they don't coordinate with the Israeli government.
Of course, I coordinate. Do they talk with them? I don't know what they do.
I believe the senator name was Thomas Massey, who's some old senator who pretty much says that everybody in Congress has an AIPAC guy. And he was on Tucker Carlson saying that. So trust me, Tucker is not letting go of this AIPAC thing because of what that man said. It's like, yo, everybody in Congress got a guy they report to an AIPAC. So to sit here and say that AIPAC doesn't have that much influence or lost influence in our government, I don't know. I don't know if you could really say that.
Could you imagine if the NRA had a guy for everybody in Congress? If everybody in Congress had an NRA guy, how the left would fucking lose their mind and say we need to get them out of our government?
Exactly. But Israel could do it. I mean, hey, look, a president tried before, and well, what happened to him?
But why don't you care? Isn't it meaningful if a foreign government?
Hey, I talk with Israel all the time.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
Foreign countries all the time.
But the law is, and a lot of people have been prosecuted under this law, that if you are lobbying on behalf of foreign government, you must register. That's it. It's really simple. And I don't know why, if I'm working for Malaysia or Qatar or Belgium, and I'm working on behalf of its government's interests through a group of Americans who are representing the friendship between those two nations, I have to register under the Foreign Agent Registration Act, and if I don't, I can go to jail. And people have gone to jail, including people I know. Okay. So I don't understand why we don't just be honest and say they're lobbying on behalf of a foreign government, they're coordinating with the government. You know that that's true.
That is not only not true, that is false.
They're not coordinating with the Israeli government?
Do you know how AIPAC raises money?
What?
For elected officials, like what they do, like what the actual mechanics is?
I get it. I mean, they go to people who are sympathetic to Israel and raise money and then send it to candidates who agree with them.
So what they'll do.
That's how they do it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like we all know it's due to fundraising and people who are
we've seen the commercials.
Exactly. Get more people who are sympathetic towards Israel to give them a whole lot of money.
And that's I'm completely okay with that. I think that anybody that lobbies, I disagree with the idea that we need to get lobbyists out of government. That's how you make your voice heard, is you lobby. So it's become corrupt, and that's what people have a big issue with. But
I think you should be corporate lobbying.
Do what?
I think it should be like a corporate lobbying, and maybe the people should be able to fund whatever like position they want to have instead of these corporate lobbyists who kind of just fund the government to look past, I don't know, certain regulations or not have certain regulations.
That's how it was intended. Now that's where the corruption and the cronyism come from, is what you just described. Is they look past this thing over here, and
like I want to
we're
add
gonna make you
guys
rich.
to the Cheerios. It's like, just look past it though, FDA. Yeah, I get it. But I get it, and trust me, I see where they make their money and why they pay so much money for it. It's like they're basically paying like 50 million to make 50 billion. And shout out to Wolfie. He says they want to push Zionism on US and the world. I mean, exactly. They want everybody to think that we should all be serving Israel. But you know what? Let's get a word from the most biggest anti-Semite on the web besides Kanye. Nick Fuentes.
And the first thing I'll say about Tucker pressing Ted Cruz on the population, I see a lot of people saying, and this was Ted Cruz's reply, they said, well, what does it matter what the population of Iran is? That was Ted Cruz's rebuttal. So Ted Cruz is advocating that the United States overthrow the regime in Iran and go to war. I mean, we're bombing Iran. Make no mistake about it. That is what they are pushing. They are pushing the United States dropping bombs on Iran. Iran will attack us. And then we may be put in the position of overthrowing their government, which will have massive ramifications. And I see defenders of Ted Cruz, including Ted Cruz himself, they're saying, well, why do we need to know what the population is? So what? Did Luke Skywalker need to know the population of the Death Star before they blew it up?
Yeah, that joke was trolling all online. I was like, bro, I seen it on X, Instagram, like I was like TikTok. I was like, okay, this is petty.
In Star Wars? And I will answer this ridiculous rebuttal for anybody that needs to hear it. Of course, the size of the population, and we're not talking about down to the single digits, the exact number of people that live there, but having a general idea of the amount of people and what kind of people they are and how diverse it is and what their religion is and what the border areas are like, what the surrounding countries are like. This is all about the complications. This is all the demographic information that is necessary to understand what the actual outcome of this conflict will be.
And I don't know, maybe I should look into some videos of life in Iran. Let's see if we can find something.
Of course it matters how big the population is. If you have a country like China with 1 billion people, overthrowing their government is a huge deal. Because a country with 1 billion people falling into chaos is a massive problem. You're talking about instability, which could cross over into other countries and destabilize borders. You're talking about a high casualty count of people that would die if supply chains are disrupted, if people can't get food or medicine. You're talking about a very difficult prospect of replacing the regime, earning the allegiance of the people, and maintaining some semblance of stability. There's a question of sectarianism. Does it break up into multiple pieces? If you have a very large country with a large population with diversity, these are all complicating factors. These are all confounding variables that are going to influence the outcome of the conflict and actually how the conflict plays out in real time. So I see people saying, well, what does it matter how many people are living there? It just goes to show they know nothing. They know nothing about conflict. They know nothing about grand strategy. They know nothing about international relations. Those are literally the first questions you need to ascertain. In particular, the relative population tables of one country versus another. It's a far bigger deal to topple Iran than Iraq because Iran has 3 times the population. And what else does that mean? If Iran has a much bigger population than Iraq, it means they have a bigger reserve to pull from for soldiers. Why does it matter what the ethnic mix is? Because that determines what kind of provisional government you're going to establish. It also determines whether there'll be fallout in the neighboring countries like Afghanistan, Pakistan, Turkey, Iraq, particularly with the large Kurdish minority.
I do say people like to ignore that bigger problem of, well, what if things fall out and fall into other countries? And when not only do we destabilize Iran, but we destabilize the country around it, and now the Middle East is even worse than it was before. All possible. But all right, now let's get over to what happens next in Iran in this debate between Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz.
And Hilton and I. Oh wow, I agree with you about McCain. I just want to end by asking you specifically about what's going to happen next in Iran and what should happen next. So you've called for regime change. You said you don't favor the U.S. military participating in any kind of regime change. You said you don't think, and bless you for saying this, that the U.S. military should try and turn it into Belgium.
Yeah.
Thank God. But there is a third option where it turns into Syria, where it's this open wound and it causes massive migration and further destroys Europe, as Syria has.
Yeah.
And that's a huge cost, and where lots of people die and religious minorities get murdered in Syria again. Are you worried about that?
Sure. And listen, that lots of bad things can happen. But going back to what we talked about, the principle of defending America, I agree with President Trump.
Now, would it be effed up to sit here and say that, you know what? I don't think you should be making any decisions on war unless you have kids, family members that are in the game. So we know you got some skin in it. So we know that, you know what, if we do go to war, at least you're losing family members too. Because there's a lot of people who are like warmongers who don't really got too much skin in the game.
That Iran with a nuclear weapon is an unacceptable risk to America, and we need to stop it. I agree with President Trump, and I'll make a point.
But he's not for regime change.
He's not. So he and I disagree. Yeah, look, I think he thinks it would be better. He has not said he's for it. And you know what? Look, it is consequential when the President of the United States says, I'm for regime change. So I understand why he hasn't. What he has said is he's drawn a red line and said, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon, and the only acceptable outcome is complete dismantlement. So they have centrifuges. They're enriching uranium right now. They're trying to develop a nuclear weapon. He said they must have complete dismantlement. I led 52 senators, Republican senators, in a letter where we said we agree with President Trump. That's the red line, complete dismantlement. I agree with President Trump. I agree with him supporting Israel, taking out Iran's military leadership, taking out their nuclear capability. And I'll point out, look, if you look the first term, I am hard-pressed to think of a single foreign policy decision Donald Trump made the first term that I disagree with. And that's not entirely accidental, because I spent a lot of time the first term in the Oval Office with him. And what happened in the first term often is you would have in the administration, you had interventionists in the administration, you had isolationists. And they disagreed. They would fight within the administration. And often what it would give is an opportunity for me to come in and say, hey, there's a middle path here that President Trump agreed with frequently. And it's worth noting, in the first term, he most assuredly was not an isolationist. Look, he took out General Soleimani, which I emphatically agree with. And in fact, I introduced a resolution that we voted on the Senate floor commending him for taking out General Soleimani, who was the leader of the IRGC and who was responsible for killing over 600 American servicemen and women. When Trump came in, ISIS had a caliphate that had grown up under Obama that was about the size of the state of Indiana. And Trump came in and utterly decimated them. He killed the terrorists, took away their caliphate, and defeated them. And he also took out Baghdadi, the head of ISIS. I mean, those are not the actions of an isolationist, but at the same time,
I don't even know what isolationist is. It's just a slur designed to control. I mean, I've never met an isolationist. I don't even know what that means.
Okay, Rand Paul is my colleague. Rand is an isolationist. Okay, and Tucker, you've become one, and I don't mean it as a slur.
Of course I've not.
You consistently say, you have said, actually, I want to read from your newsletter, because if you ask what an isolationist is, your newsletter a couple of days ago, you wrote, Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb, and we're hoping to get back to the negotiating table. We will see. There are several people in leadership in Iran that will not be coming back, Trump said, following the strikes.
Right.
It's worth taking a step back and wondering how any of this helps the United States. We can't think of a single way. Okay, That to me is the essence of isolationism. And let me just ask you, when the Ayatollah chants death.
Whoa. So asking why something like benefits us, like, why are we doing this? Like, why are we getting into this? Does it benefit us? Oh, you're being an isolationist. Like, whoa, because I'm bringing up the fact that we probably shouldn't be getting into this. We probably should just draw back out of this. It kind of seems like, oh, well, because I'm not willing to go to war over every little conflict or every little microaggression towards America, I'm an isolationist.
To America. I believe him. Do you not believe him? Do you think he doesn't mean it when he says death to America?
Well, I think he hates America, for sure. And I'm opposed to that.
And do you think he's willing to act on it? It's not just hate America. He also is leading a country and trying to develop a nuclear weapon.
Under certain circumstances, for sure. So the question is, do you act in a way that makes that more or less likely? And that's a tough call. It's something that you can debate. One of the ways you shut down debate is by calling people names like isolationists, pretending they're like pro-Nazi or something, or as you did, claiming I'm an anti-Semite.
All right,
that's not a way to get to a solution or have a rational conversation. That's a way to make people be quiet. And I'm against that. And
okay, so if you don't like the label isolationist, how would you... Look, Rand, and I served with Rand. Rand is a friend of mine, but Rand opposes every military action in every circumstance.
Of course I don't oppose every military. This whole thing is infantile, and you know that it is. It's a way to call people names.
So which of Trump's military actions do you support, and you disagree with them all?
And make them be quiet.
Give me another name. If you don't like that, I'm not trying to have you be quiet.
No, I agree with the joke that Rand Paul hasn't seen a bill he's liked. I agree with that joke, but I kind of stand with Rand Paul when he's talking about, we're being too much of an interventionist and we keep running into these conflicts head first without really knowing anything, but ready to throw money and send guns in at a moment's notice. I kind of agree with him on that stance, and it's not really being an isolationist. Maybe it's just taking a step back and looking at the chessboard instead of just rushing in.
We've been talking an hour and a half. I'm asking, if you don't like the name isolationist, how would you describe it?
I would describe myself in the same way you falsely described yourself in this conversation.
Falsely?
Yes,
so
falsely.
What did I say false?
You said that the only thing that matters in a foreign policy decision is whether it helps the United States.
I didn't say the only, I said the predominant.
That's what I understood.
Okay.
So let me revise what you said and apply it to myself and say the only thing that matters is whether or not it serves the United States. And I feel very stung by what happened in Iraq, if I'm being honest. Possibly because, unlike you, I guess, I supported it. And I saw us get drawn into it in a way that nobody anticipated. And I saw the cost, just $3 trillion. And the cost on so many levels to the United States was just so profound. And I
clearly
felt like,
mistake.
Gosh, it reminds me of Kaiser Wilhelm in 1914 saying, my men will be back by the time the leaves turn. And of course, that destroyed Christian Europe. So it's like you don't really know where these things are going once the shooting starts. That's my only point. And calling people names, anti-Semite, isolationist, to get them to stop talking is not the way to serve your country. That's all I'm saying.
So I'm trying to have a real and serious conversation. Right. And look, a lot of this has been contentious. I wish it had not, because as we started out by saying, you and I agree vehemently on 80% of the issues. This discussion is focused on the 20% where we don't. I will say, look, on Iraq.
I mean, that's the beautiful part of the conversation, to be honest.
You look at the 2016 presidential campaign where you had 17 Republicans running. If you set Rand aside, and his views are on one side, there were only two candidates on that stage that opposed the Iraq war. Me and Donald Trump were the only two. Everyone else thought the Iraq war was a great thing. I think it was a disaster. So you and I agree on that as well. In my view, I think your foreign policy has gone too far. So, I mean, let me ask you, is there a military action Trump has undertaken that you agree with? Because I've not heard anything.
A military, look, I would say it's really simple. I believe in self-defense. That's why I keep firearms at home. I think it's morally justified to defend yourself, your family, your property, your nation. And so to the extent that you can deter a threat through violence always being the least appealing choice, violence always being, if I can finish, always being a tragedy, I think you can justify the use of violence in self-defense. That is my personal view, and that applies to me and to the country that I live in. Those are my views. That's not an isolationist view. It's not an anti-Israel view. It's not an anti-Semitic view, with apologies. It is, I think, a pretty common sense view. But my problem is that lawmakers in Washington are light on detail, with these things, and they speak as you do entirely in moral terms. These people are bad. These people are.
I'm not speaking entirely in moral terms. I'm not interested in killing bad guys. I'm interested in killing people who are trying to kill us.
If we had,
that's different. I'm not engaged in morality.
Are you now? Because you told me that the government of Iran is presently trying to assassinate Donald Trump, and then you
that
said
is undisputed. There's literally nobody who disputes that fact.
Then why don't you support?
And I answered that.
I mean, but that was actually a good point, because he was sitting here. Him and Bibi both said that, oh yeah, Iran has pretty much plotted or attempted 2 assassinations against President Trump, and Tucker kind of turned up and said, oh, why aren't we attacking Iran? Why aren't we blowing these guys up right now? And I kind of had the same feeling. I'm like, yo, yeah, if they're threatening our president, why aren't you in the same level as Tucker Carlson going like, yeah, you're right, we should be bombing these guys right now, especially we got proof that they are trying to assassinate our president.
Military action right now against Iran.
We are engaged in military action right now.
Why don't you support offensive military action?
We're bombing the crap out of them. Israel is, and we're supporting them. Israel is.
Okay. So why shouldn't the U.S. military defend its own president? I don't understand that.
Look, and it goes back to...
Because you don't really believe it's true. That's why.
Everyone...
Exactly.
Nobody disputes it, Tucker.
I'm disputing it. Shit. A lot of people disputing it. Even Tulsi Gabbard is disputing some of this stuff. Especially
I'm not
disputing
that they want to. I'm disputing that it's not a credible threat because they can't.
All right, that's also honestly a good point too. It's like, one, yeah, that's true. Is the one if they did it, and two, do they even have the capacity to do so? And you got to remember, we've been blaming Iran for almost every little thing that's, not every little thing, but almost every mysterious thing that's happened, like Thomas Crook, like Ryan Rove. They're literally trying to put that off on Iran. They try to put the drones in New Jersey on Iran. And yes, in India, it's so funny. They were trying to pass it. Well, Iran has been making all these drones. They've been up in their drone capacity, which they have, but that had nothing to do with the drones in New Jersey.
Did we land on the moon? What other conspiracies do you not believe? Was 9/11 an inside job? I mean, like what?
So I've asked you the names of these people. I
don't know the names of the Iranian hitmen. I know it because the U.S. military and the intelligence agencies have testified before Congress repeatedly.
And what did they say?
That Iran is trying to murder Donald Trump and has hired hitmen. Do I know the name of the hitmen? No, I'm sorry, and I don't think we do either, because we would apprehend them if we knew their names.
Then why don't you take?
Actually, it was on PBD, and I think it was Nancy Mace. She came out. I think she said the actual name of the hitman that got caught. So yes, there were 2 hitmen that got caught. That they say was being paid by Iranian sources to take out President Trump, but it was quickly thwarted. So I mean, kind of goes on with my man Monty's point, is that, well, I mean, they could try, but will they succeed? And well, by that decree, nope, they couldn't do it. I mean, we stopped them as soon as they tried.
If we're gonna go after credible threats on spying and infiltrated people, then we need to be in the same stroke of breath. If we were being honest about it, we would be going after China, because China, you look up Chinese spies infiltrate, and Google will fill in the rest for you of probably 10 or 20 different instances where Chinese spies have posed as scientists or education, affiliated, and not broken into bases, been let onto bases. My mom did a tour for a couple of Chinese researchers that turned out to be spies, and the U.S. later went on and killed them. But that's it's if we're so worried about infiltrations, then keep paint with broad brushes.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if we are worried about these infiltration, let's worry about everybody then. Let's worry about every single one of them, because it's not just Iran. It's not just
when
China.
It's convenient to start a war.
Exactly. Now we want to pop off a war with a particular country, because, I mean, let's be real, then we have all the reasons to pop off a war with China. If that's your argument. They got spies in here then. I'm like, okay, well, guess what then? You're kind of putting China on the list as well.
Take it seriously enough to support killing the Ayatollah in response to protect our president. But you don't. This doesn't even make any sense. And you're calling me an isolationist. If I believed that was true, I would support military action against the government of Iran.
Okay, that's interesting, because there is literally...
You can't kill our president.
All right, out of 535 members of Congress, I am not aware of one who disputes that Iran is trying to murder Donald J. Trump. That's not even the looniest Democrat doesn't dispute that. So I don't. You're saying if you,
I mean, we're disputing it because you have no proof, and you're not really like. And like I said, there's been names that's finally came up, so I guess there is proof, but that's not no reason to send us into a war with Iran. I'm just gonna be quite honest with you. Quite honest. They said Trump was the first Jew president of the U.S. I mean, I don't know. I think he's actually got some German heritage, actually. So I think Trump's more of a German, but he has members of his family who married into Jewish family. Like, I mean, his daughter, I think one of his sons is also married to a Jewish person. So, I mean, it just happens. It happens. You can't say it's a Jewish conspiracy, or you could, or you can just say it's a coincidence. Coincidence. I mean, come on now. We're not going to pretend like Jews aren't attractive people or something. Like, you could be with a Jew right now and not even know it.
Believed what is, I think, a fact that they are trying to.
You think it's a fact?
Yes.
What is the fact exactly?
That they've hired hitmen.
In the United States?
Yes.
Americans?
Yeah, he's not in Iran, so they haven't hired hitmen.
No, but are the hitmen American?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm telling you what, and by the way, I'm not
He
the
knows
CIA.
it's a fact,
I'm
but
not the
doesn't know
Department
any
of Defense.
facts about the fact.
Exactly. It's like, but maybe you should have came here with more, like, evidence. If you were going to argue this to Tucker Carlson, you probably should have came with the dossiers or something. Like, all right, these are the two guys. This is the investigation, man. This is how we did it. Yeah, these are honestly, you don't even got to go into that much detail. Just, these are the two guys that try to go after Trump. We verified that that they were being paid by Iran. And if you can go ahead and prove that, then yeah, cool. We'll take it as it is. But to be quite honest, we're not going to sit here and say that, well, this should be a reason
Now,
to go to war with Iran. Because then we'd have to give that brush to China.
To give him some plausible deniability, it could entirely be completely classified as everything that's gone on, and he might not be allowed to discuss it, period. Because there is a certain thought process that if you want to catch somebody, you let them go through the motions and keep going until you're ready to pounce on them. Like, there might still be actual credible threats to the president right now, and if he blows up, someone's thinking that they're working under the radar, they're gonna cut bait and leave.
Yeah, but the funniest thing is, like, I don't know, we have a pretty good intelligence. So, like I said, it kind of went along to your example of, if they try to assassinate the president on American ground, they're gonna get caught. They're gonna get caught.
Oh,
And
yeah.
here's the thing, why did they release this until now? Like, how long was this ago, and why did you guys wait so long to release it?
I can unequivocally, positively tell you that any foreign threat to the president of the United States has to go through overseas communication. And every single piece of overseas communication is monitored. The NSA does nothing but do that all day long.
Huh. So we already have a clue of what these guys are on as soon as they come in here.
We know what they ate for breakfast. Let me put it to you that way.
Oh, okay. It's like, we know every little bit of detail. We even know who their contact is.
I'm telling you what they have told us.
I'm not disputing it. I'm merely saying
we are.
That I'm not. I'm saying the logic train has a massive hole in it. If you believe that's true, then you should, by definition, support killing the people trying to kill our president. But you don't support that.
Now, Tucker,
so I'm wondering what's going on here.
Tucker, you took offense to the word isolationist, and I genuinely don't mean it as a pejorative. I disagree with it. But if you don't like that term, I don't know how else to describe what is a coherent foreign policy that says we're surrounded by two giant nations. By the way, isolationism has long been a school of foreign policy.
I believe in self-defense. I'm not
okay, but
not into the slurs, the anti-Semite stuff. I just don't like that. I'm telling you what I believe.
So, but is there a single military action Trump took that you agree with? So, did you agree with taking out General Soleimani?
Oh, I don't know. It turned out better than I thought, I guess.
I mean, you said at the time it would lead us to World War III.
I was worried about it. I've seen that.
Well, but that proved not the case.
I was wrong, as I have been many times.
Did you agree with taking out the ISIS caliphate?
Well, if we took out the ISIS caliphate, why are they running Syria right now? And you're for that. Why is that?
What do you mean? I didn't say I'm for that.
You don't seem to have a problem with it.
I didn't say
ISIS
that.
is now running Syria. You're like, we'll see.
No, I did.
I mean, think about it like this. We've had this conflict before. Like, like we run off one terrorist group, like we ran off ISIS just to help ISIS take over Syria. Like, how did that work? And then we freed Afghanistan of the Taliban just to let it get taken back over by the the Taliban. Bruh. What was the point? What was the point? Really, what was the point, guys? If we were just gonna end up working with these guys in the end, you might as well have been friends. We might as well have tried the friendly approach then at the beginning. If we was gonna work with them in the end.
Look, I mean, I know why.
But by the way, I didn't push Assad out. Assad toppled.
It's hilarious.
You know why I don't
Assad
care?
is bad, but no, ISIS runs Syria, but that's fine. We'll just kind of wait and see on ISIS. Not a big deal.
You know
not
why?
a big deal. They're trying to kill Trump.
Hold on a second. I want to get back. You know why I don't care, and why? And you do your trademark smirky laugh. I know why you don't care.
What are you even talking about?
What? Why don't I care?
I don't know why. You tell me. Because you think it's okay because they're not making angry noises or something. But by your own standards, ISIS is so immoral that they must die. But now they're running Syria, and you don't think that we should take military action against the government of Syria? Because why? They're ISIS.
You might as well tell Tucker. Come on, Tucker. Different country, different feeling. Different country, different terrorist group.
You know,
I mean, they were evil of the world then, but now they're our partners now.
You know when Tucker breaks out that smirk and laugh, you're cooked.
Yeah, you're cooked. You're like, when he starts laughing and smirking, it's like, oh, okay, hold on, he got it. He's about to hit you with something. And that's kind of what we've been pulling on this man almost the entire interview, was the smirk and the laugh. To the point where you have to apologize.
What I said is, I don't know how good or bad it'll be. Look, I wasn't pushing Assad out. He fell. He fell on his own, in part because he was heavily supported by Hezbollah. And when Israel took out the Hezbollah leadership, he lost his base of support.
But the current ISIS leadership, you don't think is bad? You can't say it's terrible that ISIS runs a country?
I am concerned about it.
Concerned? Aren't you horrified?
I want to see what they do.
Oh, so you got a wait and see attitude on ISIS now?
On the government of Syria, they are not actively, that I am aware of, trying to murder Americans. And that's a real dividing line. Are you trying to murder Americans or not?
I'm just saying it's a little weird that we waged this war against ISIS and now they're running a country in the Mediterranean. I think that people would be very, very upset about that, but you don't seem
By the
very
way,
upset about that.
did you agree with Trump taking out al-Baghdadi, the head of ISIS?
I'm totally opposed to ISIS, and what I care about is results, actually. And
I'll tell you this right now. It doesn't really seem like people kind of are getting down when we do these regime change, when we take down their leaders, because then every time we put somebody else in, they tend to hate that guy more. I mean, you would think you'd find somebody better than the Taliban or ISIS to run the country, but somehow you found somebody worse. I mean, it kind of makes
almost it's almost as if their whole culture is run on factions, and trying to install one guy to run a bunch of factions. The only way you can achieve that is if you have a brutal dictator, because one faction is gonna agree, and then the 247 other of them are gonna be pissed off.
Facts. And
so
here's the crazy part.
Stop trying to do that.
Yeah, y'all see this guy right here. This guy right here, the Crown Prince. Now, this is the main reason why they won't trust this man if we insert him in here. Let me show you guys something of why they will never trust this man. Right? This is why they will not trust this man. They believe that he sold out to Israel and all that good stuff. So you think that the guy that, I'm gonna be real with you, almost every Iranian does not like it. Almost every Iranian probably does not like Israel. They may not agree completely with the Ayatollah, but trust me, there's probably the consensus in Iran is that they don't like Israel. So you think that this guy coming over here like this, you think the Iranian people are going to accept that? And as much as we love them to do so, as much as we would like them to do so, let's be honest. You can't touch the wall and then come back for Iran, apparently. It's all about understanding how these things work in the Middle East. And let's be real, he's not no Muslim, and that is a Muslim country. And let's be real, just because they take out the Ayatollah doesn't mean that Muslim is be like, well, I'm just real with you, the country religion is going to change. It's going to be it's going to be a less stricter version of Muslim, which we hope. We hope, right? We hope. This is probably the most strictest version of Muslim being practiced in the Middle East. So let's be real. But we're not gonna sit here and pretend like they're just gonna accept a straight up, well, I don't know, Christian or a Jew or a Jewish guy. Like, let's be real here.
If taking out the head of ISIS ends ISIS, I guess I'm for it. But now ISIS runs Syria.
Okay,
so I'm wondering how does this work?
I mean, my point is,
we're at the time. I mean, I've taken so many different positions over the years, some of which have been wrong. I really do my best to be honest and correct if they are and admit that I was wrong. I'm not one of these people who's like, I've always been consistent. No, my views change all the time because the facts change all the time. You're not going to get consistency from me. You're only going to get sincerity.
Well, I will say this, and look, I believe you're sincere.
Yeah.
But
I'm not God. I'm just some guy watching, trying to figure out the right thing for America.
And I think because you believe you were mistaken, and I agree previously, I think you've overcorrected.
What do you mean overcorrected? I'm worried about turning this mess in Iran into a much larger mess. That's the concern.
And by the way, that's a reasonable worry. Look,
I know it's reasonable. And I know you've been like, you're like ready to call me all these names for asking, you're just asking questions. Yes, I am. So here's my question to you. If the Ayatollah is killed in Iran, and he very well
could if there's a war.
I have just read in the paper this morning that Israel tried to take him out twice and Trump told them not to.
I have read that. I don't have independent confirmation one way or the other.
Do you think that they should take him out?
So I actually talked about it. As you know, I do a podcast every week, Verdict with Ted Cruz, and I actually talked about it in the latest podcast. And I said, look, I've seen the reporting that says that Trump asked them not to take out the Ayatollah. And what I said in the podcast is I think it's reasonable for them to decide not to try to take him out. What they've done is targeted just about the entire top level of the military, the people that actually conduct.
I'll say this. You know, it's so funny. I always do say people do have their gripes with, Islam, but I would say, frame it like this. You know that Islam actually accepts the prophet Jesus Christ, right? You know that if you deny Jesus, you damn near deny Islam. Anybody you ever knew that? I know a lot of people don't know that fact, but honestly, no, look it up. If you look it up in their Quran, in their teachings, they do teach that Jesus is a prophet, a guy to be respected. So I always do say, don't look at the people who practice it as the religion themselves. Because let's be real, we could point out a lot of terrible Christians. And if we say that's Christianity in a nutshell, look what the guys do with the Catholics, that they could pretty much call you guys a bunch of pedophiles. But we don't shoot that low. So let's not try to shoot low on a bunch of people's beliefs. Okay, guys? Because trust me, they can do the same to us and go tit for tat all day. And let's be quite honest, they respect our prophet, so let's try to respect theirs.
Duck the war.
I'm just being real.
I can see an argument that taking out both the head.
Isn't it crazy how we're going against the people who, respect our prophet, but defending the people who don't even believe in our prophet? Remember that, guys. Remember that.
State and a religious leader could make him a martyr and could cause more problems than it's worth. And by the way, if you take out the Ayatollah, I don't know if the next guy isn't just as bad. And so I am.
What happens to the country?
I don't know, but you mentioned before, and I want to go back to this. You said something like, you, like most other politicians, are engaged in moral terms. And let me be clear, I am talking about national interest. I am talking about protecting America. So there are bad guys on planet Earth that I don't think we should take out, even though they're bad guys.
Good.
I'll call them bad guys, but I'm not willing to use U.S. military force to take them out. In this instance, what Israel is doing is taking out their capacity to build nuclear weapons. Why? Because they judge the risk is too high if they got nuclear weapons.
I understand that. I understand that. I think it's in progress. I think it'll probably be achieved, probably with U.S. military support. Who knows? But the president said he's for that.
And by the way, where the military support is most needed is Fordow, which is it's a bunker that's built under a mountain.
Right.
And Israel's taken out most of the rest, like Natanz, which is their big enrichment site. They bombed the hell out of it. Fordow was deliberately built deep into a mountain so that Israel couldn't take it out. And there's an active discussion because the U.S. has bunker buster bombs that are big enough to take out Fordow.
30,000 pounds.
Yeah. Yes. And Israel doesn't. So the one military piece
nor the aircraft to fly them.
Correct. Right.
But here's, I guess, what bothers me is that I said 2 weeks ago, the real goal here is regime change in Iran. It's
I
not.
don't think that's Trump's goal. And,
Well,
and I don't.
it's your goal. It's Israel's goal. I'm not attacking anyone. I'm just saying it's important to be honest and not lie and not attack people for telling the truth.
So I believe I've been assiduously honest in this, but words matter. You said the real goal here is regime change, and it's your goal. And I want to be clear.
Well, you said it was your goal.
I want to be clear because words matter. Do I support regime change and would I like a government that doesn't hate America and isn't trying to kill us in Iran? Yes, that's a good outcome. Is that the objective of these military strikes? I don't think necessarily. I don't know if it's Israel's. It's not my objective. My objective is taking out.
U.S. If Israel decides we're going to decapitate the government and try to foment an uprising against it, should the United States participate in that operation in any way?
Look, I have not called for killing the Ayatollah. And there is nations in war generally refrain from attacking and killing heads of state. Now, the Ayatollah doesn't. He's trying to kill Trump. We talked about that.
But we shouldn't punish him for it.
Look, there has been a long-standing nations in war have refrained from killing heads of state. I have not publicly called for killing the Ayatollah. What I've called for is doing whatever is necessary to stop him from getting nuclear weapons. In the first Trump term, what that meant was maximum pressure. So in the first Trump term, I spent a lot of time urging the president to withdraw from the disastrous Iranian nuclear deal that Obama had. President Trump agreed with me. He did that. And then I urged him to end the oil waivers and to sanction the hell out of the country. And it ended up crippling their economy. So Iran at the time was selling 2 million barrels of oil a day. 1 million barrels of oil a day. When President Trump ended the oil waivers, it cut their sales to 300,000 barrels a day. At the end of the Trump term, the Iranian economy was in shambles. They had massive inflation. I think the regime was teetering. I think it might have fallen. I would use economic sanctions and I would use moral suasion to try to effectuate
If you
regime
topple,
change.
okay, so you topple the regime and by whatever means, what happens then? How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah.
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay, this is cute.
It's not
okay.
even... You don't know anything about Iran. So
okay,
actually,
I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government, and you don't know anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the one.
I mean,
fight.
I'm telling you, it was so funny because I'm just like, hold on, wait, what? I mean, he knows more than the country, but than you do. Like, what does that have? I'm sorry, but what does them trying to assassinate Donald Trump have to do with his knowledge of the country? Honestly, that kind of speaks to, I'm gonna be real with you, that kind of speaks to why he's so ignorant on him, because he believes that he knows what these people are about. He believes that, oh, what you mean? They just want the death of America, death of Donald Trump. And he thinks there's no reason behind it. Just like we all thought there was no reason behind why the Muslims did 9/11. They just thought that, oh, they hate America, which that would turn out.
Why do you hate something? Like, why are you willing to go out of your way to kill yourself? Because that's a suicide mission. 19 hijackers killed themselves to do that. Why do you think they're willing to do that?
And a lot of people don't know that it was because of Palestine. It was a bunch of Palestinians who went over to Saudi Arabia to go commit that crime. And the reason why they did it was before Palestine. A lot of people cover that up. Like I said, they say it was because they hate our freedom, but really they hate our intervention.
They hate,
yeah.
It's just a nail in the coffin. They hate the Western way of life. True, that what they hate is that the Western way of life tries to impose their way of life on them.
Exactly. It's just kind of like this. Like, we kind of look at them and be like, come on, man, you can let your women do this, that, the third. And Islam looks at us like, bro, who are you to tell us how to handle y'all women? Y'all women divorce y'all got low birth rates. What you talking about? That we want to try to criticize them on, oh, well, you guys are terrible leaders. I mean, bro, your presidents have more scandals than ours. I'm like, all right. So we can try to judge these guys and act like we're holier than thou, but come on now, guys. That's kind of why I was getting a bit. I don't know. I'm not in
now
defense.
America.
Yeah.
You can say all that, but in the same breath, I would say America still is the greatest
country
beacon for prosperity in the world. So, but I mean, we live in this country. We've experienced nothing other than this country. Everything
But here's
else
the
looks
thing,
bad
though.
to us.
But within that, though, within that saying, and in that same breath, we can also say that countries look at us at envy while we sit there in prosperity, and we've been the cause of their dismantlement. Like, I mean, we can literally come on now. Like, I would do say we gotta have some perspective here. But
yeah, I mean, if you just blindly go into things and you just have the turn Iran into glass mentality, then the 90 million people probably don't want to get turned into statues.
Exactly. And if they start chanting, I mean, let's be real, if they hear our rhetoric, it is getting translated into their language. I'm damn right they probably preaching death to America. I'm like, bro, we're here in the American media and they talking about some of them want to just bomb us straight out.
And it doesn't help. We don't need to give them propaganda to give to their people.
Exactly.
Like, all of this is getting, I mean, they're watching all of this. Signal waves are not, hard to pick up. They can see. There's probably Iranians and Israelis in this, discussion right now.
Like, bro, there was somebody that said nuke Iran, and I'm just like, dog, it's people with that attitude right there is why they say death to America.
Now, my whole opinion changes as soon as they show outward aggression towards us. Then we have nukes for a reason.
Exactly. Or they just go after.
We went after Japan twice just in case they misconstrued it and thought we were sorry about it.
Mm-hmm. But I'm weak. Oh yeah, I guess everybody's coming after the comment about what I made about how Muslims have more respect for Jesus than Jews do. Well, than the Jewish faith does, I would say. But you're more Christian than me. What do you think?
So it's in their religion. I believe the Muslim religion does see Jesus as a false prophet, though. Like, they acknowledge that Jesus walked the earth, but they think that he's a false prophet. I think that's actually, and I'm probably making myself sound stupid, but I think that's why the Muslim faith broke off.
It's how they actually feel is that, all right, Jesus they see him as a prophet straight up. Like, he had the word of God, he had good teachings, the same thing as they seen Muhammad, the same thing, except they don't see Muhammad as the son of God. They don't see their prophet as divinity. So that's why they don't see Jesus as divinity, because they separate their prophets from God.
There's only one God. There's not the Holy Trinity.
Exactly. That's the only difference. So they respect Jesus just like they respect their prophet Muhammad, but they also see Jesus and put him as the same umbrella as Muhammad, as a prophet who preached the word of God.
Yeah. Like, they're very, very much like a lot of similarities that can be drawn from the Quran and from the Bible. And I do know that, but it's where it differentiates. Like, to be honest with you,
of it, the carrying out
to
of
be honest with you,
is salacious.
Islam is very, very, very conservative and orthodox. It's funny to me that like liberal ideologues walking around the planet start talking about how Islam is such a great religion, and it's like those same people are like, you get the people that are in power over there. They're the ones that like don't like gay people, don't like,
And you know what? I kind of like those Muslim regimes, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because they teach us to have gratitude, to be quite honest with you. It's like, yeah, over there, you can't practice anything else. You're under them. If you don't want to practice Islam, get out. Like, period, point blank, just get out. But over here, you can have freedom of expression. You can criticize whatever you want. You can leave if you want to. So it just makes me appreciative of what we got going on here. And it makes me, and it understands that we are kind of like a unique piece over here in the USA, because you can't really do this anywhere else.
My grandma used to tell me all the time, if you steal in Saudi Arabia, they cut your hands off. If you lie, they cut your tongue out. Like they don't fuck around over there. Like they have a very honorable, not honorable, but honor is very important to them.
Exactly. It's like and they're more strict. I mean, like I said, we're more forgiving. Like we just have more of a forgiving nature than they do. I mean, bro, they stone women for being hoes. We just talk about them and call them a hoe. I mean, at this point, you could even say that, bro, like this is probably the safest place for even promiscuous women to be. So I really do gotta like point that out there. Like, you know what? We may be hard on Islam. We are, but you gotta remember, it's only really off the how they carry their walking stick or how they handle their stick. Is that they are willing to kill for their beliefs. Could you imagine if we did that off Christian values, right? So let's be real. If you had an abortion, death sentence. If you didn't get baptized by a certain age within a certain time limit, you and your family was sentenced to death. Like, could you imagine? Let's go through every Christian like tradition, and if we was hardliners on that, because we could be the same way. To be quite honest with you, the only difference.
Now, what we're describing is extreme Sharia law, but it's that is what dictates a lot of things in the Middle East right now.
Sharia
So
law.
the Muslim faith itself is not, or Islam itself is not Sharia law. That's why they say it. It's not what our faith believes, but that's what's being practiced.
Exactly, the complete subjugation of women. Because I mean, even like, I know a lot of Islamic women, and trust me, they tell me all the time, like, well, we don't see where it really degrades women all the way. Like, they don't see it, but they do see this crazy ideology being practiced out in certain countries. It's like, nah, it's just the men in charge who just want to subjugate their women. I was like, oh, okay, then it's just a religious spin.
Yeah. So it's not like, and I think that's what people are hoping we're going to achieve through regime change is a more liberal government. And it's like, no, it's whoever has the most power is going to suck up that vacuum.
And this is what I'd ask: like, is Christianity conservative or is it liberal? Or is it liberal just compared to Islam? Or did we make it liberal?
You can make Christianity, and you can make any religion as orthodox or as conservative or as liberal as you want it to be. It's how the individual person reads the book.
That's true. Because I ain't gonna lie, dog. I listen to the Quran, and I like when I always tell people, like, I listen to both the Bible and the Quran, and I see where people pick up their extreme views, but it did not say that. I see where these guys get their extreme views, but I'm like, whoa, it did not say that. They did not mean that. Like, where is this coming from? So
yeah, like no, one of the comments just said no country can play God or save people. Simple as that. Yeah, you can't. And to think that you can makes you a false prophet. Makes you, going against Christian values. Like if you think you're God, if you're going to be struck down.
Exactly. And I mean, hey, shout out Cash. You said liberal in ideal and conservative by practice.
Yep.
I mean, true. That's true. Well, I definitely want more freedom, more liberties in ideal, because Islam, that shit is law.
Figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said,
"Oh, hey, my man. Oh, yeah, bro. Just go into the main page, hit the post tab, and hit the link. You can come right up." He's like, "Let me in here." He's like, he's ready. I was wondering where you went off to, actually.
I'm about to get torn apart because I saw him in there all over there. It's like, no, you're wrong. I'm waiting for this.
Yeah, me too, man. He said about drop some knowledge on us. I cannot wait.
And it was bad. They're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. If you really believe that,
carrying out military strikes
today. Post tab. My bad. Go to the main page and go to my post tab, and you'll see the link. That'll bring you right here.
Hey,
you said Israel was
right with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not
at all.
bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting
This is
Israel.
high stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Hey, we are not bombing them.
Oh, okay.
Israel is bombing them. And hey, why do you do the snide? Oh, okay.
What do you mean? Because this is super high stakes stuff. This is a huge country that borders a lot of other important.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. Getting frustrated with him. He's like, dog, you been giving me a hard time for like an hour and 32 minutes in this conversation. Like, bro.
But I want you to see how. I mean, I'm sure you see it yourself, but I want to point out how conservatives argue with each other. They don't. They're not. You know, they're touching on the name calling a little bit, but they both completely respect each other and are having an adult conversation, not starting a riot. Just saying.
I mean, true. Starting a riot. All right, now. All right, I missed that part. And shout out my man, Dr. Luke. He says Christianity is passive until the king comes back. Oh, all right.
Ooh, that's I like that.
All right, man. Shout out. Alex, I like to have a respect for both religions and I kind of understand the whole fear mongering they did on Christianity the first time. Well, not Christian, but Islam the first time, like in 9/11, how everybody was scared of Muslims and all that good stuff. I was like, I seen that and I seen what they did with that fear mongering. I was like, okay, yeah, never again. Never again. It's like, yeah, y'all won't just get me to straight hate a religion out of nowhere ever again.
Important countries all over the world's energy comes from there.
So
we
let me
you
ask
don't
you,
want
Tucker,
another disaster. You don't want to be
Tucker,
reckless.
the Ayatollah refers to Israel as the little Satan and America as the great Satan. Do you believe him when he says it's the great Satan? Do you think if the Ayatollah could murder both of us right now that he would?
Hey, Seth.
I do. I believe.
Hey, can you explain to our guy, because he's having difficulties, and I
got you.
And I really want to hear what he has to say.
I know, me too. I got you, big dog. Let me just go ahead and pull up my page real quick. All right, let me go ahead and show you guys how to get into the call in. All right, now this is the main page here. You just go to the main page and you go here to post, which is between playlists and membership. Post tab right here. You click on the post tab and you'll be able to hit this call-in link that I posted about 2 hours ago. Yep, the one that says 2 hours ago right here, guys.
I noticed the easiest way to get it, if you're on a phone, the easiest way to get on it is to click Set's profile picture up in the top left, and that'll bring it to the page, and then you can see all those tabs he's talking about.
Perfect. Even better. Because I wish I was able to put it in the chat, but the way
right in the chat, so you can click into it.
Yeah, but the way the chat's set up, it doesn't allow it. But all right, though, let's get right back to our man Tucker Carlson. Now, hopefully that was a good enough. Never mind. Hey, perfect. He found it. Perfect. Hey, Frank, man, how you doing?
I'm doing good. What's up, man?
Man, it's all good, brother. It's all good. All right, man.
I'm
itching to hear it.
Where do I start? So when you were talking about Iran and how they hate America, and there's a reason behind it, and what it boils down to is there's two sides. One wanted to have a democratic way of life. The other wanted to live in Sharia law and Islam and follow the Quran as they interpreted it to be. Like when the revolution happened, women had rights. They could go to school. They didn't have to wear the what are they called? I don't remember what they're called.
True, in the 70s, right? Yeah,
right. So they didn't have to do all these things, and like there was little girls could go to school, and then when the revolution happened, that all ended, and immediately when that started, they immediately pushed for America to get out. And I'm trying to kind of consolidate everything right now, and then when they started making their moves out to the Western world to show that they were a power, it was when they started doing the airline bombings, the Ireland air bombing or airplane crash, the terrorist attack or terrorist takeover in Germany, Like they were spreading very, very rapidly. And that was also when they took the hostages, was the early 80s. So you had all this going on at once. Well, in that time, you got to remember the Western democratic things were gone. So you had all these people being born into that country and that life who were literally taught from the day they were born to hate America. There's literally 3 generations of Iranians in Iran that literally want to kill every American, every Jew, all of them, because that's what they've been told. That's what they've been taught. Now, I can't get to the specifics of why they want to, drown out, democracy and all that, because I don't have it all in front of me, but I know it has to do with that they feel that we're intruding on their way of life by the oil, in the democratic process, because they see it as the caliphate, the supreme leader. Like, that is who you listen to. That is who is coming to tell you how you should live, not a politician or something of that nature. The Quran is God. The Quran is everything, and there is no democracy in Islam. You know what I mean? It's like, this guy tells you what you're supposed to do. That's what you're supposed to do. So that's why the supreme leader says, go kill Americans. You're going to go kill Americans. That's just how it is. Yep. Now, the nuclear thing that's going on, it isn't just about us saying they have a nuke, we have to destroy it. The problem is that if they have a nuke and they are capable, they can disrupt the whole world. Like the gas, the oil, all that. No, like, they could literally wipe out Saudi Arabia and then all that oil is gone. Who gets it? They destabilize the Middle East. That is why we protect Israel so vehemently, is because if Israel wasn't there, it would be a war zone for the next 100 years. Like, people don't understand that.
I can't agree with that one. I don't know. But
no, you got to understand that.
I'll let you cook on that one. Go ahead.
The Palestinians were warring tribes. They weren't against Israel. They weren't against it. They were fighting amongst each other. Then when Israel came in, they banded together and they went after Israel because they said that they were taking their land and all this. But literally, Palestinians were multiple tribes and they warred amongst themselves. That's the other thing, is like, this isn't just a you took my land thing. This is like an extermination of the people. And I heard this the other day, is that if Palestine and Hamas laid down their weapons right now, the war would stop. They'd be complete surrender. That is a truth. I promise you. If Hamas surrendered, gave up all their weapons, Israel would stop shooting everyone. Bombs would stop dropping.
Themselves into Israeli torture camps, then maybe.
But this is the thing. Now, if Israel laid down their weapons and said, we surrender to Hamas, they'd kill them, all of them. That is literally their goal. Like, I don't understand where people just, like, it's kind of like 9/11. Like, on October 7th, they came into their country and slaughtered people. Like, just on a.
Do you believe that was unprovoked?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Israel has never attacked Palestine unprovoked. That's always been in retaliation.
Oh my God!
Hold on. That is not true.
Tell me,
Israel as a state has not done that, but Zionist terrorists. That's how they affected the regime before Israel got its foothold.
You're splitting the hair, though. You're saying Israeli terrorists, and then you
Zionist
said the state
terrorists, not Israelis.
Zionist terrorists. Okay, but you said the state didn't do it.
No,
IDF didn't go in there. IDF didn't go in there to start a war. IDF didn't go in there.
Actually, the IDF has multiple cases of going into Gaza and bombing the place. Actually, they have multiple before October 7th. And this has been recorded from all the way.
But that's what I'm telling you, is that it's in retaliation.
Oh, like the
That would you
Like,
October 7th would have been a retaliation, because even before October 7th, they bombed the
that was in retaliation for rockets.
Oh,
No.
That's what I'm
That
saying.
was before October 7th.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is,
he's saying
if you launch
every
rockets
act
into
of
a
aggression
company,
on Israel's part has been in retaliation to Palestinian aggression. That's what he's
right?
saying.
that is
Even
patently
before
false.
October 7th. So all of
Even before
the
that,
things I
like
think
Even
he's
when they
saying
were
all
just
of everything.
protesting.
protesting's not the same as launching rockets.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. This is the first time Palestinians ever launched rockets at these guys. Most of the
That
time,
is not true.
That's not true.
true.
That is not
That
true.
is not
How do you
100% not true.
explain the West Bank? How do you explain the occupation of Lebanon,
See
which
here as I'm looking
created
at it.
Hezbollah?
The occupation of Lebanon. When did Israel?
The occupation of Lebanon, which is why Hezbollah was created, what's going on right now in the West Bank, and let's stop from the beginning in the 40s with the Nakba. Nobody was
Okay.
attacking them. Matter of fact, the Palestinians were the only ones on the planet that welcomed them with open arms after the United
That is
States
actually
refused to
100%
give them
untrue.
states.
No, that
The
is
United
true. Actually,
Kingdom
there's been
refused
Their
to give
stories.
them
prophet. Then
There's
can you tell me
books.
why the
Bro,
prophet
there's
went
books. There's
to
literally
Hitler?
books of Palestinians people wrote about them letting in Jewish people in, and then
I
they
understand.
getting forced out.
But then why in the early 30s or late 30s and early 40s did their head prophet go to Germany and ask Hitler, how do we exterminate the Jews?
Oh,
So if
you
they
want
were
to go
so
to
peaceful,
World War II?
Hold on, because you came on
Now-
their land and you kicked them out. I mean,
no,
why else would he ask?
no, that is not accurate. They hadn't even been on the land yet. That's what I'm telling you. They were had
This is
settlements
before
there.
Israel was created as
So
a state.
maybe they didn't want them to come on their land.
No.
Why don't we go back to the Zionists that coordinated
I'm
with Hitler? Let's start there.
The Zionists, the
Zionists,
Jews.
correct. The Zionists.
Please
I didn't say
point
Jews.
to that. Please
Zionist
point
terrorists,
to that.
not the Jews, not the Jewish state, not Israel as a people, but
Right.
conveniently Zionist terrorists are always at the center of it before Israel got its foothold.
Right. And how
This is
about
where
the 30 to 60 million Christians that were also murdered under the Bolsheviks, which were also Jewish Zionists or so-called Jewish?
The Bolsheviks
definite
are not Jewish Zionists. They actually were slaughtering Jews in the communists. What are you
Correct. The Zionists were slaughtering Jews. Correct.
Okay, so we have to separate Zionist and Jew then, because
Absolutely. That's the whole
they are
point.
not the same thing.
The
They
vast
are not the same
majority of
thing.
Jews worldwide do not support Israel or Zionism.
I-
It goes
that-
against the Judaic religion.
See, that's where we're getting crossed. Is I keep hearing Zionists associated with Jews, and I don't think people understand that.
They're
I
not
think
the
when
same at
they
all.
hear Zionist, they automatically go Jew.
Zionists
and that's
hold
real.
on, guys. Just to correct
Israelis-
myself, though, make sure just to correct myself. Yeah, there have been multiple escalations of Hamas firing on Gaza. So you're right, from like 2008, 2009, 2012.
Yeah, it's been a thing.
Right, which was always for a reason, because they're arbitrarily detaining people. Why don't we talk about the 10,000 hostages held in Israeli torture camps, including men, women, and children, very young children that are in military
understand.
prison. Keep in
And
mind,
they-
these
but-
10,000 people, wait a minute, keep in mind that these 10,000 kidnapped people have no charges against them for any crimes. So anytime you're wondering why Hamas fired a missile across the line, maybe one of their children or wives were kidnapped by the Israelis, or some summary execution.
I can understand where that you're going with that, and I understand. I do. But you're talking about a people who literally raise their children from birth to want to exterminate people.
The Israelis you're
regardless if
talking about. The Israelis.
No, I'm talking about the Palestinians.
Have you looked and seen them passing
So
out machine
where's
guns
They
to their
literally,
children?
Hold on,
if
bro,
you watch their
think about it like
parades,
this. Think about it like
if you
this.
watch,
Hold on. Okay, so
hold on.
going with the argument? Hold on, just a quick interruption. Are you saying that the Palestinians are just this wide radical group of people that nobody wants to accept?
that's
All right, if
not
you're
what I'm saying. That's not what I'm
Some of the
saying.
nicest people I've ever met in my life.
I'm not, and I didn't
Okay, he's
say
not
they're
saying that.
not.
I'll let him explain.
What I'm saying is that you have to, you gotta, like, literally, they take their children from birth. And if you watch any of their parades, the Hamas parades,
that is not
I tell
true. Why are you associating the extremists with the whole of the people?
Because that is who runs the country. That is who tells everybody what to do. That is but
so
you
what
have
does
to
that
understand.
Mean? Wait a minute. Hamas was created by Israel, funded and installed by Israel.
No, they weren't.
To prevent
that was brought about by Yasser Arafat, dude. Come on.
It was actually proof that Bibi has sent. There is proof, like Israeli
Mossad and Bibi absolutely installed, funded, and created Hamas, because Hamas are the biggest terrorists on the planet, and nobody has been more terrorized by Hamas than the Palestinians, which is exactly the point.
To destabilize
prevent
Palestine.
Unity.
The Muslim Brotherhood is where Palestinians,
the West Bank and Gaza, and to combat Yasser Arafat. They were put in there to prevent the two-state solution.
All right, now John, real quick, John. We got to let my man Frank speak, and let's let him go on this. Let my man get a good 3 minutes in, and they can go ahead and tackle.
Here's the thing: is I think you're the Muslim Brotherhood was out of Egypt. Yasser Arafat wanted to get far more extreme than the Muslim Brotherhood was willing to go. So he branched off out of the Muslim Brotherhood into Palestine, and he was one of the founding members of what was it? Was it Hamas, or it was one? It was Hamas or God, what's the other one?
Hezbollah.
Sorry, what's that?
Hamas.
Was it Hezbollah?
No, it was not Hezbollah. So anyway, Hamas. Maybe no, is before all that. Yasser Arafat was a Muslim Brotherhood, and they were the biggest extreme terrorist group at the time. Well, Yasser wanted to go beyond that. He wanted to start blowing planes up with kids in it. He wanted to do some like crazy stuff.
Right, but that's not what we're talking about.
But what I'm saying is that he split off into Palestine. Then all those factions that were apart and warring with each other started to come together, and that's where like Hamas came out of, and then the other one that was in there, and then that's when Arafat took power. And
Hamas was against Arafat. What are you talking about?
Oh my God, that's what I'm saying. It was a tribes.
I misunderstood. I apologize.
No, what I'm saying is like they're tribes, and this is the whole thing. Is what people don't understand is Palestine is not like this unified group. It never has been. They've been warring amongst each other for centuries, and that's why they had two different factions. And then Hamas might have been against Arafat, but Arafat had the money and he had the political backing, so Hamas had to go under that wing, and then that's when they came together, and then that's when they got the ceasefire.
Because they were paid and created to by Israel. We're not talking about if Arafat was good or bad. We're talking.
No, I'm not talking about that. What I'm trying to get you to understand is that the ideology carried over into Hamas, regardless of what they were designed for. It's carried over to them now, and that's what I'm saying. Is it's from birth. They literally dress their sons up as suicide bombers in parades, and it's an honor to have your child.
Right, but wait, I'm not sticking up for Hamas. I'm saying there's a difference between Hamas and Palestinians, and what we are watching is the same thing we've been watching for almost a century. Is the Palestinians being victimized? They're breaking every U.S. law, international law, humanitarian law, Geneva Convention on the daily. They're under complete blockade and starvation.
And that's what we did to Afghanistan.
And how many Palestinians you've known. But I know quite a few.
I know quite a few. I do.
Now, I do want to create the subject of this debate, though, because you said something pretty interesting, Frank. You said that without Israel, the Middle East would be destabilized, or it would be
absolutely.
That's insanity.
No, I don't.
That. Or
so let me.
Okay, so here's my thing with that.
Israel is the biggest destabilizing aspect. They attack all of their neighbors, all preemptively, all the damn time.
Who?
Israel does.
Tell me one time that Israel has has offensively struck someone without provocation. Like
Iran.
they didn't go after Iran. They did
Yes,
not
they
go
did.
after
The first
Iran.
time they bombed their consulate over in Syria, or I think Syria.
And why did they bomb them?
Not because they were struck first.
Why did they bomb them?
Because they're genocidal maniacs.
No,
because
dude,
they
that is
want
not
greater
it.
Israel. Because they want
Because
greater Israel.
because you don't because the dudes who killed all the Olympians were from Iran.
The Olympians.
That's why
what
they
year
bombed
are you
them.
talking about?
I'm talking about the Iran-Israel war.
Yeah.
That's what a lot of that started, because they killed the Olympians.
What year was that?
70.
Right. You're telling me 50 years later they decided to bomb the Iranian consulate to
Okay,
get
stop.
back at 50
Stop.
year ago crime?
You're getting me way off base. What I'm saying is that did Iran, after October 7th and Israel invaded Gaza, did Iran not fire rockets and drones, and they were intercepted by American stealth bombers and Iron Dome?
Not until they were attacked first.
No, that is 100% incorrect. No consulate was attacked. No consulate was attacked.
No consulate was attacked
by
Now, hold on,
Israel.
Doc.
No.
I do want to hear
Oh,
from my
come
man
on.
Monty. Monty, how do you want to
Okay,
tackle
Monty,
that
I
argument of
apologize.
is Israel, huh? Yeah, Monty.
Go for
No,
it.
so I personally, I have no horse in this race. I don't think, honestly, everything we're talking about, we're never going to solve this. This has been going on for over 100 years. So it's not a question of who was right, who was wrong. The question is where do we sit today? So where do we sit today? Iran
fair point.
hates the fuck out of us. Why do they hate us? Because we're supporting Israel. Why are we
Exactly, and
supporting?
the solution
Hold
is
on,
very
hold on,
easy.
hold
Go
on,
ahead.
hold
Go
on,
ahead. Yep.
hold on.
Yep.
The
Sorry.
solution is not easy because it's not easy.
I could say it in a sentence, but go ahead. This is your time.
So why do we support Israel? Because we have fucking Americans and we align not ethnically, but religiously with Israel. That's the only reason we support them. Other
Right, but
than
that's not true
That
either.
is
We
not
don't
correct.
align religiously with them. They think Jesus Christ is boiling in human shit forever.
Oh my goodness.
Well,
can you guys just
Go
went
ahead.
back and forth for like 10
you got
minutes.
your thing. Yeah, you got it. You got it, man. My bad.
all right. Let's mute you two and go ahead and let Monty cook for a little bit.
So the argument is not who fired the first shot across the bow, who did what. This has been going on longer than any of us have been alive. But the fact of the matter is we're at a point right now where we have three options. We can pick Iran's side, which we're not going to fucking do. We can pick Israel's side, which seems like half the country wants to do. Or we could just stay the fuck out of it and let them solve their problems. And the greater man will prevail. And if it turns out that Iran prevails and Iran is fucking coming after America,
Right.
what there's nothing that's going to stop them, or there's nothing that's going to let them prevail in that.
Right. So we don't really have a fear there. But let me just say one sentence how we cure the whole problem. No, just one thing. If we just stop misappropriating our taxes in the tens and hundreds of billions in offensive weapons, not defensive, offensive weapons, that will take away Israel's ability to attack all their neighbors and pursue the greater Israel narrative. So if we just give them defensive weapons and they're not attacking everybody constantly, then I think it would bring peace.
So
all right, guys, hold on now.
Okay,
I
assume no good faith on the part of the Ayatollah.
Let me go ahead and get this quick super chat in real quick. Shout out Luke. Roseanne Barr was talking about this on her podcast. The problem is the infiltration of the satanic deep state. Many countries have this problem, pretty much blaming it on radical Islamists. Shout out to my man Galactic. He says, okay, callers, will Israel withdraw to intentionally he says coincide borders if Arab nations guaranteed security? If not, why not? And do you agree with W2 state solution?
with a two-state solution.
Sorry, yeah,
Either two-state or one-state, where they all are equal, because Israel's not even a democracy. No Arab in Israel is even allowed to vote. You can't have an apartheid and a democracy at the same time. The U.S. needs to stop justly creating worldwide enemies, because every enemy that we've created, it was created justly so, because we are funding terrorism through Israel. Israel has never stopped misappropriating all of the land in the West Bank, which is theft of a nation. They have never stopped kidnapping people off the street that don't even have charges against them. The Palestinians I know are the kindest people and the most generous people on this planet. Just in this mess since 23, I personally evacuated 26 souls out of pocket. And when I say out of pocket, I mean because you have to pay the Israelis and the Egyptians in order to have an emergency evacuation of a critically injured child. So,
Wait, you
what
have to
ends up
pay? Hold
happening?
on. Don't just gloss over that. You like that's worth something. Explain that.
What part?
I know what you're talking about. You're do you work for the Red Cross or Red Crescent?
Actually, I don't. In a nutshell, I try to help out people that are less fortunate because I've traveled a lot, and what it costs for one decent dinner in the U.S., I can support a family of 4 for a week with the price of one meal. So I was supporting 3 families in Gaza for years before this mess started, and I continued supporting them, of course, through the whole war, and we lost a lot of good people that I really, really cared about, and some of their family and friends, which all started with one woman in one of my 3 families that needed to be evacuated. They got bombed when they were in a tent visiting family. So I had to pay $1,500 to get her evacuated. In doing that, I kind of became friendly with the doctor in the hospital at Gaza. So then, about a week later, there was a young child he sent me a video of that was horribly injured. And he said, I don't know if you can help, but we need to get this kid evacuated. It's $1,500 per adult, $750 per child. But when you evacuate a child, if they have a living parent, one parent can go with them. So I evacuated 26 people in total. 3 of them were part of my families. The other 23 were not. Out of the 26 people I evacuated, 25 survived. The one that died was arguably one of the ones I cared most for, which was in my 3 families. She was waiting in line to buy apples when the alleged ceasefire was there. And
So let's just shed some perspective on what he's saying, because it sounds to me as if Israel is holding people hostage. You have to ransom them out of the country. That is a war crime. That is a war crime.
Correct.
I think I can't speak that is wrong. I can't say that is right. I don't know. Who knows who's holding the keys at the Gaza gates?
I know because I had to pay them. I had to pay them.
He knows where his money's going.
Their PayPals and WhatsApp.
That's fine. I get it. But what I'm saying is that I keep hearing Israel. Like Israel's doing this, Israel's doing that.
But keep in mind that they had a poll on their news station of people to call in and do a poll on if they believe, quote, handcuffed prisoners should be legally allowed to be raped. 49% called in and said yes. That you should be allowed to. So we're talking about
and I can probably almost guarantee you during 9/11, if you polled Americans right after the attacks happened, a lot of that would have been doing the same thing. So
absolutely.
Let's not sit here.
But 2 wrongs don't make a right.
Wait a minute. We know from Guantanamo Bay. We know from Guantanamo Bay that
the moral high horse, dude. Like you're sitting here and you just keep saying like Israel's this behemoth, like monstrous thing. They're not.
The monster we created.
Okay, here's the thing. Literally,
have you seen them spitting on Christians?
Have you seen them? Have you seen Islamics try to behead Americans? Like,
again, I'm not
we can
talking
do
about
this.
extremists. I'm not
We
talking
can
about
do this
extremists.
back and forth. You're
That's
not.
propaganda. We're
You
not talking
keep
about
see. This is what
extremists.
I'm
I said
saying.
I'm
Is that
talking
every
about
time I come back with
Palestinians.
something, you tell me I'm wrong, and you
No,
tell
I'm
me I'm.
talking about the societies at large, not the extremists. I'm not talking about Smotrich. I'm not talking about the Hamas. I'm talking about Palestinians and Zionists,
I just want to
Israelis.
get the hell out of there.
So let's go here right quick. Just hear
Like
me
in
out.
let me just say, in Guantanamo Bay, you mentioned 9/11. In Guantanamo Bay, when we had some military that got out of line and were taking those pictures, which are war crimes and disgusting, the American public did not storm the jails in
That
a
was actually in
violent
Iraq.
mob to get them released. We did
Abu
not
Ghraib.
have
That was actually
polls
Iraq.
saying, wait a
That was
minute,
Abu Ghraib.
you said that if it happened during 9/11, I'm answering that. During 9/11, we had the Guantanamo Bay incident. There was nobody supported that in this country. We all called for prosecution against them because we
Are you
do
That is not
not
true.
believe that.
Are you talking
That is
about Abu
not
Ghraib
true.
in Iraq,
The
where they
Guantanamo
pissed
Bay
on?
with the pictures, they were
No, that
waterboarding
was
them.
Abu Ghraib. That was
Oh,
not
okay, it
Guantanamo.
was. I'm sorry, Abu Ghraib.
I think.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
bad. My
Here's
bad.
my thing: is that I just want to say one thing, and then I'm gonna let you guys have it. I mean, I'm not trying to be. I don't want to like get into.
Oh no, you're
this
good,
thing
man,
where,
bro. Go ahead and
Yeah,
cook.
you're
I want to
good.
get your full opinion, dog. Go ahead.
So
Me too.
there's been multiple chances. There were multiple times that the people of Gaza could have left, and Hamas kept them there.
Right, Hamas are terrorists.
That's what I'm saying. But
Agreed.
like that's. But you
Installed
can't.
by the Israelis. Funded by the Israelis. It's all over
That's
the
what I'm
news.
saying is you keep going back to that. You keep going back to Israel did this. Israel's the one.
They
Israel
did.
made all this happen. See,
Hamas
that's the thing
wouldn't
is
exist.
you're not looking at it from their eyes. 6.5 million of them were exterminated. And now you
That's
have
a
people
lie.
that are
That's
surrounded.
a lie. That's been retracted.
Tell me that's
and
a lie.
They lowered the
Okay.
number to 1 million. At the
Wait.
Holocaust Memorial, I
So
believe
so
in
you're going to
Poland,
tell me my great grandfather and grandmother didn't die in the death camps? You're
that's
going to tell
not
me that,
what I
right?
said. That's not
But
what I
you're
said.
telling me that 6.5 million people didn't die.
It was 1 million, and I'm telling you that the Holocaust Memorial site that had 6 million revised their number rather recently, within the last half dozen months or so that I found out. It might have been a little bit prior to that, but they revised the number to 1 million.
You know what
here's the thing.
You know what the number I agree with? The hundreds of tons of just pairs of shoes from the Holocaust. So
right, but I watched a story on that.
40,000 people a day.
I watched
40,000
on that.
Now, guys, hold on. Before we double team, bro, on this one, I kind of want to hear his full explanation on this.
Yeah.
All right.
Like you're talking about sick. Okay, that may be your opinion, and that may be what you've heard, but I'm telling you from a family experience that my great grandmother and grandfather died in the death camps.
Absolutely.
Like I have
Frank,
family that
trust me.
have numbers on their arms. I'm not fully Jewish.
Right.
And
I don't
that's not
deny
where I'm
that.
going.
And Frank, I get
What-
it, but like,
What I'm saying is that you have a group of people who literally were trying to be exterminated from the face of the earth. The British gave them this land for them to be peacefully settled at. And that wasn't like the Jews just walked in there and said, hey, we're taking it. No, the British did that. The British are who cordoned it off and said, here, this is yours. This is where you're going to stay. We don't want you in our country. And so that's where they went. Now you have them surrounded by people who want to do what? Exterminate them.
Well,
now,
that's not how it happened.
Frank,
the UN
I do need
them.
to hear why he believes that the Holocaust. Like I said, I've really only heard this on TV.
I've heard this, and I'm not saying he is, but a lot of this comes from the white extremist side. That it's all just a myth.
This was a damn documentary. This is.
I understand.
I mean, I
what
can
you're
give
saying.
you a documentary on
Let
anything.
me tell you what I saw on it, because it was crazy interesting. And just so you know, I'm not denying that a whole bunch of Jews didn't die in World War II. My uncle was on the front line that freed the Dachau concentration camp. So I heard from him he was the very first boots on the ground. He opened the cells to let the prisoners out, to let the Jews out, and he was ordered not to share the food with them because you can't give them too much food too quick, and they disobeyed the orders and gave all their rations, and after they ate, they all ganged up and killed all the guards. Like, I know stuff about it. So I'm not saying that didn't happen, but the documentary I saw focused on one of the memorials on one of these concentration camps, and it had a bronze plaque on the wall that they actually didn't change at the time I saw the show, but it said 6 million Jews were executed. And that number, they said, was actually 1 million, which is absolutely a million too many. The show also brought in forensic specialists that focused on the gas chambers, that the gas chambers were by and large not widespread. If there were any, it was a one-off, and that was actually propaganda. And they cited sources that came out of Russia that created the story, and then it showed newspapers from years before, a year or two before, saying that there were 6 million Jews, period, like in the world or in Europe or wherever it was. And then the war comes, and they're saying 6 million were executed, so that would leave 0. So they were saying no. Then they brought forensics teams into these gas chambers, and this was crazy interesting. They showed that, I can't remember the chemical they were using in the gas, but it leaves a stain on the walls. It was like a blue color, and that is the residue from the gas. So they went into certain places that they said they were using as gas chambers, and all the walls and all the surfaces tested negative. Then they went to a gas chamber that was used for delicing, and the delicing chambers all had this blue stain, not only on the inside of the walls, but you could see it on the outside of the walls too. I don't know how that works physics wise, but it was there. I saw it. But was really dark on the inside, and there was no mistaking it. It covered these walls with this weird blue color. And they would take scrapes off it and test it, and it came back as that chemical. They say that the piles of shoes, the piles of clothes, and the piles of hair were because there were huge, huge lice infestations. And they also had a problem with something else of that sort. And what was common and procedure was when they came in, they had to give up their clothes, they had to shave their heads because they were infested. Then they would go into these huge, like, communal shower rooms, and there was a mix of this gas that, I guess in a liquid form mixed with water, kills lice. And people were claiming, which was supposedly propaganda that came out of the Ashkenazis in Russia, that it was used in its pure form as an execution gas. Now, those are the installations they went to and tested the walls. And the walls were negative for that substance. The only place they found it positive was in a diluted place where they had in their records, the Germans, that they were using for delicing. They also say that the majority of them actually starved to death because when their logistics lines collapsed, and of course there were bad factions in there that just outright raped and executed people and everything else. Again, there's extremists in every group, maybe more so in Germany. But I don't know if anybody's ever listened to Hitler's translated recordings via AI, but I listened to my first one about 6 months ago, and it struck me like, why haven't we ever heard this? And what he was saying, Hitler, now keep in mind, he had syphilis and went literally insane near the end of his life. So I'm not sticking up for him either. But when he was sane and when this started, those speeches where he's like screaming like a madman, what he was actually saying is, we allowed the Jews to come in here. We gave them a safe prosperous place. And how did they repay us? He said they fill our libraries and our streets with gay and trans filth. He said the Talmud is filth. He ordered gay, trans, and Talmuds, which was the book burnings, which they never told us in school that those are the books they were burning. He said, and how did we get repaid? He says, not only with that filth, he says, but they bought up every news media station and coordinate every news media station in the country to push out their propaganda intentionally to divide our citizens, that they've taken over the banks and their version of, Wall Street and banking, and that they imposed taxes. And they didn't have taxes like that before. So, not for nothing, when Hitler came to power, Germany was a poor, starving, like third world country, and he turned it around to where people had free education, free health care. They were doing great. Europe pressured Germany to take in these Jews because, frankly, they didn't want them. Just like after World War II, the Jews asked for land there to make their Jewish state. And the UK and a lot of European countries denied it. They asked for 2 states in the United States. The US denied it. And what did Britain do? This is exactly why Americans stand with Palestine, because American patriots are the resistance that seized this country. And it was all started from British oppression, just like the Palestinian situations began from British oppression. They are the resistance fighting for liberty, peace, and freedom, the same as we did not so long ago. There is no excuse for oppression. Any oppressed people will fight back eventually. You can't kill somebody's wife and son and expect them to not go radical on you. We call it postal here. If you're Middle Eastern, they call it terrorism. Either way, it's neither terror, it's humanism. Any human being, if that violations happen to your family, you are going to take up arms against them. If you're a dog in an alley and you get beat enough times, after you've pissed on yourself a million times, at some point you're going to turn and snap back. You cannot fault a people for resisting violent, brutal oppression. So, as far as the World War II goes, I don't know why nobody talks about the 30 to 60 million Christians that had Zionist influence and control back then, because the Soviet Union was ruled by them at that time. That was certainly a Holocaust, whether it be 1 million or 6 million Jews. We're talking about tenfold that amount that they were responsible for.
Can I?
And it never
go ahead and interject. All right, now,
Okay,
all right, we go ahead and let Frank attack
all right,
that
so
one.
there's a few things I want to that maybe that million was just for that camp. Nobody knows it fully.
Revision from 6 million, so I don't know.
Is the statistics that have shown and that I have just read about, over 16 million Jews were alive in the world at that time. 9.5 million resided in Europe.
Right.
That was 60% of the population. That was 60% of the population of Jews was 9.5 million in Europe. So the number is totally obtainable. What I'm saying is that, and what kind of is scary, and I'm not saying anything directly about your character, but it was lightweight, like you were almost like giving Hitler props in a sense, because he was fighting the Jewish bug.
I'm drawing parallels between the situation. What I'm showing is a pattern of the way these converted Jews, which not for nothing,
but you just said that like they were bringing in transgender.
No, I didn't say that. I was translating the speech from Hitler.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm drawing the parallel. Well, that's what he said. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm drawing the parallel that, not for nothing, that, do you know what adrenochrome is? Do you know?
Can I interject? Can I interject real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Because I'm hearing some of the same things. You parroted what Hitler said and did not offer any rebuttal to it. You just it sounds like what you read or what you heard has made an influence on the way you're taking this right now.
Oh no, let me clarify. Thanks for
Well,
pointing that out. I
here,
can see
I
why
just got to
you.
say something. I got to get to bed.
Right.
Like,
Yeah, I do
and
too.
it's really, it makes me scared.
Let me just
That
clarify that, because that's
no, I
absolutely.
just got to say this and I got to
Go ahead.
go. So what I'm saying is that it's scary to hear how we're looking at a people who have been literally to the brink of extermination, have we're talking generations upon generations of people, and have literally had to been chased around by the Egyptians in the godly times.
Now
And
they're the exterminators.
no,
That's the whole
see,
point.
you keep doing that, dude, and it's
It's
not
an
okay.
apartheid country.
They are not, dude.
They're taking West Bank land. It's been
Oh my
proven in the
God.
ICJ, the
Look,
International
I
Criminal
appreciate
Court,
it,
and
and I
the
know you
ICC.
have a stake in this game, and
It's the
that's what I'm saying. Is that
1967 borders. They
All right,
weren't
hold on
given
now.
every.
Hold on now. All right, John. We do gotta let Franks finish. All right.
all
Go
I'm
ahead.
saying is it's scary when you have a people that have literally their whole being, their whole time on this earth, tried to be eliminated. And that's the truth. They were enslaved by the Egyptians. The Romans took them, and all that. Like, I don't, like, everybody's screaming Palestine, Palestine. What about them? And it's like, dude, what about the Jews too? Like, what about what they've been through? You wouldn't be a little gun shy when somebody says, I want to kill you. I want to kill every one of you. I'd want to fight too. No, you're not going to kill me. I lost generations of my family because people wanted to do that. It's not going to happen again. On October 7th, that was the greatest loss of Jewish life since the Holocaust. Like, the primordial fears and anger that brought out of people. Like, it's not just this simple thing. It's like, Israel created this for themselves. Like, I don't think they woke up that day on their third holiest day in their religion and said, I want to see 1,700 of my people murdered because that's what I want. So I can go do this. Like, that's insane. Like, I just don't understand, like, how everybody who used to, like, sit here and read history and be like, damn, they really like to try to stamp these people out. And now we're sitting here and telling everybody how they're monsters and they're horrible people, and that all they want to do is take over everything. And it sounds a lot like Nazi Germany. Like, they're just bankers that want to take your money. And that's scary, dude. Like, and the funny thing is like, all these white extremists and the neo-Nazis are sitting back licking their chops right now because the Jews are in everybody's crosshairs. And that's scary for me. Like, and people don't even realize it. Like, all these people who are gay are talking about they support Hamas and they'll throw them off the top of a goddamn building and watch them die. Like, it's not this just like easy thing to get around for everybody. I get it. And like, you have people that you care about. I have people I care about. But it doesn't mean that, like, it's okay for them to go into a country and murder women and children. Just like you're saying, it's not okay for them to take children and put them in prisons. So, like, that's what I'm saying is, like, it's all converged on the Jews again. And that really scares me. Like, why are we doing this again? Like, why are we going back to 1938? It's almost like the Nazis are behind the scenes pulling strings, like, literally. Like, this is a neo-Nazi's wet dream that's going on.
He's not wrong.
You can't separate extremists from the population. That's the problem.
But when you don't acknowledge, hold on, when you don't acknowledge extremists, they take out the population.
That's
well,
the thing.
They make a big mess. I don't know if they.
All right, guys, hold on now, real quick.
All right, you guys.
Shout out to
Hey,
my
I
man
appreciate
Luke.
your talk and
Oh,
all
yeah.
that, dude. Thank you for having me on your channel tonight, dude. I really like it. I'm always on here, and I like what you guys got to say. Man, I love and respect you, bro. Take it easy. And hey,
man,
you guys,
too,
your
Frank.
opinions and the discussion was great, and I respect them. Just so you know that I don't hold no ill wills. Just it's good to have a debate or a discussion with like having to throw insults or that I can see it from your point of view too. You know what I mean? And that's democracy.
Handled. Absolutely.
So, all right, you guys have a good night.
All
right, man. You too. All right, man. That was a good one. And well, I mean, John, did you want to respond to some of that?
Yeah, I just want to say, let me just back up and set the record straight on a few things. As far as the Hitler quote that I was talking about, which was part of the documentary. It wasn't my personal beliefs or anything. But that being said, like I said, I don't agree with the stuff Hitler did. I do understand that some of it may have been exaggerated, and that obviously, like every single war in the history of humankind, has always had propaganda, because history is usually written by the winners. So there's always a skew. That doesn't mean that it didn't happen, but certain parts of it may be embellished. And as far as what Hitler was saying, I can say that we see many of these parallels in the US today. And I felt that some of Hitler's talking points, not his actions to handle it, but some of his talking points are very similar to the United States in 2025. Let's take it apart. The Israeli Jews, the Zionist Jews, own all of the Western media. That's why they all parrot each other. That's why the studies that I read one day before yesterday, that Israeli victims of the war are mentioned 33-fold more than Palestinians. That when they talk about an Israeli getting killed, it's terrorism or whatever. And when they talk about a Palestinian, it's called collateral damage or something like that. So it's just a fact that Zionists own and control the Western media. So that was something that Hitler mentioned. So I see that parallel. He also mentioned about them controlling the banking system and introducing usury, which is basically interest that we've become so accustomed to we don't even see it anymore. And the fact is, for example, the United States Federal Reserve is not federal, nor is it a reserve. It is not controlled in the least by our government. It is privately owned. By
Privately
who?
owned, yeah.
By Zionists. Sorry?
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. Yeah.
Right. So all central banks on the planet are all owned by Zionist entities. They have in a lot of their writings in the Zionist books and stuff that were written up to 100 years ago and more, that the way you conquer a nation is by creating division and controlling their currency and putting them in debt. And it talks about how they can conquer a nation without firing a shot, without having an army. And they also control all of Hollywood. And they absolutely encourage, you have to keep in mind that where did they come from? It says, I believe it was 800, 700, 800. I think it was, I don't know if it was AD or BC, that the Ashkenazis were in Khazaria, which is where Ukraine is now. And they were, I believe, I know it was near half Mongolian. I believe the other half may have been Turkish, but they were known as a Mongolian clan, so to speak. But they had a huge landmass, which is basically what Russia is today. So it was the biggest country on the planet at the time. And they were satanic worshippers. They worshipped Baal, Baal, and Moloch, Moloch. I'm not sure how you say it. I just learned from reading.
Yeah, Moloch. Yeah, Moloch.
Moloch, okay. And his pagan symbol is the Star of David. That just happens to be the Rothschild family crest. The Zionism was created by the Rothschilds, and you can go and see the letter that was handwritten from the senior father of the Rothschild family to the king or whatever over there in the UK around World War II, I think, saying, we want you to give the Zionist Jews a state of their own, and direct communication between the two of them in regard to gifting them Palestine, which again is a territory that they don't own, that they had conquered. They were occupiers. You can't have one occupier give that occupied area to another occupier. That this is ridiculous. It's all twisted and backwards. The fact is that we have seen this huge Jewish influence, because there's no way that us funding them alone while they're blocking our aid, that's a violation of the Leahy laws just by itself. Then we can go into humanitarian law and everything else. But the Leahy law specifically states you cannot aid a country that blocks or hinders American humanitarian aid from going into the war zone, period. So anytime that any politician is breaking U.S. laws, laws of war, the rule of law, Geneva Conventions, humanitarian law, international law, there's no way that all that goes unmentioned and silent in the news unless the news is being controlled. Think about it. We can go and protest Trump if we want, and nothing bad happens. You go out and say something bad about Israel or Zionists, all of a sudden it's anti-Semitism that's been criminalized now. You know who's controlling you by knowing who you cannot criticize.
All right, James. Man. All right, big dog. We're gonna have to. Well, if you do want to stick around, we're gonna have to let you go on this one.
Thanks,
because
brother.
we are about to play this Dan Bilzerian. First is I think his name is Adam King. He works for InfoWars. He's he's a Jewish guy who works for InfoWars for Alex Jones, going up against Dan Bilzerian. You know, X's favorite anti-Semite.
Right. I look forward to hearing that one.
Right,
Alex Jones is cool.
Appreciate you for coming up. That was a lot that you dropped on us, big dog. I'm definitely gonna have to check some of that out. But
thank you for the space. I appreciate
I'm gonna have to
brother.
I'm gonna have to go back and like Google this stuff after the podcast is over. I mean, and just to establish a timeline, because I feel like if we can like draw it out in crayon for people and create a timeline and create, things, it's a lot, because this like there's so many different moving pieces to this.
I got a couple things to show you, Monty. Don't worry. I got a couple things to show you.
We could have peace so easily if they just stop expanding, give the Palestinians some right and freedom, and if we stop flooding them with offensive weapons, then they wouldn't have weapons to wage war. They wouldn't be expanding their borders. Palestinians would have peace. Get friggin' Hamas out of there, and just everybody be normal, for Christ's sakes. Israel just thinks they can attack every enemy they have. You can't attack every enemy you have. You have to do diplomacy. You have to try to make peace. You can't just blow everybody up.
Can I ask you a question before you go and before we continue?
Sure.
So we've addressed what looks like the problem. What is the solution without? Hold on, don't jump yet.
Yeah.
What is the solution without giving a path? Because the Jewish people are not going to just accept, just put your arms down. How do you persuade them to stop this and have them have the security in their mind that they're not going to face another Holocaust?
Very, very easy. It's already been presented. Through the UN, I saw on their feed, there's a group of, I think it's called the Arab Group or something. It's like 15 Arab nations or something. I think they call themselves the Arab Group. They came on, months ago, and they said, we are telling the world right now, I represent these 14 other Arab nations, and if they give the Palestinians the two-state solution and stop their expansion, we will guarantee their security with our military forces, period. We will normalize trade with them, on and on and on. And they were like, now the ball is in your court. And bang, it went right out of the news. Nobody ever talked about it. So I think that it's just as simple that the only problem the Palestinians have is that they're imprisoned. So I think if you just end that, end the hostility of attacking everybody, and we'll flood them with defensive weapons. So we need to try and see, because what we've been doing doesn't work. And that's the definition of insanity, to keep doing the same thing over and over and expect
I agree with you. That's why I'm looking for outside solutions.
We need to just freeze the borders, stop providing the offensive weapons, take the Arab group, the 14 Arab countries up on their offer, and see what happens. Guarantee it with the U.S. Saudis will stand behind it. Like, there's a lot of countries in the immediate area that will guarantee Israel's security. They're willing to step up with their military. So Jesus, let's take them up on it and see what happens.
Because I'm looking personally, because I'm never going to be in the decision making capability, but I'm trying to walk through this and see how I would solve it. I have a couple of different things, with Iran and their things, and it seems like what we need is a new, not the same old guard that's been doing things for 70 years. Just a new, what do you want? What do you want? And yeah.
Right. And let's do it. Right. Absolutely.
All right. Well, all right, then actually let's go ahead and get on with this video right here. And actually we do have my man Luke. Hey Luke, how you doing? And first let me read out your super chat, because it sounds like it's the Satanists. Well, the Satanists, not the Jews. And shout out to Parabolic Curvature. He came in. He says supporting Jewish people who were oppressed throughout history isn't the same as supporting Israel, the Israeli government, we need to distinguish these things. All right. I mean, shout out.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, you know, even in the Bible, like Ezekiel, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
We got you.
Yeah. So Ezekiel was shown a crack in the foundation, and God was revealing this underground tunnel system that they had where they're worshiping false gods and all kinds of creeping things. And that was one example. And then there's David's advice to his son Solomon was, do not join with the group that says throw your money in the same pot and we'll conquer the world together or whatever. And so all the way back to David, you know, Ezekiel, Solomon, all that. And then Jesus said that there was a synagogue of Satan in the you know, in the time that he was. And he said that, you know, like he railed on the religious leaders. So it makes me think that like the religious leaders, even back then, so there was just this long drawn out infiltration of religions, different groups. I imagine even the Pope, there was a time where the Pope was actually kidnapped. And so like, you know, it sounds like they could have infiltrated the Catholic Church at that moment. The Masons, and Rosen talked kind of.
No, look, Luke, I kind of get what you're getting into here, because it does seem like there may be like a satanic set that infiltrates our major religions.
Yeah.
And Hollywood.
And they're causing chaos, and they want us to kill each other. You know, that's their service.
Absolutely. Not for nothing. I have some videos up on my X account where it shows some Israelis. This guy's preaching. I don't know if he's a rabbi, but he like sounds like a evangelical type preacher. And he was saying it's written in our books. You cannot let the Christians and Muslims become friends with each other. If they join forces, it would be, you know, the end of the Jewish reign, which he was referencing that they're supposed to be the masters of the planet, and each Israeli is supposed to have 2,800 goyim slaves per person. And he was saying if the Christians and the Muslims ever became friends, like our prophecy of controlling the world and having the slaves and everything would be destroyed, and that what they need to do is they need to go all out and make sure that Christians and Muslims stay at war. I actually reposted this yesterday on my X account. So I absolutely believe that there is definitely a satanic force that is very wealthy, has crept itself. I mean, we know the Rothschilds are crazy satanic. We know they're the most wealthy family. They were valued at over 500 trillion.
And can I add one thing?
And they're very satanic. Go ahead.
So there's two different worldviews. The Bible teaches that the worldview is that God was a benevolent creator. Okay.
That he was what?
A benevolent creator. He loves us.
Right.
the Syrians taught, and this goes way back, even to a couple sons after Noah. But the Syrians taught that God was a slave master, and the Enki, Satan, was a trickster that tried freeing us. So there's two
That's why they
world
call
views.
Lucifer the Lord of Light.
Yeah.
I'm following you. Yes.
And so there's two world views.
Right. There is.
The Syrian one is taught in the universities because they tend to be anti, they don't believe the Bible is legitimate, a lot of stuff.
Really? My doctor's Syrian and he's Catholic. So I didn't know that.
Yeah. So, and it might not be like it's kind of like the Masons, the people at the top know, but
right.
Yeah. So, but there are two
Or the Democratic Party.
Yeah, there are two world views, and it seems like all the stuff around transhumanism and human slavery and nations being pitted against each other, it seems like all that is their tactics that Satan uses.
Agreed.
And the opposite is that let's reason with each other. God is good. God isn't a slave master. Yeah, and he set the people of Israel free in the time of Pharaoh.
Right, but today's Israelis are not the Israelites from the Bible.
Right. No, they're not. And they're probably controlled like America is from the satanic group. Now, they don't admit that they're Satanists because to them, lying is like a thing that they practice.
Right.
It's like
not a sin to them. Exactly.
It's a gift. It's a gift. Yeah.
Silver tongues.
Yeah. And, a lot of secret groups have been infiltrated by these guys, and now they control a large group of the things that started off good. Like the Masons weren't I think back when our founding fathers were in the Masons, it wasn't as bad, and I think the Jewish people.
Well, aren't the Masons the opposite of the Illuminati? Aren't they adversaries?
Well, I think the Illuminati is a faction, and the only reason why we know about the Illuminati was because the messenger got struck by lightning that was carrying all the papers talking about it, and they preach order out of chaos. So the Illuminati believe that you make government strong and then you collapse them, and then the people that have everything live as gods.
Right.
They live as gods.
Right.
Yeah, and they're deathly afraid of dying, so they're trying to merge machine.
That's just where I was going next. Not for nothing. Not that I expected to mention this at all, but I'll throw it in real quick. You can let me know if you're interested. A few years back, I was struck by a drunk driver on my way home, and they found my corpse on the highway. They obviously resuscitated me. I spent the next several weeks in unresponsive coma on life support. Now, I had an experience after I was hit, and I can say from experience that I don't think any religion has it right. I believe the word of God is only corrupted by that of man. I believe that it's very simple, much more simple than a lot of religions make it out to be. But I can tell you that I fought with everything in me just for one last breath, hoping that someone would come. It was 1:47 a.m. at impact. I was about 80 miles an hour on cruise control, and I rolled my convertible. Of course, I was clipped on the front quarter, which put me into the Jersey barrier. But the moment my body died, I was instantly someplace else. Instantly. And I was on a darkened highway. So I looked into some of this later on after the accident, and I heard like some doctors say, oh, you know, the light they see are the lights that we're putting on them to, you know, in the hospital. But I was on a darkened highway. There weren't even street lights on it. So I know that couldn't have been the case for me. And I was on no drugs of any kind, no anesthesias, nothing like that. And I was sober driving. So you can't attribute what happened to me to anything like that, like they've attributed NDEs to before.
Right on.
And I didn't see a tunnel, but wherever I was, there was light everywhere. It had no source, it cast no shadows, and it wasn't a normal light. It was ridiculously brilliant, but not harsh. It didn't hurt you to look at it at all. And it was conscious. The light was conscious. And I instantly had overwhelming, and when I say overwhelming, I never knew what that word meant until this. Absolutely overwhelming feelings of being loved, like being a beloved ant in the hand of a giant. It was a very eye-opening
Wait, say that again.
experience.
Say that again. You felt like what?
An ant, A-N-T, like the bug, the ant, like an ant in the hand of a giant. Like it was raw power. It was.
So you felt love and power?
I felt the power around me, and like there were some things that were crazy different. Like number one, we're in a way all omniscient because I never spoke aloud. Yet after some amount of time, which time doesn't exist there, and I understood it much more after it happened, my grandfather appeared to me, and we took care of him to his last days. And from the moment he appeared,
hold on, all right, hold on, guys. Let's make sure because man, I got my bad, man. I got too caught up in the story. I'm supposed to play the video.
Sorry. Go ahead.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and continue with the video, man. That was honestly a great conversation, guys. I'm not even gonna lie.
Good talking with you. Good talking with you, John.
People should stop using religion for war. That was my only point. I think
exactly.
People have got it twisted. But thank you.
All right, man. Appreciate you for landing the plane on that one, man. Shout out to my man John, and shout out to Luke and Monty, man. Appreciate you guys. But let's continue with this wild conversation. I know this conversation kind of like broke the internet. Let's hear it.
You said it's a half Jew. Yeah, the wrong side.
You don't have AC in here or what?
Oh, this is where men are. You know, this is something only men can do. I think this is where Jake and I really connected in the beginning of this whole parlay was, you know, let's be respectful. Let's let each other talk. Let's have a serious conversation that we don't spurg or scream over each other or get into these.
Oh, and shout out to Hellbite. He said God is great, beer is good, and people are crazy. I mean, hey man, shout out Hellbite.
Stupid internet things that need moderators.
Billy Currington.
Let's be men and talk about things, allow each other to speak, and hopefully evolve and grow and change things.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing that, I was listening to this nonsense interview, and you said that the Nazis were gassing Jews in VW.
In the beginning, yeah.
It's not true.
Let's go, man.
Do you know who invented the mobile gas chamber?
Tell me.
Isaiah Berg. And it was a Soviet Jew, and it was before World War II started. And he was gassing Christians in his car. Look it up.
Yes, Nazis did use carbon monoxide gas from car engines to murder people.
This is in the Soviet Union.
And it included the use of sealed vans and trucks, some of which may have used engines similar to those.
Who invented the mobile gas chamber? Right there.
You're saying Isaiah Berg.
Yep. Prior
mobile
to World War
gas
II.
chamber.
Yeah,
Okay, hold on.
saying
Where was the mobile gas chamber used? That's
Russia.
1937.
Okay, yeah, Russia, prior to World War II.
Yeah, but it just says right
This is
here.
Jews killing Christians.
We're talking about specifically about the Holocaust. I know you like to talk about this Jews killing Christians
because
and
that
this
happened.
This whole what's it called? The
Bolshevik genocide.
The Bolshevik
Holodomor?
genocide. They also killed Jews too.
No, they didn't.
They did.
That's
They
another thing
killed
you lied
religious
about.
Jews.
No, they didn't.
They killed
How
anybody
many
that
did they
had
kill? How
anything
many-
that had to do with the Torah. There wasn't a lot of Jews over there, Dan.
Yeah, there was.
You're talking. What's the guy's name? You guys always talk about him.
Henryk Yagoda.
Gagoda, right?
Yeah, that was
Such
the
a
guy in
common Jewish name, right?
He was in charge of the gulags. All those guys changed their names, hiding that they were Jews.
You know, Gagoda's never been a Jewish name.
They changed their names.
To what? What
to
was it before?
Non-Jewish sounding names.
What was his name before?
Hold on, I'll get to that.
So this is about to become like a chat GPT debate where everybody's fact checking everybody else, which is kind of stupid, if you ask me.
I mean, not really. If you want to get the facts, if you have the facts on your side, then it's not stupid. So, how many Jews were killed by the Bolsheviks? There's no evidence that the Bolsheviks ever carried out any systematic campaign to kill Jews because they were Jewish. Shocking. There it is, right there.
What was it?
Because they were fucking Jewish.
Did
Says it.
the Bolsheviks
This is the brand new Chat GPT, the
kill
Jewish-owned
religious
AI.
Jews?
Getting along well?
So here's the thing. Your
I'm
chat
calling him out on his lies.
here's what's so bizarre about chat GPT. Your chat GPT is going to feed you based on your inputs. So is mine. So my chat GPT says, yes, the Bolsheviks and the Soviet regime targeted and persecuted religious Jews. Your chat GPT is saying they didn't.
I said, how many Jews were killed by the Bolsheviks? And it said, there's no evidence that the Bolsheviks ever carried out a systemic campaign to kill Jews because they were Jewish. It literally said that.
Stupid.
Yeah, I think originally they were, and there was a purge by Stalin, but I don't think it was 8 million. I think it was a purge of some of the top
it's
officials.
Fucking bullshit. There wasn't even 8 million Jews there. How could there be 8 million Jews in
There
fucking
wasn't-
Russia?
Yeah, I haven't researched the
Do you
fucking
know how many
Bolshevik
Jews there
shit.
were in
There was
Germany?
a lot of Jews in Russia.
Do you know how many Jews
Russia
there were
was
in
one of the
Germany
2
biggest.
million, I think, or
in
something.
1939?
Now this debate's a 2-on-1. So if we're gonna go
Well,
2-on-1,
I'll sit out a couple
let me
minutes.
you could
fucking
sit
take
out,
over
but
for
you could talk. But
I'll chill for a second.
Are you
and
saying
I'll-
that Jake lost so bad that he
So
needed
terrible.
to fill in?
He's a
having
nice
I was
guy.
having a
Yo,
conver- I was having- we were having a
he
conversation,
just knocked
not
you
really a
off.
debate.
He just declared me the
here's
I was
winner.
having more of a
Jake.
conversation.
Jake is a super fucking nice guy that can like rip your head off and shit down your neck at any given time. He's like the epitome of like the guy that doesn't have to beat it on his chest because he's such a fucking badass. But he's also like a super nice guy.
Maybe I'm being too nice. We
He's
should have
like a
hung out last
typical
night.
Gentile, you know, like. he is
Wait, typical
naturally-
Gentiles
yeah,
are nice?
Yeah, naturally
And that
fucking nice.
Gentiles won't screw other Gentiles, you know?
Not historically. Not,
Not
like
historically.
Jews have fucked over.
So you don't think that
Gentiles.
like let's say that there was a world where Jews weren't a part of it. It was only you think there would be some kumbaya moment, lions sleeping with lambs?
I think there would be issues, just a lot less.
It's so naive, Dan.
Why?
Because throughout history, Gentile nations have warred against each other even when there were no Jews present.
Yeah, but a lot of the wars were started by Jews.
Look at Stu Peters. He just rug pulled and stole all this money from all these anti-Semites, and everybody was like,
that's still up for
that
debate.
shows you Stu
Okay,
Peters
listen,
is
I'm not
a
going to talk on it because I don't know about it.
Stu Peters is a very clear example that not all Jews are bad and not all Gentiles are good.
I didn't say all Gentiles are good, and I didn't say all Jews are bad. I just said that Jews are disproportionately causing problems, and that they also have a supremacist belief system, and it's built into their religion that it's okay to fuck over non-Jews. So when you have a mentality that like you're better than other people, you're going to act like an asshole. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying every Jew's bad. I'm not saying every Christian is good. What I am saying is that Christians don't teach each other, hey, you can fuck over the Jews. It's okay. They're not Christian. Jews, on the other hand, teach that. So when
Agreed.
You have a
We don't
supremacist
teach
belief-
that,
yes,
actually.
you fucking do.
No,
It's
we don't.
It's in your
You-
Talmud. It literally says.
You
want to
go to the Talmud
I
with
do,
me?
I
Bro,
do.
I would love to go to the Talmud with
Okay,
you.
because I have some fucking quotes. I could pull up a whole bunch.
You're going to pull up the meme that I did a
No, I'm not gonna
3-hour
pull up a
documentary
meme.
on.
No, I'm not going to pull up a meme. I'm going to pull up the exact translation. Because
Let's
there
do
was
it.
the meme, and then there was like a
I have
whole
done this
breakdown of
show
it.
so many times.
I guess
have
I'm
done-
switching to
I haven't
mediator.
done the show, but I can give you the exact.
I know now.
translation.
Now, before we get into this explanation of the Talmud, I do got to do this for my man Hellbat because he has been waiting patiently. So, shout out to my man Hellbat. We're gonna go take go ahead and take a quick, well, I mean, musical interlude / comedic interlude because, well, this song is straight parody. Bad for that comedic interlude. I guess we all needed that one.
I'm mediator. I'll try to be fair.
Adam King and Jake
I got kicked out of my debate.
You got kicked off your own show.
I look at my text message and everyone's mad at me. Apparently, I was being too nice.
Really?
You're like, oh, you're.
This is what I don't understand because look, if we don't talk to each other, we're gonna end up killing each other. The only way that we make peace.
Some people want that.
A lot of people do want that, but the only way that we're gonna make peace is by making it.
I should have gone a little harder on some of the things.
Well, here's one of them.
We're not going to make peace if we just want to fight each other till one of us dies. That's just the bottom line.
This one came up. This is the Mishnah Torah.
Okay.
If by contrast,
what's the quote? The exact line. Let me pull it up on Safari.
Monty, I forgot you did want to say. I believe you had something to say. You had an idea.
I've had something to say since we were on the start of this.
I know. It's like we just heard so many things, though.
Oh man, I'm scared now. I mean, I personally think that I just learned about this actually. So I mean, I haven't researched it wholly, but so the on paper or on its face, Iran is stating that they want nuclear enrichment for a nuclear program so they can have energy and they can do science and all the great things, right? Israel says hell nah, because you're trying to build a bomb and you want to kill us all. I think, and I'm not in the decision making role in the world, but there is an experiment. It's an experiment right now in France. It's ITER, the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor. It takes fusion instead of fission to create a sustained nuclear reaction that essentially can give you all the energy you'll ever need. Like it once they figure this out, there's 35 countries, and the U.S. is one of them. That's supporting this and that's funding it, and they've been doing it for a very, very long time. And they're the first one's going to be in France, but they're going if they're successful and they can get liquid plasma or whatever, they're gonna start building it around. I say call Israel and Iran's bluff. Say, hey, we will put you on this committee. We'll put you, which means you're going to have all of the access to the science, all of that fun stuff. But the great thing about it is it uses isotopes of hydrogen instead of uranium. You don't need to enrich uranium to do it. It's just isotopes of hydrogen. So it's a lot harder to build a nuclear weapon out of it. I say if we can get a win-win out of this, because Iran's stated goal is to enrich uranium to create power and all that fun stuff, say, hey, unconditionally, you cannot enrich uranium anymore. However, we'll pull you into the fold, and they have invested billions and billions of dollars at this point already. So this would be a huge step forward for the country.
Right. There's one problem with that, though. If I could just interject. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
China is also doing this. I've researched this quite a bit, and the problem is being able to contain the plasma. They're using magnetic forces to use containment because the plasma can't touch any material we know of without melting through it. So that we're only able to get this nuclear process to happen, for 90 seconds or something. China has
8 minutes.
But okay,
8 minutes
a short
is the
amount
longest.
of time. Right. So my only point for interjecting is that we don't know when this will be commercially viable. So I think that you can't offer them. We're not offering nuclear-like power now because it's not viable. So you'd only be offering Iran a promise of something at some point in the future that could be a year, it could be 10, it could be 100 years. We don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I think the alternative to that is exactly what's in place. You can have enrichment for commercial use, which is far from weapons grade use. And what you have is an independent organization like the IAEA that comes boots on the ground and inspects every square inch of everything. So that's the point of the IAEA, which, by the way, Israel won't allow. I mean, they won't allow the IAEA, and in the interim, they have threats to the whole world in the form of the Samson option. And the Samson option is if their existence was ever threatened, they nuke every country on earth, including their allies, from the UK and America down the line to Saudis and Iran and Qatar.
Okay, yeah, I showed that clip yesterday. I remember.
Right.
Anyway,
so the IAEA,
I mean, we're never.
I think, is the same as what you're suggesting, is it not?
No, it's not, because Iran would not have their hand in it at all. They have.
Right,
They'll
but their
contribute.
hand will be
Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. Their hand won't be watched. It won't even be done in their country. It's being done in France right now.
No, I mean the IAEA, because your thing is not commercially viable. It's an experiment right now.
It is commercially viable. It just has not been built. It is possible to do it. You just have to get you have to get the cryostasis on the outside of the containment to absolute zero, or just a little bit above absolute zero, that's the complicated part of it. But they are actively building the reactor right now.
Right, but
And
I
this
thought
is
they
where
were
we need a
already
nuclear scientist.
I thought there were already mock-ups of this built. And
No, they're not.
The
It's
Chinese
being
one, didn't
built.
somebody just correct me and say that it was 8 minutes and not like 90 seconds
Yeah.
they were able to keep? Okay,
So
so
the
where did they
one,
have
hold
those
on.
8 minutes? It had to be in an existing
There are
facility.
different. Yes, I haven't even touched on that yet. You haven't let me finish. They have done it on a smaller scale for 8 minutes, but they do not have the robust system to keep it cold long enough. That's what they're building, is the system to keep it. It's theoretically completely possible.
So they
And
know why it failed and they know how to fix it.
it hasn't failed. They just shut it off because they
They
can't
shut
keep
it
it
off
cold enough.
after 8
Yeah.
minutes?
Yes.
Because
It
what
hasn't
I
failed,
read
because if
was
it
that
failed, it would explode.
I read that China had the most advanced one and was able to keep the process going the longest, and that it was only a few minutes. And the only reason they shut it down was to keep it from going critical. And they were using AI to balance the magnetic fields, which was helping a lot.
They have the most advanced one that has been built.
Right.
They're not done. They're not done with this one yet. This one is on paper, because it hasn't been built yet, but it is on paper able to be, like, they got first plasma, or hot plasma, and they could not keep it contained because they can't keep it cold enough because it's not on a big enough scale. That's the issue, is it has to be on a much, much larger scale than what they built it at.
Have you seen how big the one in China is? That thing is huge.
Yeah, the one in France is takes up like 4,000 acres.
Oh yeah, okay. That would be big.
Yeah.
The one I saw, the people looked small, like a stadium, like a football stadium, but that's not 4,000 acres.
Yeah, no, it's a huge thing. It's like, but I mean that's neither here
All right,
nor
guys.
there.
Now, I'm not even gonna lie. You guys are kind of throwing the chat off. Guys are going, hold on. We're talking about cold fusion now. Like, what's going on?
No, not cold fusion. Just fusion. You have to keep it cold. Yeah, cold.
Okay.
Cold
I'm
fusion
just
is not. It's still theoretical. It's not even possible.
We'll see. Yes, okay. A lot of people. Okay, great. Because a lot of people did have that confusion there, and a lot of people are kind of thrown off right now.
That's why I wanted to get through this, because the point in that was not to reinvent the wheel. The point is, we have isolated Iran to the point where they think that they need nuclear weapons. And the solution is to bring them into the world the same way we brought Japan into the world and propped up Japan's economy after World War II. We dropped the sun on them twice. If there's anybody America did not like, it would have been Japan. So I mean that's living proof that we can become a strong ally with somebody if you give them the carrot and the stick option. Now, irregardless, if they don't want to take the carrot, the stick's always an option. But that was just my contribution. The IAEA is a joke. Iran can just kick them out whenever the hell they want. Israel can stop them from doing it. They cannot stop Iran from going to France and learning and being a part of the community, being a part of the world, which they are a part of the world. You know,
And why should there be different rules for Iran than there is for Israel? Why does Israel get to have undisclosed nuclear weapons, have the Samson option that directly threatens the entire globe?
why does the United States get to dictate foreign policy? Why does Russia get to dictate foreign policy? Why does China? Because they have nukes. They put up the money. They got it.
Right, but what I
And
was going to say is Iran has had nuclear enrichment since the 50s, and they've never tried to make a bomb before.
because they don't have, every time they get the scientists to do it, they get taken out.
Look, well,
You
here's
have
the
to have
thing, though.
knowledge.
Well, what I don't see is fair is that, okay, so we all understand that, I guess, well, Israel and Iran are enemies, right? They don't like each other. So when we allow one side to have a nuke and not the other side, don't you kind of see where the other side might push towards a nuke, even if it's against what the world wants? Because, well, their enemies allowed to have a nuke. Why not them?
Well, here's the thing.
Well, to
Iran
balance the
publicly states
power.
that they don't want a nuke. So
That's true.
call them on their shit if they don't want a nuke and they really want it for energy and science. Stop giving Iran the scapegoat of, oh, they could have a nuke if they wanted to. No, the fuck they can't. We don't want terrorists to have nukes. Like, we don't want Israel to have nukes either. They fucking stole them.
True.
That doesn't mean you give it to them. Israel
Right, there's
hasn't stopped
also
their nukes.
non-proliferation agreements, and having nuclear reactors for energy is not the same as having a bomb. They said they
But you
don't
don't
want
need
a bomb.
60% uranium. You need 2% uranium, and they have 60% uranium.
Right, but
Uranium, excuse me.
they offered to give all that to the IAEA.
Why did they have it to begin with if they weren't trying to make a bomb?
Why didn't they go to 90% and make one then?
I mean, yeah.
It takes time. It takes time.
They've had enough time to make it. You got to keep in mind, we can go back to 2002 when Netanyahu was saying that they're 1 to 3 years away. And then in 2006, 1 to 3 years away. And then in 2012, they're on the verge of making a nuclear weapon. We've seen the compilations on social media of the clips.
So two things can be true at the same time. Netanyahu can be lying through his teeth and trying to fucking stoke fires, and Iran can be working towards a nuclear weapon. Like, has anybody considered that?
No.
Possibility?
The point is when Netanyahu started saying that in 2002, obviously Iran had the ability to make nuclear enrichment to weapons grade material if they wanted. So Netanyahu automatically assumed that's what they would do, but they didn't. But they had the capability, and that's my only point. And if they say they don't want a nuke, then send the IAEA in there and let them inspect it. If Iran kicks them out, then use the stick.
Actually, you know what's kind of weird though? Iran has been enriching uranium since April of 2021, and then what? 2 years later, we have October 7th pop off, and everything just goes into turmoil as soon as these guys reach 60%.
Yeah, because I mean it's an exponential.
Right, but
it's an exponential curve.
Now, is there any benefit to having that 60%? Do you get better? Do you get more energies? Like, there any benefit at all?
2% is all you need to keep a core stable.
I'm just saying. So you're telling me you get the same amount of energy from 2% than 60%?
It's not about how much you have. It's how refined it is and how stable it is to create an atomic explosion. You only needed that 2% to. And I promise you.
I know this is going to sound crazy, but what happens if they just need and I'm just wondering, I might need to look this up. Is there a difference between the power output of a 2% enrichment and 60%?
No, quality. It's not a quality over quantity thing. It's not like, 60% is better than 2%. It's 2% does the job.
I would have to say that 60% would have more of a reaction and therefore be able to heat up more water. Just like 90% would be so energetic it could make a bomb. But the
Right, but
percentage of enrichment is the amount of energy contained in that material.
Okay,
So the more
so
energy
who's to
in it, the more
say
you can
we run?
release.
Hold
okay,
on,
but no,
hold
no,
on.
no, no. Who's to say that these guys aren't doing this for AI or something? Who's to say that they're not doing this for some
It's
For
technology that's
energy.
undisclosed to us that's not a bomb? Remember, these guys are
so
like the Germany of the Middle East. These guys are great engineers.
You have to keep in
so
mind that to go from 60% to 90% takes days, not
that's
years. So they've had the ability, whatever date you
but
go
to get
back,
to
it's
0 to 60 is what takes years. To
right,
get
but
to zero,
they've had 60% for years, and they haven't gone over it.
that's not true. BB's been saying they've had 60%. That's not true. They haven't had that. Otherwise, the U.S. would have intervened a
Can
long time
someone
ago. Which
look
is
it
Well,
up and
remember, they
see
had it
when
in
they had 60?
2021. This is the first time it's been reported in April of 2021. Iran has began enriching uranium to 60%.
Okay, there you go. So they had plenty of time because 60 to 90% takes days.
and
0
it
to
is
60 takes a while, but 60 to 90
so.
takes days. They could have made nuclear bombs since 21, 22.
So I think you guys are getting this a little bit confused. This is imagine you're a farmer and you have fertilizer and you need enough fertilizer for 1 acre of land and you have enough for 10,000 acres of land. That's the difference between 2% and 60% enriched. Our nuclear aircraft carriers run on a 3% depleted uranium core. A it can last for 25 years floating around in the water. That is leaps and bounds and full sprints ahead of what you need it for. It's
Right,
not for
but to
commercial
use your
use.
I
fertilizer
mean, but like I
analogy,
said, we don't know what they could be using this for. We don't know what they might be trying to
the only
power
point is as
at
long as they
all.
don't make a bomb. That's what the
Yeah.
IAEA is there for. That's what our satellites and intelligence are there for. And we certainly can keep an eye on that through the IAEA. And if they ever mess with the IAEA, then you take the carrot away and you use the stick. But not for nothing. Look at how many wars Israel has started and been in the last 30 years and forced America
So
in the
get
last 30 years. And how many wars
take
has
their
Iran been in?
take their stick away, take Israel's stick away, take Israel's propaganda away that they're making a bomb. They can't make the bomb. It's physically impossible for them to make a bomb with a hydrogen isotope. Well, you can make a hydrogen bomb, but that's a totally different.
Right, but you're talking about making a 4,000 acre facility there in Iran. Like you're talking about a facility that hasn't even been made anywhere yet. And now they're going to make one in France, prove the concept, and then put one in Iran with whose
That's how
dime?
technology works.
And
All
how
right, guys.
long
Now I'm
does
gonna
that
go ahead
take?
and break this down for you guys because they did say a lot of things that I went ahead and put it into Chat GPT and say, what can you use 60% uranium for? And to be honest, even Chat GPT is kind of admitting that, well, it kind of is a severe step towards a nuclear weapon trained in a nuclear weapons grade production technique. So it's pretty much saying you're going towards a nuclear weapon, but it also enhances leverage in geopolitical negotiations. So, like I
Exactly.
said,
It's a
the
deterrent.
60% was supposed to be a deterrent, but it ended up
Exactly.
being the reason.
It ended up being the excuse, but yeah, it was a deterrent. And to use the fertilizer analogy, that wasn't quite accurate. If you have fertilizer and it's 20% ammonium nitrate, and that'll fertilize your field, or you can get some that's 100% ammonium nitrate, then you only need a sprinkle of that per gallon of water instead of a scoop. So if it's more
It's
enriched,
the same
a little bit
concentration on
goes a
hand, though.
longer way. You
No,
just
no, no.
wouldn't need as many grams of it to make the same reaction because it's got so much energy, which is the percentage is how much energy is contained in it. So you would need less material to get the same energy output, is my understanding. But
So
I
you're
believe
you're
that
telling
they're
me that Iran is trying to fuel the entire world?
no, I think that's what I was just going to say. I think Iran did it as a deterrent.
Well, look where that got them. It's not much of a deterrent because you have Israel and the United States breathing down your neck. I'm saying take all doubt off the table and give them an option
Right, but
that does
that's an
not.
option they can't have for decades.
It's literally supposed to be ready in the next 5 years.
In
It's not decades.
France. In
And
France.
it's once you figure out how to build it, you just copy and paste. It's not that hard.
A 4,000 acre facility, you're going to copy and paste? It takes 5 years to make it now. So once they prove it and go through all the safety checks, what are we, 7 years from today? Then they have to make one in Iran. So now you're talking 10, 15 years out.
That's how infrastructure works. I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen
No,
a bridge get built.
the solution to this is you let them have their nuclear power plants, and we supply the enriched material. Period. End of story. Then they get their power plants and they have no enrichment facility.
But we haven't even gotten to that point. So
I'm talking about a regular nuclear facility with 3%,
right, yeah,
whatever.
we haven't even gotten to that. They're still building
No, I'm talking
bunkers
about
200 feet in the ground.
I'm talking about a normal nuclear power plant.
Right, yeah, and you just give them the cores. They can't create
Right.
the isotope. Yeah.
Exactly. So that way the enrichment facility is gone. U.S., Israel's happy, and Iran is happy because they have the nuclear power plant. So there's a lot of ways you can do it. And I absolutely believe this is about a regime change, because if you think about it and you look at the facts, everybody that Israel can't scare or buy into compliance, they bomb. They've got Jordan, they've got Egypt, so they don't bomb them anymore. They don't have Syria, they don't have Lebanon, they don't have Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, so they bomb all of them. You can't bomb every enemy you have. And not for nothing, everybody that engages, all those countries I just mentioned that engage with Israel, all cite the same damn thing because of what they're doing to the Palestinians, which is immoral. So, if anything, you've got to stop the crimes against humanity by freeing the Palestinian people and take that League of Arab Nations up on their offer and see what happens.
So how do you stop a war that's already started? Like, I mean, it's you're arguing in circles because
Because
Israel.
Israel said they want security. The League of Arab Nations said, we will give you security if you give the Palestinians freedom and peace. The deal is on the table. The deal is done. Israel just has to simply accept it. They've got a big stick in the United States. There's no excuse not to take it.
We can't even agree on whether or not we should defend them right now. They don't have a big stick. They don't know that they have a big stick. So
no, that's because Israel's the aggressor right now. They launched an illegal act of war against another country that was not threatening them and could not threaten them in any nuclear way for years. They had the IAEA inspectors in there. They were not kicked out. The IAEA said they found no moves towards enriching to nuclear grade. They saw no weapons production moves. They were just in there. They just released a report about it. So they were complying.
you don't build a bunker 200 feet in the ground if you're just trying to do science.
If you have nuclear Israel threatening you, you bet you make your bedroom in a mountain.
Good point. We're talking about, I don't know. Yeah, that's actually, I kind of got to give it to him on that one. I would, if we're talking about Israel and there being mortal enemies and they really don't even want you having any type of nuclear capability, I would hide it in the mountain.
Well, yeah, would you? Israel has been attacked, we have come.
And here's the thing: it's not a secret. Everybody knows about it. Unlike Israel. We know about it.
And anytime Israel's been attacked, we have always come to defend them. The only reason we're not there right now is because we told them we are in the middle of peace negotiations, nuclear negotiations with Iran, and they usurped the whole thing by attacking in the middle of negotiations.
Not true. They gave them 60 days. They did give them 60 days.
Trump also
on the
said
61st day.
No, Trump also said that you cannot put a negotiation like that to the day 2 months in advance. He said that it was going in a favorable direction, and Trump said he thought that there was a deal that would be reached soon. They were to reconvene on the Sunday, and 2 days prior to that, Israel attacked. And that's why Trump initially told them, do not attack. They were in the middle of peace negotiations. And after Netanyahu defied him, Trump didn't want to look like a chump, so he kind of went along with it a little bit. But the only reason we're not there is because Israel started this war. in the middle of peace negotiations while the IAEA was actively there. Nobody threw the IAEA out.
So, as a person that has grown up in this whole BS, I have watched as Iran wants to get a nuclear weapon. Oh, Iran's enriching uranium. Oh, Iran's fortifying their uranium.
And how many
Oh,
decades is that? How many decades
doesn't
have you been told that?
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter
It
how
does
long
matter, because if they haven't done it in decades, they're not going to do it now.
or they haven't had the ability to do it for decades because
They've
they've
had
been
the
constantly.
ability for years. 4 years they've had the ability.
Okay.
They had 60% 4 years ago in 21. The host just read it.
It's really hard to say on the duplicitous nature of the regime. It's like, I'm gonna say this, like it's like I said, is we can neither confirm nor deny if they are trying to build a bomb or if they even have one. All we
They're
know is
not
that they got
trying to. It's a
60%.
deterrent.
Yeah.
If they weren't trying to, they wouldn't have gotten to 60%. That's my point.
No,
I think the 60% was
Why
a
don't
more
you
of a
understand?
threat than an actual move.
Yes,
So-
it's a threat, absolutely.
So I'm sorry, but if you're going to make threats and show that you're going in that direction, he's also saying death to America. So let's not forget that.
Yeah, no, that's only because we are backing terrorist Israel apartheid regime that's currently actively stealing land in the West Bank, that's committing ethnic cleansing in Gaza, that's attacked 5 of its neighbors, that's acts of war left and right. If any other country did any of the shit Israel's doing, that there would be NATO and everybody else militarily up their ass.
Yeah, but I will admit though, it is egg on Iran's face, because I believe, I'm pretty sure they did it for deterrent, but it ended up being the whole excuse of why we're getting into it with them.
Right,
So
but if it wasn't
it's just
that, they would find another excuse.
I mean, let's be honest though, it kind of like it is. You kind of can put a little bit of blame on Iran because it was the threat that just didn't work. It was a threat that everybody took a little too seriously at that point.
Right, but not for nothing. Iran shouldn't have had to make that kind of a threat or have that.
And then
kind
here's
of
the thing,
deterrent
though:
if
don't
Israel
make
wasn't
threats you
running
can't back
wild.
up. Proven why they wanted, why they kept it at 60. They kind of proved us right. They kind of proved themselves right. Like, yeah, we knew you guys were going to attack us. We knew you guys were going to try to take away our nuclear power. We knew all you were going to back Israel. They kind of pulled our card, and this is why they were at 60%. So I get that they
hold on.
Yeah.
If they were capable of getting to 100% within the timeline, why would they not have done it then?
Because
Israel's attacking them.
Because they're under nuclear proliferation. They would actually have to report that.
They're the only ones, unlike Israel, that signed the nuclear non-proliferation agreement. They're the only ones, unlike Israel, that allows the IAEA in there.
And we know Iran will negotiate in your face and stab you in the back. So
like Israel does? Ever hear of the USS
Yes, like
Liberty?
Israel does. Except Israel hasn't attacked Americans.
Here's the thing, though.
The USS Liberty. Wait a minute. That's patently false. That is a propaganda lie. Israel has attacked us, starting with the USS Liberty, and you can go right through to the Epstein honeypot.
But more confirmable to USS Liberty.
Absolutely. And not for nothing, Ghislaine Maxwell is absolutely, she's the daughter of the Mossad chief or something.
But let's not get too far into the weeds with that one.
Okay.
Now,
but certainly the USS Liberty.
Because I can't point though.
I can't make a point for peace if you're going to keep calling people terrorists and inflaming the conversation though. Like you're stuck on this because you have a personal interest in it and you cannot think rationally. No, Iran should be able to have a bomb.
Israel is continuing to do these crimes right now. There are people starving, being bombed, shot at humanitarian
So do you want it to stop? Do you want it to stop?
But Israel's the only aggressor.
Do you want it to stop? Do you want it to stop?
100%.
Okay. Then maybe we should do something other than what we've done for the past 70 years and point fingers and continue the problem until we're all dead.
Right, but like you just said, we have to do something different, and something different doesn't mean giving Israel carte blanche and screwing everybody else to
I'm not saying it. I didn't say anything about Israel, did I? I said Iran. Maybe we should bring Iran into.
You did. You said that Iran shouldn't be able to have anything, and therefore
I did not
Israel
say
can have
that.
everything. You said they couldn't have nuclear enrichment.
I haven't even gotten to Iran. You cut me off three minutes into when I was talking.
You didn't say that they couldn't have nuclear enrichment and they could do what France was doing. You didn't say that.
Oh no,
Am I
he was
talking to
being
somebody
very.
different?
Oh no, Monty was being very speculative on the whole 60% enrichment. That was his hard line. It's like, why the hell do they even have it there?
I'm sorry. Is this the same person that brought up the France thing?
Yes, I'm the same person. I was trying to get through that conversation. I was 2 minutes in. I've been waiting the entire show to bring it up.
Okay, I
And
apologize.
you cut my knees out from under me and said, why? Because Israel. Like I don't care about Israel right now. Honestly, they can, if they die, they die. I don't care. What I care about is we don't go to a third world war.
Agreed.
And I think the way to do that is to take Israel's dog whistle away from them.
Agreed.
I mean, damn, that's actually, I'm being quite honest. That's a good point. I mean, if you do take the dog whistle away, which would be uranium, then you'd be like, yo, Israel, chill. What
the fuck are you talking about? And then you can prove without unequivocally on the world stage, Israel is the bad guy. It'll make it very, very, very apparent. If Israel keeps attacking Iran and they have no nuclear programs in their country, then
But here's the only problem with your plan, though. The only problem with your plan is the automatic sacrifice of Iranian lives. Like, there got to be a death toll before we even can call Israel out at that point.
And you're offering Israel nothing right now in the way of nuclear power.
I haven't even gotten to the Israeli point. That's what I'm trying to get the whole thought out, and I'm being my thoughts are being jumped every time I get like 3 seconds into it.
All right, good point. All right, everybody muted for my man Monty. Monty, cook up.
Damn. Now I feel like Israel. So my point in all of this, like I said, take the dog whistle away from Israel. Don't let them keep stoking the fire and the propaganda. If we know it's verifiably, patently false, there's no longer a debate. Iran does not have uranium in their whole fucking country. Now, if they're still building a bomb, then now we've just proved Israel's point that they're still trying to build a bomb. They have nuclear power. You know, it's a very, very yes or no. Because now we're working on speculation and maybes, and maybe they were at 20% here, maybe they were at, like, it doesn't matter anymore. You can bring them into the fold, bring them into civilization, you know, and then Israel. Now, either Israel stops attacking people, or they continue attacking people. As soon as they continue attacking people, we now know where our enemy is. You have to prove that they're your enemy, not speculate that they're your enemy. Even if you have all of the theological proof that you need in your head, that doesn't matter. And what it matters is what you can prove.
Right, not circumstantial. Right.
Yeah.
All right.
And
All
Israel works in the shadows, and that's if Israel is working in the shadows, you have to shine light on it before you can get the world stage to condemn Israel.
Good point.
Can I say something now? I just want to say that all these countries that Israel has been slamming lately are like Yemen and whatnot. These countries are the ones abiding by international law. International law, Geneva Convention says when there's a plausible possibility of genocide taking place, it is mandatory that every country do everything within its power, including military intervention to prevent genocide. So you can't do anything as long as the Israelis are confiscating the West Bank, massacring the people in Gaza. They have to stop. You have to silence the guns before you can do anything. You can't say we got to do this and everybody's got to give a little, but Israel's just going to keep murdering everybody and you've got to deal with it.
That's a very easy way to shine the light on them. Take their enemies away. Take their fucking ability
to stop it with Palestine, with Gaza and the West Bank.
Easy. Hamas is already willing
Hamas
to
isn't
surrender.
In the West Bank. Hamas isn't in the West Bank though. They're not even there.
Oh no. Oh, did you hold on? You guys hear each other?
Yeah.
I can't.
All right,
Yeah.
good. Okay, you just said Hamas wasn't in the West Bank. That's what he's saying.
Right. So you can't use that for an excuse there. They had nothing to do with the
I'm not
October
excuse.
shit.
So you do
So
you
how do
hear
you
how you're
stop
talking?
them? No,
Do you
I'm
hear how you're
asking you.
talking?
I'm asking you a question, and you answer me by saying Hamas, and he said, well, Hamas agreed to not govern whatever, and I says, but what about the West Bank? There's no Hamas in West Bank. So in order for your plan to work, and for us to silence the guns in Israel, how do you do that in the West Bank? I'm asking a question.
If you take away what they're pointing at, you take away their propaganda machine, because that's what it is. The October 7th, I mean, that's not a propaganda machine, but that did happen.
Right, I follow you.
But you take away the contention and what they're fighting over.
Right, but what
And
is that for the West Bank? Because Israel just says that it's part of Samaria, whatever, that it's part of Greater Israel and that it's theirs. So how do you take that away? Like I
you freeze
understand the
you freeze
Hamas thing and in Iran, I just don't get the West Bank part.
you freeze the borders. You say what you have is yours and what you have is yours. Now, if there's contention over that, then you negotiate over that. You say, Israel, if you shoot another fucking shot, we'll know it's you. How
Right, but
who
that's
is
already been done. The International Criminal Court, the
it has
International Court of Justice, even the U.S., everybody has said you cannot keep taking land in the West Bank, and they keep doing it. So they've been told.
so they've been doing all of that not under a vacuum, not as if they've had peace. Okay? They've been
They've been doing it
aggressing,
since day one.
okay, and they've been being hunted since day one. So stop that.
Okay, so if somebody threatens Israel, it makes it okay for Israel to go steal land and do everything they're doing. One does not
That's what
justify the other.
I don't. So
I'm just
is
saying,
your
like,
goal
your
is your goal
plan
to
is good.
demonize it? Hold on. Is your goal to demonize Israel at every chance you get, or is it to have peace?
It's not my fault they're doing what they're doing. I'm saying that these other countries that there are problems with, like Iran, like Yemen, you're not going to be able to get them to stop until the killing stops in Palestine. So I'm
So
saying it
stop
needs to
the
first
killing.
go there.
It's very easy. Once Israel is not on a war footing and fighting bats with sticks in every fucking direction, I think that they might calm down a little bit. If they don't, then we know who our enemy. That's why I'm saying shine the light on the truth. Shine the light. If what you're saying is true, then Israel will continue. If they don't continue, then you're wrong. You're just flat out wrong.
All
Okay,
right
but
then.
I still don't get how you're supposed to stop them. The world has asked them to stop, and they were doing that in the West Bank long before
Stop.
October 7th.
Yes, they
So
asked them to stop, and then October 7th happens. They asked them to stop, and then they realized
they
Iran's
never stopped.
at 60%.
They never stopped. They've been doing it right along. Israel has not been being attacked every day for 75 years. They've been confiscating the land in the West Bank daily.
And all right, guys, time, because
Okay,
the debate
we're
is
not going to
went
go
long
further.
enough.
We're at a deadlock, but cool.
Yeah, but all right, that was a good conversation, guys. Let's just keep it going with the video on this one. About the last 20 minutes or so.
Good
All right.
video.
Read you the exact
Give me the reference.
passage.
Okay.
So this is, if by contrast a Jewish male enters into relations with a Gentile woman, when he does so intentionally, she should be executed. She is executed because she caused a
I know
Jew
which
to
one
be
you're talking
involved
about.
in an unseemly transgression, as is the law with regard to an animal. This applies regardless of whether the Gentile woman was a minor of 3 years of age or an adult, whether she was single or married. And it applies to if even the Jew is a minor of 9 years of age, she is executed. This punishment is explicitly mentioned in the Torah. As Numbers.
It sounds like you're reading off of a commentary.
No,
What is
a
it?
literal direct translation.
Mishnah Torah, forbidden intermarriage. No, this is okay, hold on.
It's a direct quote. This is a direct quote. This is not like an interpretation.
I'm going to find
this
the quote.
is
Give
what
me a
it
second.
says.
It's a direct translation.
And so
I have
it's
that
saying
too.
that if an adult fucks a 3-year-old, that you should kill the 3-year-old if it's a non-Jew because
No,
that 3-year-old
you're
caused the
missing.
Jew to
I
sin.
know this exact one. You're missing an entire segment. The
What do
Talmud.
What do I need in there to tell me that
The Talmud is
you should kill the child because the child caused the Jew?
You got to
to
let
sin?
me speak, or else you're just preaching.
Go ahead.
So, the Talmud is comprised of literally at least 20,000 authors.
Okay.
So I believe, and I'm gonna pull this up. Actually, let me get my glasses because I can't see shit. I remember this one from a previous debate, and I don't want to misquote my answer, but I want to find the exact page, because these are like arguments that are going on for like 5 pages of debate.
Let me get you the actual.
Give me the actual source reference, and then we can learn the whole page, not the line.
Okay.
Happy to do that. I think
This
I'm
simple
gonna go-
30-second method
Wow.
could help reverse
What?
memory loss and significantly boost brain.
He is about to give a pretty good explanation to the whole Talmud debate. And I'm gonna be real with you, he actually gave a really good explanation for it.
about Midian, but I'm not entirely. I don't want to misquote anything, but we will go through it.
Okay.
So but you're talking about the Mishnah Torah. That's not the Talmud.
That's one.
The Mishnah Torah is the writings of the Rambam. That was 1,000 years ago. That's not Talmud.
That's part of the Talmud.
It's not. The Rambam was Rabbi Moshe Maimonides. He was a famous physician to the Sultan of Egypt, and he was so the Talmud is the Mishnah. These are the Tanaim. They spanned for about a period of 300 or so years. After them came the Amoraim, which is another 300 to 400 years, and then the Rishonim, the Tanai, the
You're right.
Goanim.
This is the Mishnah Torah. That's what that's
so
from.
he's a Rishon. He comes much later than the Talmud. This is not from the Talmud at all.
Okay. I mean, I think it's still egregious.
Can I pause real
The
quick?
Rambam says a lot of things that are.
He says
So I just wanted to throw out there for anybody that's sitting on pins and needles. It sounds like Iran is coming back to the negotiating table. That's breaking news right now.
I could see that actually. Thank God.
Egregious. In fact, the Rambam says towards the end of the Rambam's life, all he did was write tshuvas. What tshuvas are is when they write something based on something that they said in the past, saying, I was wrong, I didn't support this. So one thing that we learned from the Rambam is that he was writing tshuvas all the way up until his death. So we don't know what the Rambam didn't get to write a tshuva for. We don't know what he felt. There was a lot of tshuvas that he
The
wrote.
Rambam was, but there's
That's who
20
you're
Jewish
quoting.
soldiers that abducted a non-Jewish girl. They gang raped her over 3 days, and then they killed her. And it was decided and carried out. They washed her, cut her hair, raped her, and then killed her. And this is from an Israeli article.
So are we talking about a modern Israeli thing, or are we talking about the Rambam still?
No, modern Israeli. I'm giving you examples of how this is being carried out today.
So what you guys like to do is you guys like to cherry pick certain things and then weave them all together and say all the Jews are this,
No,
and that's the
I didn't say all the
argument.
Jews are this, but when you have in your religious book of texts that it's okay to fuck over a non-Jew and it's okay to steal from a non-Jew and it's okay to rape a non-Jew, and then you've got real world examples of them doing that in Israel and there's no consequence, that's clearly evidence that that's part of your law. And the Talmud is a Jewish book of law, so
It's not actually.
that's what it says.
The Shulchan Aruch is the Jewish code of law.
Okay, well, why do they list
The Talmud,
as
the Talmud,
Jewish book of law?
the Talmud are ancient arguments that took place from this thing called the Anshe Knesset Gedolah, when the Jews came back from the original Babylonian exile after 70 years. Ezra the Sofer, the book of Ezra from the Bible, he's a Tana. He's also a Navi, the last of the prophets. These are the writings. These are the collected writings of all the prophets, all the ancient judges like Joshua from the times of Moses.
Okay,
and
well,
they're
look,
all compiled
I don't need the whole
inside.
dissertation. I'm just going to read you what it
Well,
says.
if you bring
when
up a
Google it.
topic,
Well, what I'm just going to read you what it
if
says.
you're
when
gonna
I Googled
crash
it.
the debate and then bring up a topic, you got to let me explain it.
Well, there's what you say, which you're going to go on a thing, and I'm telling you what it says when you just Google it. The Talmud is the central text of rabbinic Judaism, is the primary source of Jewish religious law, Hakna, and Jewish theology.
Halacha.
Okay, until the advent of modernity in nearly all Jewish communities, the Talmud was the centerpiece of Jewish cultural life and was the foundation to all Jewish thought and aspirations, serving as the guide, the daily life of Jews. The Talmud includes teachings and opinions of thousands of rabbis on a variety of subjects, including blah, 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 blah. So it's saying that it's like the second most important piece of rabbinic text.
So what happened with the Talmud? Basically, like I said,
primary source
the
of Jewish
Mishnah,
law.
the Gemara, the Rishonim, the Achrayim, they all carry down this tradition that goes into the Shulchan Aruch, which was written by Rabbi Yosef Karo in the 1400s. And the Shulchan Aruch is the unified book of all law for Ashkenazim, Sephardim, every Jew on earth. The code of law is called the Shulchan Aruch, and law is halacha. So the Talmud is where it all stems from. It's arguments of 20,000 people. Many people that, like the people who quote Talmud quotes, they were wrong in the argument. They lost the debates.
You've had 2,000 years to take it out. Why would it still be in there?
We don't take them out. They were part of the conversation that created the law.
But that is the law then, right?
You know the difference between the Jews and the ancient Egyptians, besides the fact that we're still here and they're not? If you go to any Egyptian monument, it'll say, this pharaoh was so great. He did everything right. He was righteous and wonderful. You go to the next obelisk, same thing. It never says they fucked up, they ran the nation into the ground. You open the book of Kings. You open the book of Judges. They're fucking up all the time. We are writing our sins. We are airing them out. We are saying, yes, we sinned. We did things that were not okay in the eyes of Hashem in the ancient world. We were sent into exile because of that.
Okay.
We don't cover up our mistakes.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about covering up mistakes. I'm saying, like,
Why is it still being preached today by rabbis then?
But here's the thing, though. He's making it seem like it's okay, so you pretty much heard the argument where he's breaking it down like, all right, well, pretty much the cool thing about it is that it's an argument that a bunch of rabbis are having about how they should carry on with the Jewish tradition.
Right, and
So
he's saying those things were proved wrong.
Yeah,
and that it's just memorializing
rhetoric.
the conversation that, you know, whoever said you should be able to murder a non-Jew or rape a non-Jew, and they ended up deciding that that was wrong. But that can't be right, because I have a bunch of videos of some very famous rabbis over in Israel that are preaching that.
And I would say like this. I would say that it's
I
kind
heard
of like
one.
a.
I heard.
Because,
let's
like,
just say-
can we
Go
sit
ahead.
there and say that the people heard the argument, and then there's people who disagree, and people who read the Talmud said, "Okay, I agree," and people who read it and said, "Okay, yeah, that's not me."
Right. There could be a sect that's continuously teaching that as if it's the way it should be. But I have a video I also posted yesterday on my X of a rabbi, old guy with a beard, explaining to his congregation of why it's okay to rape a, quote, toddler. And he said it's because the hymen regrows. I mean, that is some sick, twisted shit.
Be
And
careful what you
everybody
see on the
in that
internet.
building was-
Yeah,
Oh,
but
sorry.
and that's what I'm saying. It could just be a sect of radical. Remember, all religions have radicals. So, and we can't sit there and blame the radicals and sit there and say, "Oh, that's the whole religion." That's what people do
True,
with
but
Islam, and
I
we
never-
condemn them for that.
Right, but I never heard a rabbi come out and say, "Listen, you're not supposed to do this or you're not supposed to do that." Like, I've only heard it for
That's a
those
circular.
things.
That's a circular argument. You can't.
Yeah, I'm pretty
say-
sure if you
can't
walk up
tell
to your
your-
average rabbi, they'll say, "Yo,
Yeah.
what you talking about?"
That's like forcing Trump to condemn white supremacists. Like, it should be a stated known. Like, it's known. You don't have to defend. You're putting him on. You're putting the entire religion on defense because of one rabbi that you heard that had a beard that could have been AI.
No, the biggest difference, it wasn't AI. The biggest difference is that there's no congregations filled of white supremacists that are preaching this nonsense. They're small little crazy groups of people that are littered everywhere through the U.S. This isn't being
So
preached in huge
all of
synagogues.
Christianity needs to burn?
According to the Jews, that they're idol worshippers because of the cross and whatnot, and yes, that's why they spit on them in Israel. You know that the Zionists spit on Christians in Israel, right? You know they call them idol worshippers, right?
Yes, the
Okay.
Zionist extremists. So you just got off your soapbox 2 hours ago saying that we shouldn't
What
listen to the extremists.
soapbox? Why do you have
I'm
to
explaining
try
it
to
to
be
you.
insulting? Can you explain it without being insulting? Or do you have
I,
to call names and stuff to do that?
that's not being insulting. You were on a rant. That's what it's a term. You were on a
Oh, okay.
soapbox, and we let you talk.
Oh,
But
thank you.
you just said that you shouldn't listen to extremists. But here you are saying, see, here's an extremist right here, and that's how Jews are.
I didn't say he was an extremist. You did. That's what the
You
conversation is. The
pointed to a
conversation.
generally accepted extremist, an
No,
extremist point of view,
no, the
and that's
video that we're
No,
watching, what
Monty.
we're
I don't think
discussing is if it's extremism or not. That's what we're trying to figure out.
Yeah, because I believe John's argument is like, no, I don't believe this is extremism. I believe that this actually may be a common practice. Am I right?
Yes, exactly.
so you're trying.
So every Jew thinks
So
it's okay to rape kids.
yeah, so by definition, what you're saying is every Jew thinks it's okay to rape kids.
No, I'm asking the question. Maybe if you get off your soapbox and listen, you'll hear that what I'm saying is I'm asking the question that I don't know. I only know that I've seen videos of rabbis preaching this in front of large congregations that seem to, and saw interviews with people after that were talking about Christ boiling and shit and Christians are idol worshippers. And that's what the video is that we were just reviewing with the creator, is the discussion on is if this is extremism or is it common practice. That's what we're trying to figure out. So I added that I saw some of these videos and there was a big congregation. It didn't look like extremists. That was just my 2 cents, but I don't know if it's extremism or common. I know
Right.
from
So
what
if you
I've
just
seen,
move,
it looks common.
what I'm saying is you're falling down a dangerous slippery slope if you move the goalposts to what is common, because that is not what's common. No matter
No,
what.
I'm asking the question. I'm not asserting it is common. Again, I've said it multiple times. I do not know if
But
it's common.
that's a disingenuous question, because you do know it's common, because otherwise that's what we would be dealing with Zionists in the United States of America. That's how you prove it's not common. It's extremism.
That's not, how is it you prove it's not common?
Because it's not in commonplace. It's over there in the Middle East, and it's not worldwide.
Now hold on. Now the argument I actually really want to pose to John was that, okay, now I get that you've seen some videos of some extreme rabbis. Now, because let's be real, I believe that if I set up 10 rabbis, you might maybe have one or two of them that maybe agree with that wild ideology, but we can't say that all of them is going to do it. I would need a really good study saying that, hey, yo, we got 100 rabbis and 50%, 20% said that they agree or they don't agree before we come up with this conclusion that, oh, this is a common practice. It's like, you think about it. It's like going to church. We're Christians. 100% of Christians believe that that's a common practice. So if we can get, some type of, maybe we need to do the due diligence of going out to these rabbis and asking that question before we go ahead and say, oh no, this is what they do. Because in my belief, this is just a radical group of Jews that's kind of speaking up louder than the rest of them, like Smoke Drink. I believe he's a Talmudic Jew because he's damn near acting out everything they're saying in the Talmud.
Absolutely.
And this is supposed to be just an argument. Who's to say that that man didn't read that and says, oh, I'm rocking with this guy. Everybody else may disagree with the guy, but I like him. Like, that's the radicalism
that's why
I'm thinking that's going on.
Right, and that's why I brought up the fact of them spitting on Christians and saying they're idol worshippers and stuff, because when they were walking in the streets of Jerusalem, there were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of
But
Israelis
I
that
will
passed
admit
by
though
that
this
were
though,
spitting on them.
the Jews that we have in American are radically different than the ones that are in Israel though.
Absolutely, there's a
Like
difference
when I
between
see
a
what's
Jew
going
and
on
an
in Israel,
Israelite.
I'm in disbelief because I'm like, yo, that's not what we got. That's not how they act here.
Right,
Like
and the
that's not
majority
how they
of
act
Jews,
here. And they're like, we got cool ones, I guess. Then if that's the case, we
the
got the best
majority of
ones.
Jews worldwide do not like Zionism. Zionism is the most anti-Semitic, Jew endangering group that there's been since World War II. I mean, they are creating anti-Semitism around the world because the world sees the suffering of the Palestinians and food and water being blocked for months and months and months. We see now they open 3 aid distribution points for 2.4 million people, and every damn day they're machine gunning unarmed civilians. We see hundreds of people spitting on Christians. So that's why your other guest here seems to perhaps be Israeli or certainly have more in-depth knowledge than myself. So that's why I interjected here to ask the question, which I stated multiple times I was asking, that I'm asking if my view is somehow tainted, although I think it's more than 50-50. It seems to me, from my point of view, that it's the vast majority of them spitting on Christians. So I'm trying to find out of all these deplorable things like raping children, or I got to be careful what I say, or spitting on Christians, like which ones are common practice. So I was asking that question of him, but he seemed to think I was accusing it of being common practice, but I'm not. I'm asking him because
I'm
he
saying
has more knowledge.
what I'm saying is even posing that question in a world where you know that that's not the case.
It's not that
It,
I know it's not the case. Don't tell me what I know. I'm asking the question. It's honest, period. You can either
it
answer it or not. It's your
then
choice.
no, it's not. It's not common practice. It's an extremist group of people
See, is that so
that
hard to say?
I've been. That's what I've been saying. I mean, I don't know if you've followed this show, but every night and day, I'm saying we need to stay the hell out of Israel's thing. Israel got themselves into this. However, that doesn't mean we just let radical Islam take hold. That doesn't mean we let radical Zionism take hold. I'm for
Right.
people just not dying.
Right, absolutely. So I was just asking that question because my view is perhaps tainted because it looks like it's friggin' common practice. So I was specifically asking, out of these different issues, which ones are
Mhm.
common, which ones are not common, and if they're extremists, what percentage of the people are extremists? Because we think of extremists as being like 1/10%, whereas it looks like it's more like 50%.
I mean,
So
I don't see it. I don't put a number to extremists. If you take an extreme point of view other than the global norm, then that you're an extremist. No,
right, but it
pure like
matters. It matters if Israel is 50% extremist or 0.5%. So that's what I was trying to find out: is how widespread is that practice there? Because it looks very widespread on some of the
I mean,
things.
if you ask the Islamic State, every single one of them are. That's why they have such
That's
deep
why I'm
rooted.
asking you.
I'm saying that they're a people that exist that have been persecuted throughout
Right.
history.
What's that have to
That
do with the question, though?
hold on, I'm
Okay.
let me answer it.
Okay.
So I'm saying they are way more brutal than they would have been. Yes, and I completely think that that's wrong. However, to say that Jewish people in general, or whatever, are they like to pose that question would tell me that you're too close to the issue to think about it rationally. Like I don't profess to be some expert on Jews. I'm just saying they're they're not that extreme.
That's
Or
right.
I know that they're not that extreme because otherwise that's what we would be dealing with every single day in every aspect of our lives because the Jewish people make up what, like 8
Right,
to
but I'm not
12%?
talking about. I'm not talking about Jews. I'm talking about Israelis in Israel, and it is daily, or it
Mhm.
appears to me to be daily there.
I
I
mean,
don't think a Christian can walk down the street, walk around there without being spit on by multiple people daily.
I mean,
So I think it is
that's
a daily occurrence in Israel, and that's what I was
that's
trying
a
to gain
little.
some clarity on. But
I
I
don't
can
think
tell
that
you
that's
if
true
I
because
look,
I know of Christians that can walk freely in through or and around Israel. Like I personally know a couple of them that have been to Israel several times and
where people
they've
know
never
they're
experienced that.
Christian, where they're wearing a cross or something, where people knew.
Like that, I mean, that's so.
Because
What
these
is
were
your?
people that were identified as Christians. They were either together on like a pilgrimage, on like a Christian holiday type thing, or I saw priests that were dressed like a priest, or that had a cross around their neck, and they would always pick on that cross, and they would gather around them, and it would turn into a friggin' mess.
You
Or
know
when they were on the
the only
pilgrimage, you know.
and I mean that I'm an antidote, so don't take this worth anything. I know you're not going to, but the only extremist group of people that have ever spit on me for being a Christian were Islamic extremists. I've never had a Jew or a Zionist or anybody attack me, and I've been around plenty of them.
Have you ever been in Israel
No,
wearing
I
a
have not. I have
cross?
not been in Israel wearing a cross, but I do know
Okay.
people who have.
Okay, I'll
I ain't going to
accept that.
Israel wearing no cross. Shoot, know that.
Right,
I ain't risking
see?
it. I ain't
So
risking it.
I guess you're like me then.
Man,
I
I
mean,
will
it's a
say this, my
question.
friend. I will give
It
you
don't
this. You
look
are
good.
a true believer in what you're saying. And I do believe that's what's kind of honestly tripping me and Monty up at the same time. Because honestly, it's like kind of our first time really having an extensive conversation with somebody who believes what you believe. And this is why I kind of wanted to bring up this video, because I wanted to see what somebody, who thinks what you think, thought about it. Like, as they
Right, right.
said, the Talmud is a conversation had by rabbis who held top positions talking about how they want to carry out their practices.
Right, and it
So
seems so
should we add so
widespread,
much
these negative.
substance to it, though? Should we add so much substance to the Talmud on the character of a Jewish people?
Right, it shouldn't be, but that's exactly the rub, is that so many in Israel appear to follow the wrong, I guess, the wrong teaching, and it doesn't seem like there's anybody correcting them. I mean, just like Netanyahu went up there and talked about all Palestinians being Amalek. I mean, this is straight Talmud, Jewish supremacy, God's chosen people. Like these people are Ashkenazi Jews. They converted. Like the Israel was not a place. It was not a group of people. It was
All
the
right.
sons of Abraham.
Oh, I'm gonna just
It was
ask
a
you point
family.
blank out. I'm gonna have to ask you point blank.
Yeah,
Are all Jews bad?
absolutely not.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
the majority of Jews stand against Zionism.
Okay. Just making sure. Okay.
And I
So
think, and I fear for them because I think Zionism is creating anti-Semitism against the majority of Jews that are not Zionists, are not in Israel, and they're going to bear the brunt of this shit.
Then honestly, I think that we need to
I think
hone that
Israel
like
endangers
see,
the
but here's the thing:
Jews.
when we talk about Israel, I honestly think we need to drop the topic of the Talmud, because it is demonizing these. It does make it it is demonizing their culture. If you want to talk about the Israeli government, let that argument lay on them. But when we try to attack, books of their
Right, but
religion,
that's the
the
thing,
shit's
is
gonna
that
get real.
the Israeli government is acting out the principles in the
Yes,
Talmud
and
that
we get
I'm.
that, but if we bring up the Talmud, that is an attack on every Jew. Just like if you attack the Bible, you're attacking every Christian. If you attack the
No,
Quran,
because what we just heard on the segment you're playing is that guy said that's actually a conversation that took
yeah,
place where someone said, "Oh, I held this belief that you could do this or that," and it was later proven. If you continue to read, the other guy was saying, you'll see that they said, "Okay, that's wrong." So it's being actively taught, and the
even
government.
though it was shunned upon in their books.
Exactly, exactly. So if the government is
So
acting
that's why we
out those
kind of
wrong
have to leave the
teachings,
Talmud out, because it's like, here's the thing, like I said, it's attacking their religion. We could call them Talmudic Jews. We got to find a way to section them off to where the message isn't coming off as an attack on all Jews.
well,
That's that.
what I understood
I
from that,
write. Go ahead.
what I understood from that clip you played is that the Jews that are not Zionists, that are everywhere else in the world, are doing it right, and they understand that it's in the Talmud, but it's not condoning it. It's actually doing the opposite. It's saying don't be this way.
It's a warning.
And
Yeah.
exactly, and that's the way the majority of Jews are. And the fact that the Zionists are embracing it, I think that they are putting this negative connotation, making people believe that all Jews follow that nonsense, and it's not true.
Okay. Because the impression that I was getting, and this is why I got so aggressive, is almost like comparing Islam to how Sharia law is run. And I was like, no, that is.
No, I didn't mean that at all.
And I was like, no. That's like painting everybody in that
No,
brush. And I was like, I know for a fact they're not like that.
Right. No, the small group of the ones following the extremist values are putting the good ones, the correct, normal Judaic Jews, they're putting them in danger because people are associating all of them with that.
All right. I believe we came to that middle ground right there. And we definitely went long enough on this live. I'm not even gonna lie. I definitely pushed it on this one.
What time is it over there? It's 5 my time.
Bro, it's
8
8
a.m.
a.m.
Yep.
Yeah.
8 a.m. I need to sleep. I haven't slept yet.
Yeah, man, me too. All right, guys, man. Shout out to my man John. Shout out to my man Monty, bro. You guys, hey, bro. And shout out to that man Fox as well. Well, not Fox, but Frank. Shout out to him as well for also coming up. All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and end it out on this one from a word from our sponsors. This has been Set with Set Media. You guys have a good morning. Stay safe out there, and peace. Guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't. But let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it up one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor.